Tabling of documents. The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For you, I have a message from Her Excellency, the Governor General.
All rise, please. Tout le monde debout. Her Excellency, the Governor-General, transmits to the House of Commons the Supplementary Estimates B of sums required to defray expenses of the Federal Public Administrator for the fiscal year ending on March 31st, 2021, and in accordance with Section 54 of the Constitution Act 1867, recommends those estimates to the House of Commons. Signed by the Governor-General. Son Excellence, la Gouverneure Générale.
Her Excellency, the Governor-General, transmits to the House of Commons the Supplementary Estimates B, giving the funds necessary for funding the Federal Public Administration for the fiscal year ending the 31st of March 2021, and pursuant to Section 56 of the Constitution Act, recommends that this budget be adopted by the House of Commons, signed by the Governor-General.
Okay. Introduction of government bill. Excuse. Nous avons l'honorable président.
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In both official languages, I have the honour of tabling the Supplementary Estimates B 2020-2021.
Merci beaucoup. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement. Mr. Mendicino, seconded by Mr. Blair, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Citizenship Act, Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada's Call to Action Number 94. The motion is deemed adopted. Mr. Mendicino, seconded by Mr. Blair, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. The Honourable Minister of the Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Thank you. That's it? Okay.
I'm sorry. Let's get some clarity. Huh?
I think we're good.
Okay, very good. This motion is deemed adopted, and when shall the bill be read a second time?
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
Very good. No, he's getting up. Déclaration de ministre.
Statements by ministers.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. The Honourable Member for Glengarry Prescott Russell.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour of tabling before the House of Commons two reports from the Assemblée parlementaire de la Francophonie. The first has to do with its participation to the meeting in Dakar, Senegal, from January 28th to 30th, 2020, and the second has to do with its participation in the 45th Ordinary Session meeting in Abidjan, Ivory Coast, or Côte d'Ivoire, on the 4th of July to the 9th of July 2019. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Did he do... Presenting reports from committees. Présentation de rapport de comité. L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Brampton North.
Sent in both official languages, the second report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. The committee advises that pursuant to Standing Order 91.12, the Subcommittee on Private Members' Business met to consider the items added to the order of precedence on Thursday, February 27th, 2020, and recommended that the items listed herein, which it has determined should not be designated non-votable, be considered by the House.
Pursuant to Standing Order 91.12, the report is deemed adopted. Introduction of private members' bills. Première lecture de projet de loi.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motions.
Presenting petitions.
Petitions, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Montarville. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36.6, I'm pleased to table a petition signed by 567 people of Quebec and Canada stating that whereas the Cuba blockade lasts for 60 years and that Canada is against it, that the threat of U.S. military intervention in Venezuela continues and that the Lima Group that Canada is a part of is against this, that President Trump has banned medical equipment being sent to South America. And given that this is a threat, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic, that Cuba has sent a number of medical experts to fight the pandemic throughout the world, signatories asked the Government of Canada to confirm once again before the United States through the Minister of Foreign Affairs its opposition to any military intervention in Venezuela pursuant to its position in the Lima Group. It also asks the withdrawal of the embargo against Cuba. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Petition, the Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Citizens that have indicated that they're concerned with sex-selective abortion, as it is legal in Canada because there are no restrictions. Sex-selective abortion is antithetical to our commitment to equality between men and women. And a 2019 Dart and Maroubla poll conducted for the National Post shows that 84% of Canadians believe it should be illegal to have an abortion if the family does not want the child to be a certain sex. International organizations like the World Health Organization, United Nations Women, and the Children's Fund have identified unequal sex ratios at birth as a growing problem internationally, and Canada's healthcare professionals have also indicated it's a growing problem here. Therefore, we, the undersigned citizens of Canada, call upon the Government of Canada to pass a criminal code prohibition of sex-selective abortion.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétition. The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honor to present to the House petition E2672 that was initiated by a constituent of mine, Maxwell Parr, that received 1,891 votes. And it's calling on the Government of Canada to end militarization of police forces, actively combat some systemic and institutional racism, continue to recognize Canada's own role in carrying out violence against people of color, and actively encourage other nations to do the same. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to present petition 2845 on behalf of the advocacy group One Day Sooner. It's signed by over 500 people calling on the Canadian government to publicly announce a plan for COVID-19 challenge testing in people. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétition. Questions on the order paper, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed. The Honourable Government House Leader has a point of order. Yes.
Just quickly on a point of order, Mr. Speaker, I rise on the point of order in relation to the Opposition Day motion that is being debated today. If the motion passes, the government will do everything it can to respond. However, I would like to point out that the 15-day timeline outlined in the motion will be physically impossible for the government to meet, and I wanted to make the House aware of the fact at this time. Thank you.
Orders of the day.
Government orders, business of supply, consideration of a motion to instruct the Standing Committee on Health to study the COVID-19 pandemic, standing in the name of Ms. Rempel Garner.
Ms. Rempel Garner, seconded by Mr. O'Toole, moves that the Standing Committee on Health be instructed to undertake a study on the emergency situation facing Canadians in light of the second wave of the COVID-19 pandemic, and that this study evaluate, review, and examine any... May I dispense? Okay. We'll proceed to debate then. Debate. The Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
The motion before the House today is probably the most important thing that Parliament could be dealing with right now, and that is how we as a country collectively move forward to address the COVID-19 crisis. We are in the middle of a time when we're seeing increases in cases across the country, provinces, workplaces, schools. Everybody is concerned with this. We're seeing restrictions come back in cities across the country, people lose their jobs, people being separated from their loved ones. We need to figure out how to move forward. Given the uncertainty of a vaccine, we don't know when it's coming. We need a better plan forward than just economic shutdown and endless quarantine and endless isolation. And that is what this motion is designed to do. It was implemented, it was put forward at the Health Committee nearly 2 weeks ago today. Liberal members filibustered that motion. And I will be splitting my time with the Leader of the Opposition. So this motion is before the House. The motion is very simple. It outlines all of the areas that Parliament should be tasked with reviewing. We're trying to find out what's working, what isn't, so that we can move forward so that Canadians can have certainty. I had a whole speech prepared today, but then I got a call from a very close friend in Montreal last night. And her mother, Antoinette Ferry, passed away from COVID-19. But the circumstances in which she passed away could have been prevented if we had a better plan. So her mother, her elderly mother and her elderly father, they did everything right. They completely isolated, and they were infected by somebody who helped care for them. Best of intentions, but didn't have access to testing, didn't know, infected them, and they ended up being separated during their hospitalization. Can you imagine that? Somebody that you've been married to for decades, you're separated when you're struggling and suffering, and now the family can't even be with the father because we don't have access to tests. It's just, when Barb told me about that last night, to me it was like, this is why we need this motion. This is what we all need to be working on right now. There is nothing in this motion that is partisan worded. It's just saying what's working, what isn't, what have we done, what have we not done, what's best practice around the world, and how do we move forward. But I want to go through, I've been very disappointed reading the media coverage from the Liberals on this last night and this morning, and I want to go through the talking points that they're going to use today, and I want to debunk them. First of all, they're going to say that this is unfair to the civil service. I have great respect for Canada's public service. They are working so hard right now, and I can't believe that any single one of them would want to be unfair to Canadians and not provide this information to Parliament. We need to scrutinize this information. We haven't had a budget in nearly 2 years. Parliament, our committees haven't sat because of a prorogation. It is past due that every person in this place of any political stripe has access to this information so that we can understand how we can best move forward. The second thing that they've said, and I saw this in a CP article today, is that this motion would paralyze government. Let's be clear. The only people who have paralyzed government have been the Liberal Party of Canada. They shuttered Parliament during the pandemic, they prorogued Parliament, and now they're filibustering the Health Committee on this motion. If they actually wanted to study the pandemic or deal with the pandemic, as the Prime Minister said in his motion earlier this week, he will pass this motion. They will vote in favour of it. The point of order that the Parliamentary Secretary raised earlier today about it being impossible to produce these documents, that's a matter for debate. If this government thinks it's impossible, they need to explain and debate why, and they need to propose a motion, and we need to debate it in this place. To remind them, that's the function of this place. The function of this place is to figure things out and move forward, not just make it inconvenient to answer or say that it's inconvenient for the Prime Minister to answer questions. I remind them that this place has a role, and it is completely right to ask questions like the Canadian Press didn't get answers to yesterday. A simple question: who gets the rapid tests when, using what criteria? The Public Health Agency of Canada, the Health Minister, didn't even bother returning their phone call. So we need these documents. We need to do the job. We need certainty. That's why we're compelling this today. There is no partisan language in here. It's simply saying health committee should be studying the pandemic during the middle of the pandemic. And to do that, we need information so we understand what witnesses to call, where to dig, because we've had months where we haven't had this scrutiny and we've had paralysis in getting rapid tests. We don't know where $1 billion worth of PPE went because they've been obstructing. We need clarity. And we need to do this so that we can plan to move forward, right? If we don't know what's working, if we don't know what isn't, if we can't get answers to basic questions, then we can't have a plan going forward. And that is the role of government. Now, yesterday the Prime Minister also said, well, you know, do they have confidence in government? Do we have confidence in government? This is a confidence motion. Well, how can we understand if we have confidence on the government's response to the pandemic if we can't scrutinize their actions? And that's what's happened over the last several months. Shuttering of Parliament, prorogation of Parliament, and committees not sitting, filibustering of committees, especially the Health Committee. How do Canadians know if they should have confidence in the Liberal government? They of course, they want to just say, oh yeah, totally have confidence. It's great. Everything's working. But there are basic questions that have not been answered. The fact that Canada does not have widely available rapid testing, if somebody's watching this today, try and go and get a COVID test and get your results in 15 minutes. Try and make that happen. I challenge anyone watching this. You're not going to be able to do it. And it was only when Parliament started asking questions about this that we saw some acknowledgement that this was an issue. That's why Parliament matters. That's why this motion matters. And it matters to people like my friend Barb and her mom Antoinetta, who lost her life, because we need to be asking these questions. She needs justice. We need to make sure that that situation is not repeating itself time and time again across this country. I cannot accept, nobody of any political stripe cannot accept that a committee cannot be looking into basic information around the pandemic. The documents that we're requesting in here are completely reasonable for the Canadian public to understand. So, for example, we're trying to understand why the government shut down the early pandemic warning system and what impact it had on the spread of COVID-19, and also if that led the government to rely on World Health Organization data as opposed to stuff that's already come in from the country. And they're saying, oh, everything's fine. But then their advice keeps changing. They haven't said what best practice is. They're not saying who they're listening to. So how can any Canadians take the advice of the government if the government isn't clear on who they're listening to and why? Right? Right? We were asked, the Leader of the Opposition was asked a similar question in the press conference this morning. He was asked, well, who are you listening to? Well, who is the government listening to? I'd like to know. I'd like those documents so I can review them. You know, what else do we have in here? We want to know what the government's procurement processes have been around things like PPE. We want to know information about the vaccine, the procurement for vaccines, how they're going to distribute that, what's happening with all of these things. We want to know about the government's vaccine task force. These are all, to anybody who's watching this and who might listen to the Prime Minister, the Parliamentary Secretary, or the Government House Leader try to say that this is unreasonable, the only reason they will say this is unreasonable is because they have something to hide. And the time for hiding stuff is over. They have had months of shuttering this place. It is time for Parliament to reign. And if they are confident that everything is going well, there will be nothing in here other than accolades for them. The goal of this information is not to do anything nefarious. It is simply to show Canadians that Parliament cares about figuring out the best way forward. And by no standards right now can we say everything is fine. It's not an indictment on anyone. We're just saying that the number of COVID cases are rising, things are shutting down, and we need to use Parliament to do its job to scrutinize the hundreds of billions of dollars that have been spent on this. Is that investment working? And it's not enough for the Liberals to just say, yeah, just take our word for it. No, it is our job to scrutinize that. That's why Canadians pay us. So when the government says Team Canada approach, let's move forward. Well, giddy up. Let's do it. Let's get these documents. Let's get this committee study going, and let's get down to business.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, all memorandums emails, documents, notes, or other records from the Prime Minister's office, the Privy Council office, the Office of the Minister of Public Safety, the Emergency Preparedness, and the Office of the Minister of Health, Health Canada, and the Public Health Agency of Canada, concerning options, plans, and preparations for the GPHIN since January 1, 2018. And that's just one small aspect of this motion that's being proposed by the official opposition, Mr. Speaker. And they're saying, we want this information within the next 15 days. Madam Speaker, or Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering if the member can maybe reflect in terms of just what it is that she's asking civil servants. How many hundreds of hours does she want civil servants to be spending on this request?
Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Yep, we're asking for all of that. I want to know. That's my job. That's my right as a parliamentarian. That is my right to stand up for Canadians, to find out that information. Like, if you listen to his response, Mr. Speaker, it's like, blah, 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 can't do. Come on. It's been months. We need this information. If he thinks it's unreasonable, tell us why. All I heard was, Enough. If it's not reasonable, what's the reasonable date? I'm not accepting next year when we've seen hundreds of thousands of more cases. Enough of that. Let's get down to business.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to welcome the member for Calgary Nose Hill. She is a member who is the official opposition critic, and she is very rigorous in her comments. The motion that she has tabled today is a motion that is virtually identical to the one put forth on October 9th that was discussed at committee when the representatives on the government side decided to start filibustering. And they said, we need time in order to put forth an alternative. Well, now it's October 21st, Mr. Speaker. I haven't seen the alternative yet. So how can the member explain this to me? She has a great deal of experience. How can she explain this situation to me?
Nose Hill.
I really want to thank my colleague, who I am pleased to serve on Health Committee with, for his remarkable patience in dealing with the Liberal government. I know that the member has been working collaboratively with myself and other members to come up with a motion that is nonpartisan, that can move us forward. He's been a wonderful resource on that. And I could feel his frustration in the committee meeting because they were just filibustering it. Like, he was right. There was no alternative put forward. It was like, no, we can't do this. No answers. And Canadians are done with that. That doesn't get Antonella's life back. It doesn't get those rapid tests. This is the most important thing we should be dealing with. There is no reason why the government should be looking at anything other than passing this motion. And the excuses, the blocking, the shuttering Parliament, the prorogation, it's over. It's done. Let's pass this motion. Let's get down to business.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When the pandemic hit, all of us were deeply uncertain. We had no idea what we were going into. And there was a moment, I thought, where Parliament really rose to the occasion, where we moved to committee in the whole, where we were able to ask thorough questions of ministers to get a better sense, to reassure people. And we came through that first wave. But the second wave now is much worse than the first. The insecurity with small business, the crisis that we're facing. And I'm sensing from the government they've just gone back to the old ways of saying, we don't want to deal with Parliament, we're on our own, but then they want us to back them up. I want to ask my honourable colleague about the importance of Parliament working together at this time to be reassuring Canadians that getting them through the worst economic and medical catastrophe in a century is job one for all parliamentarians. Doesn't matter what party, doesn't matter what part of the country, that we're in this together, because that's not the sense we're getting from the government right now.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Amen, brother, Mr. Speaker. Absolutely. I want to thank my colleague for his caucus colleague from Vancouver Kingsway, who serves with me on the Health Committee. He has also been extremely collaborative. I want to give him credit for helping to think through this motion, saying, okay, what do we need to know? How do we word this so it's not partisan, it's not accusatory, that it's just about information gathering so that Parliament can do its job and move forward? And that's the purpose of parliamentary committee, right? It's to look at these issues and to come up with recommendations on the best path forward. We need this information. It's a no-brainer, and this should be something that pulls Parliament together. It will be unacceptable to Canadians for the government to give weak sauce excuses that a committee, the Health Committee, can't study the pandemic during the pandemic.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I'd like to thank my colleague from Calgary, Nose Hill, the Shadow Minister for Health. And now that rapid tests have been ordered, she's in fact been the de facto Minister of Health, because that should have been done months ago and wasn't until the opposition started pressuring. So I'd like to congratulate her on that. The House of Commons had not sit for 6 months. The Prime Minister then prorogued Parliament. There's been no budget for almost 2 years, Mr. Speaker. They're suppressing questions at committee. And what are we here for, to ask for today? The Health Committee would simply like to examine the biggest health crisis in our nation's history. Quelle horreur, Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, we have reasonable questions on health and the well-being of Canadians.
Speak about the most significant crisis our country's faced. That's going to be a lot of printing documents, I guess they're saying, Mr. Speaker. And my family's had an experience personally with this, Mr. Speaker. Thank heavens that Rebecca and I have recovered. We had good advice from public health supports here in Ottawa. Our children were fortunate through distancing to not become infected and had several tests and are now back at school. But we also experienced the uncertainty of the direction of this government, which has changed its mind several times on fundamental public advice to the public. We were in line for hours, like Canadians have been across the country, because of the failure to follow through on the Prime Minister's statements about rapid tests and testing and tracing in March. Slow with the border, which meant we had more transmission, community spread cases. So we have to learn the lessons, Mr. Speaker. Ma famille et moi avons vécu.
My family and I waited in long lines for the test. We experienced the stress, contradictory information, and we faced COVID itself. Fortunately, our health improved quickly. We were lucky. But I'm thinking about the thousands of Canadians who lost a loved one, Mr. Speaker. To all those who would still be with us if we had been better prepared. Those are the families who motivate me to hold the government to account. And all the owners of small businesses that are encouraging me to find better solutions, Mr. Speaker.
I've said Parliament did not sit through the worst of the pandemic, but Parliament is sitting now and has a responsibility to ensure that Canada learns the lessons from the first wave of the pandemic. We are in the second wave in some parts of the province, Mr. Speaker, and it's clear this government has not learned. We are simply asking for the Health Committee of Parliament, Canadians of all party stripes, to be able to examine to ensure that Canada strives to be the best in our response, not a laggard. As I said, this government seems to take comfort in comparing itself to our friends from the South and comparing to the worst response. We should be comparing to the best. Hear, hear. That's what I strive for in my life, Mr. Speaker. I know what my colleagues do. This government has been out of touch, late, slow, and confused in every single aspect of the response. That's why they don't want to answer questions. Just like yesterday, they don't want to answer questions on spending sending millions to insiders and friends of the Prime Minister and an elite few in the Liberal Party. Now they don't want to answer questions about the well-being of Canadians. That should concern Canadians. That should concern the Health Minister, whose duty it is to report to Parliament and to be held to account. Only the arrogance of this government would lead them to think they're beyond questioning, that we could not possibly do anything better because it's the Liberal Party in charge. It's that entitlement, Mr. Speaker. It's that arrogance that Canadians are tiring of. My time in the Canadian Armed Forces, we had something called the Lessons Learned, the After Action Report. In the private sector, you have process improvement. There's even systems like Six Sigma and others. Every serious organization in this world learns from experience. Make sure they get it better next time. In the military, it's literally life or death. In a pandemic, it's life or death too, Mr. Speaker. C'est la raison pour ce débat aujourd'hui.
That's the reason for today's debate. We need to learn lessons from the first wave of COVID-19. And that's why we'll continue to ask reasonable questions on the health and well-being of Canadians. That's our job, Mr. Speaker.
So let's review, and this will be good review for the Health Minister. I'm glad she is here. In January, 5 departments of the federal government were aware of the risks of the pandemic. Canadian Armed Forces, Foreign Affairs, Public Works, the Privy Council, and the Prime Minister's office. All aware of the risks, Mr. Speaker. They did nothing. Now, we would have even been better prepared if the year before they had not killed the intelligence warning system, the GPHIN, the Global Public Health Intelligence Network, that was a world leader until they stopped it and substituted data from China for the data from our experts, Mr. Speaker. So we were ill-prepared when it hit. When the first warnings came in, they ignored them. And in fact, they were warned, Mr. Speaker, and I know this from talking to suppliers, that China was hoarding PPE in late January, early February. And what did they do? They sent PPE to China, Mr. Speaker. Probably the most boneheaded decision of a government in a pandemic in history, Mr. Speaker. Then they were late on the border. As I said this morning in my press conference, since the Middle Ages, closing the border has been used to stop the spread of the pandemic. The minister should read some history, Mr. Speaker. When there's uncertainty about transmission, you put the public health of Canadians first. Not trip along relying on friends in Beijing, Mr. Speaker. The person-to-person spread, the minister said there was no person-to-person spread and no risks of closing the border. And in some occasions, accused reporters, accused opposition parliamentarians of being intolerant for even asking those questions. Again, the arrogance of this government, Mr. Speaker. Then, of course, we all remember the flip-flopping on mask usage. Many people were asking about mask usage in Europe. It wasn't until, I guess, Facebook told them that they should change their mind on mask usage, Mr. Speaker, because people were sharing information and best practices that their government wasn't providing them, Mr. Speaker. And then, of course, the provinces. They were the front lines. Because we were 2 months late with the border, the community spread in Montreal, in Toronto, in Vancouver, largely originated from flights from China, Iran, and Italy. That slow movement by the federal government led to more community spread. It's that same slow movement on rapid tests until my friend from Calgary Nose Hill started pushing and pushing and pushing that has our airports less equipped than most of our OECD allies. Italy has rapid tests in some of their airports, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to see in this government not striving for the bottom, striving for the best when it comes to the health and well-being of Canadians. And that's what an opposition does, hold to account, ask questions, demand a better response, Mr. Speaker. Ce motion va analyser la...
This motion will analyze the actual current levels of transfers to the province for health. It's not normal, Mr. Speaker, for the federal government to not be helping provinces more during a pandemic. The committee should also analyze COVID Alert, the app, to ensure that messages are being sent in both official languages, Mr. Speaker. That is an expectation for Quebecers and for all Canadians and for Francophone communities from sea to sea, Mr. Speaker.
My colleague from Calgary Nose Hill for making the government strive to be better, not to be satisfied with bad results in comparisons to the worst student in the class. Let's strive to be the best. That's what we all tell our children, Mr. Speaker. And they don't even want us to ask questions. So once again, I'm asking Canadians, because the Prime Minister, who admitted he didn't consult Dr. Tam before threatening an election, he's willing to be cavalier with the health of Canadians for his own political skin, Mr. Speaker. We have parliamentarians sent to Ottawa by their constituencies to ask questions. And here, the modest proposal we have today is that the Health Committee analyze our response to the biggest health crisis in our country. Is that so unreasonable, Mr. Speaker? So I'm proud of this team, the government in waiting that is going to push for better. Better is always possible, Mr. Speaker, and we'll make sure of that today. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Glengarry Prescott Russell.
I want to thank the Leader of the Official Opposition for his speech, and I can see that he's more concerned about credit as opposed to results. And I know that he's practiced law on Bay Street, and I know he's got some basic understanding of commercial law. And I'm wondering whether or not he's had a chat with the member from Rideau Leeds Grenville and the Minister of Municipal Affairs in Ontario, and whether or not they agree that 3M should release the terms of their contract and the terms of conditions of that particular contract, because that's exactly what that motion would ask for.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, I'd invite the member to actually read the motion, because there are exceptions, just as he pointed out. But since he's an Ontario MP, at least for the next few months, Ontario just posted the largest single one-day increase in new COVID cases, 841, Mr. Speaker. It's too bad we don't have rapid tests. It's too bad we are not prepared for the second wave of the pandemic, Mr. Speaker. This is about striving for better, and that member is not serving his constituents if all he expects us is to do better than the U.S. I want Canada to be the best in the world at everything we do, Mr. Speaker, particularly the health and well-being of our citizens.
Questions and comments. The member for Montcalm. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I'd like to take this opportunity, following the speech from the Leader of the Opposition, to try to understand the Conservative Party's position with regard to the common front of the provinces and Quebec with regard to healthcare transfers. Since the speech from the throne and since we started working again here in the House, I still don't understand what the Conservative Party's position is with regard to a united front between the provinces. We are looking for 35%, not 22%, which comes because of Conservative cuts of 6% and not 3%. So I don't want to know, just in terms of the pandemic, all experts have said that when an unexpected event like a pandemic happens, what makes the system even more vulnerable is previous cuts to the system. So is the Leader of the Opposition saying today is that he agrees with Quebec's claims and the claims of the provinces who speak with one voice with regard to increased transfers? The Leader of the Opposition. Thank you for the question, Mr. Speaker. If one day I had the honour to be the Prime Minister of Canada, the best country of the world, I want an approach based on collaboration and not confrontation, as is the case with the current Prime Minister. It's a matter of respect for provincial jurisdictions, including Quebec, from coast to coast. Mr. Speaker, I want to be a partner, and I don't want to be paternalistic. I had an excellent meeting with Premier Legault, we discussed important issues for all Quebecers, and as Prime Minister, I will give more money in healthcare transfers in a predictable way and without any strings attached. Why? Because we need to respect our partners. It's not an Ottawa knows best approach. That would be inappropriate, especially in a pandemic, Mr. Speaker.
Any comments? The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think what's really concerning me with the Liberal government's approach right now, in March we were all in this together. Now we're being told, well, you can't have documents because you're being unreasonable. It's perfectly reasonable to say we may have a difficulty getting the documents in the time, but we will work together. To hear the Liberals now saying, how dare you want to know about contracts? As though the number one issue in Canada right now is protecting the secrecy around contracts as opposed to ensuring the safety of Canadians in the worst medical catastrophe in 100 years. That is now the Liberal line. What happened to our Prime Minister who used to come out the doors every morning? Our family would stop doing our work and listen to our Prime Minister because he said we were all in this together. Now it seems that it's the Liberals are hunkering down and refusing to work with the rest of us. This is about a pandemic. It's not about contracts. It's not about documents. It's about finding a solution.
Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree with that member, and particularly some of his interventions during the pandemic for Indigenous Canadians. And there was a Team Canada approach. At least we tried to have that, and all in this together. We're finding that those slogans only apply when you agree with this government. You ask any questions or ask them whether they're sliding contracts to their buddies, then it's not Team Canada. It's delay, deny, obfuscate, and threaten an election over the well-being of Canadians, Mr. Speaker. It comes from arrogance. It comes from entitlement. And Canadians know, whether it's the NDP, whether it's our party, we are asking reasonable questions to make sure we get things better. Better is always possible was one of their hashtags from 2015, Mr. Speaker. And contracts, you know, I asked about contracts yesterday, Mr. Speaker. 7 days before a big contract was awarded to their friend Frank Bayless, a shell company was created, Mr. Speaker. These are troubling questions to think that Liberal insider help to their friends would still happen during a pandemic, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure to rise in the House today to address the motion from the Honourable Member of Calgary-Nose Hill. And I share the member's deep concerns for Canadians during this unprecedented health crisis. The emergence of COVID-19 has changed how we live, how we work, how we interact with friends and family. It's disrupted our lives and our communities in ways that we couldn't have conceived of a year ago. And as we emerged from the first wave, we saw cases go down over the summer, giving Canada a bit of a reprieve from this terrible virus. But by fall, case counts began to increase, first in young people, but then spreading to others, including most alarmingly to elderly people that we know are most at risk of dying of COVID. Most Canadians are worried, and many are frustrated to see our country experience, like so many others around the world, a resurgence of the disease. And with winter approaching, Canadians are looking for information. They want the facts. They want to know what is happening, what we're going to do next as leaders and as citizens to protect one another. Malheureusement,
unfortunately, there's a lot of false information on the internet and on social media, and this only amplifies the uncertainty and the fear which a lot of people are feeling naturally. A little earlier this week, Dr. Tam talked about the false information about the pandemic, which are spreading more quickly than ever and faster than the virus itself.
We have to work together to combat false information. And that's why strong public health leadership is essential during coronavirus pandemic, and why upholding confidence in our scientists and researchers, indeed in our experts, is so important. The Public Health Agency of Canada, Mr. Speaker, has consistently provided strong leadership since the first reports of COVID-19 started coming in late December. The agency has provided clear and direct information to Canadians about how they can protect their health and what they can do to protect the health of each other. And part of their work, indeed a critical part, has been to bring together the public health officials across the country to coordinate our nation's response. Provinces and territories have stepped up measures to contain the spread, from declaring states of emergency, closing schools and daycares, providing other public supports. And they've prepared their hospital systems while continuing to deliver needed services, increasing intensive care capacity, and making sure that they have the equipment on hand to deal with every situation. And governments at all levels are taking every step necessary to protect their residents. Canada has demonstrated an organized and collaborative approach with partners working together and supporting each other. And in fact, this collaboration is exactly what Canadians need so that they can have the tools, the support, the information, and the confidence to slow the spread of this virus. Pendant la première vague,
during the first wave, our government acted quickly to ensure that Canadians received the help they needed. We put more resources online to help support Canadians and their health and well-being, including information to help them fight the virus. Last May, the government announced an investment of $240.5 million to work with the provinces and the territories in order to make more accessible virtual healthcare services.
Engage safely with their regular healthcare providers via phone, text, or video conference. And they've also allowed patients to access specialist services during this time of uncertainty. And virtual tools have also provided access to trusted information, including the Canada COVID-19 mobile app, so Canadians can understand and track their symptoms and learn more about how to stay safe during the pandemic. We also recognize that Canadians have been coping with the effects of COVID-19 from a mental health perspective, and they're facing different degrees of stress. That's why we launched Wellness Together Canada, a free online portal which offers virtual mental health, well-being, and substance use supports to any Canadian who needs it. Our government is working closely with provinces and territories, innovators, and others to support rapid expansion of virtual care services and to continue to make these tools available to Canadians and their families. This is a key component of our government's work to keeping Canadians safe. For months, scientific teams around the world have been racing to develop a vaccine against the COVID-19 disease. Some of the vaccine candidates are now in phase 3 clinical trials, the final stage of the process before their potential approval. So today, I'll give you an update on our work to secure a COVID-19 vaccine for Canadians. Health Canada has now received submissions for authorization of 3 vaccines from Pfizer Canada and BioNTech SE from Moderna and from AstraZeneca in partnership with Oxford University. And the safety and effectiveness reviews of all of these vaccines has begun and will continue in real time as more data becomes available. And these are very important steps on the path to a vaccine, and we expect to receive submissions from other manufacturers soon. Health Canada has a rigorous and independent scientific review system in place to ensure that vaccines are safe and effective in preventing the disease that they target. And the decisions are always rooted in evidence and science, and Health Canada will only authorize a vaccine after careful review if its benefits clearly outweigh any potential risks. As the work continues on vaccines, we're also pursuing new tools as quickly as they are invented that will help us live safely with COVID-19. And this includes fast and effective testing and screening. Health Canada is working full speed to approve rapid point-of-care diagnostic and monitoring tests based on nucleic acid and antigen technologies to meet Canadian testing needs without compromising on standards for safety, effectiveness, and quality. As of October 21st, Health Canada has authorized 2 antigen tests for the diagnostics of COVID-19, the Abbott PanBio and the BD Veritor system. Antigen testing is one of the several emerging technologies that can be used to determine if a person is in fact infected with COVID-19, and the test works by detecting specific proteins associated with the virus. Samples for these tests need to be collected using a nose swab and are designed to provide results within 20 minutes, and the test needs to be carried out by a healthcare professional. To date, Health Canada has authorized 41 COVID-19 testing devices for sale in Canada, and a complete list of authorized testing devices is available on Health Canada website, along with many that are under review. Mr. Speaker, in addition to this, as Minister of Health, I signed an interim order that has helped speed up access to COVID-19 test kits. This follows the interim order I signed in March, which allowed for the exceptional importation of products related to COVID-19. When drugs are not available, Health Canada now has a legal pathway to bring alternative supplies of drugs to the Canadian market. A similar approach is also in place for medical devices. Health Canada is also doing what it can to plan ahead so that our country is in the best possible position to access drugs to treat and prevent COVID-19 as they become available. The health and safety of Canadians is the government's top priority. So before any test is authorized for use in Canada, it is subject to a thorough assessment by Health Canada's regulatory process to ensure that it's supported by sufficient evidence of safety, effectiveness, and quality. And we continue to engage with international regulators so that we can share this knowledge about new developments related to testing. And we proactively approach companies that have received approvals for testing technologies from other regulators, and we invite those companies to apply for authorization in Canada. We're also committed to global collaboration to end this pandemic, because this government knows that we will not see an end to COVID-19 unless we work together with all other countries. So we're supporting multiple organizations that are working at unprecedented speed to develop candidate vaccines. Last month, the government committed $440 million to the COVAX facility, and of this amount, $220 million will secure additional options for Canada to purchase doses of vaccine for Canadians. The other $220 million will finance the procurement of doses for low and middle income countries through the COVAX Advanced Market Commitment. And we've previously provided an initial contribution of $25 million to the COVAX facility. By joining this initiative, Canada is contributing funds towards collective efforts to develop a safe and effective and accessible COVID-19 vaccine for 172 participating economies across the world. And this mechanism also allows Canada to secure additional options for vaccine doses for use here. This approach complements the bilateral arrangements that we have in place with vaccine manufacturers and diversifies our investment in potential opportunity. But supporting other countries, let me be clear, in their fight against COVID-19 is an investment to protect Canada and Canadians, because this virus, Mr. Speaker, truly knows no borders. Mr. Speaker, the government is also working to ensure that healthcare and frontline workers have the PPE, medical equipment, and supplies that they require to do their jobs. And we're doing this through collaborative procurement with the provinces and territories, building domestic production capacity and identifying potential alternatives and ways to extend product life. And we've worked very rapidly to allocate PPE, medical equipment, and supplies to the provinces and territories. And I want to thank my colleagues, the ministers of health from across the country, for agreeing on an approach that's supported by all levels of government.
We have also accelerated the manufacturing process in Canada to get supplies now to meet current and future needs. Public Services and Procurement Canada is working directly with suppliers across the country to find PPE, medical equipment, and the necessary supplies, as well as viable alternative solutions as need be.
COVID-19 outbreak in Canada, long-term care facilities suffered a disproportionately high number of cases and, sadly, many deaths as well. In early April, the Public Health Agency of Canada released evidence-informed guidance for long-term care homes to help residents, seniors, and healthcare workers in long-term care homes remain safe and healthy. The guidance provides recommendations that complement provincial and territorial public health efforts to prevent and control healthcare-associated infections. And it was developed with the National Advisory Committee on Infection Prevention and Control and endorsed by the Pan-Canadian Special Advisory Committee. Also in April, the Canadian Armed Forces received a request for assistance to help provide care to some of Canada's most vulnerable seniors in response to COVID-19. CAF deployed personnel in support of long-term care facilities across Quebec and in the Greater Toronto Area as part of Operation Laser. Throughout these deployments, military personnel have worked closely with facility staff to help with day-to-day operations, support infection control and prevention, and provide general support and comfort wherever needed. And I want to thank the serving members of CAF for their incredible generosity and kindness. As we enter the second wave of the outbreak, though, Mr. Speaker, it's incredibly important that we work together to make sure that seniors in long-term care homes are protected. And that's why public health officials are closely monitoring COVID-19 cases in Canada and considering public health restrictions needed to protect the vulnerable. But the epidemiology of COVID-19, Mr. Speaker, is different across jurisdictions, and that means that the approach across Canada will not be the same in every place and will need to be tailored to the unique challenges and context of the disease in each province and territory. This summer, our government announced an agreement with provinces and territories that provides $19 billion to protect the health of Canadians, to get people safely back to work, and to prepare for resurgences. And the Safe Restart Agreement includes investments in priority areas for the next 6 to 8 months, including supporting the most vulnerable, including seniors in long-term care facilities and nursing homes. Canada successfully enhanced public health surveillance for COVID-19 in very short order, strengthening our ability to monitor the number of cases, trends over time, severity of cases, and demographics of cases. And this information is shared, Mr. Speaker, with the public with regular updates made on the canada.ca/coronavirus website. And I'm very happy that all levels of government are working so closely to share this information and to provide timely evidence that not only informs and supports the public health response, Mr. Speaker, but provides access to researchers and scientists who are studying COVID-19 in the Canadian context and providing very valuable evidence that can draw our future responses. The COVID-19 pandemic has shed a light, though, on needed improvements related to public health data and systems in Canada, and this includes timeliness, completeness, and granularity. Systemic and long-standing challenges affect Canada's health data system, including resources and capacity, IT infrastructure, and clarity and data governance. But we do need to make progress in this area, Mr. Speaker, because, in fact, federal, provincial, and territorial jurisdictions not only have an obligation to gather and make good use of data, but their citizens require that data in order to stay safe. In addition, the $19 billion invested in the Safe Restart Agreement that includes funding to increase testing and contact tracing and data management included monies to ensure the safety of seniors in long-term care homes by improving infectious disease protocols. Our goal is to ensure that Canada has data intelligence needed to identify, prevent, monitor, and respond to current and future health issues, protect the health of Canadians, and support the economy. Across Canada, all levels of government are pulling out the stops to help slow the spread of the virus. But ultimately, individual decisions and choices also have a critical impact on public health and safety. The Government of Canada has a consistent message to Canadians: protect yourselves and others. Wash your hands, practice social distancing, stay home when you're sick, and wear a mask. These things can help manage the spread of the virus, but also download the COVID Alert app to help slow the spread. I'm so proud of Canadians and the sacrifices that they have made to keep each other safe. We need to keep it up, Mr. Speaker, until it's safe again, to slowly and carefully dial back the measures that we now have in place. Mr. Speaker, this is just a snapshot of what the government is doing to protect the health and safety of Canadians from COVID-19. As you can imagine, an incalculable amount of work is going on behind the scenes with our many partners across all orders of government, and indeed with researchers and scientists who are generously donating their time and their energy to help all Canadians. And all of this work, Mr. Speaker, deepens our understanding of the virus every day, gives us the scientific evidence and the data that we need to inform and evolve our public health response, to help with decision-making and planning at local, at national, and at international levels. We've learned a lot about this virus over the past year, Mr. Speaker. We have learned that if we relax too much or too soon, COVID-19 will certainly come back. So we must continue with strong public health efforts to reduce the transmission of the virus and minimize its overall impact, including the social and economic impacts on Canadians. We must also plan and be ready for the future, as there's still so much that we don't know about COVID-19. So as the situation evolves, so too must our response. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I think it's unfortunate that this motion is specifically designed by the member for Calgary-Nose Hill for the government to have such a challenge to respond. Our initial analysis of this motion indicates that the very officials that are working day and night on Canada's response will be removed from their immediate tasks. In fact, instead of working together to protect Canadians during this difficult time, the member would prefer to divert their focus to an unnecessary task that does not help Canadians in any way manage the months to come. This at a time when COVID-19 cases are surging across the country and posing unprecedented challenges on Canadians. We need to stay focused on what matters now, Mr. Speaker. You don't do the post-battle review in the middle of the fight. I can assure you that the Government of Canada will continue to do everything within our power and jurisdiction to respond to the COVID-19 pandemic, to protect the health and safety and well-being of Canadians during these difficult and challenging times. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Just can't help herself, eh, Mr. Speaker? All right, we do have to do a review right now because the number of cases in Ontario today are record, which means that the government's response has failed. So we need to understand things like the minister didn't answer the Canadian press yesterday. Who's getting rapid tests, when, how many, what criteria? She fails to answer this question. She tells me, oh, take a briefing. Then she hangs up 2 minutes into the call. This is why this committee needs to exist. We need answers. So this is Parliament. I would like to remember what we do here. We debate, we talk about different changes and things. So if she thinks that this production order is unreasonable, just saying we can't have the documents, that's not up for debate today. So what is a reasonable timeline? And when does she think that they could reasonably be produced to Parliament? By the way, 6 months, 3 months, not on the table.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I think that's a perfectly reasonable question from the member opposite. And I'm sure that should we sit together and the House leaders discuss, I'm sure we could determine a time that would be reasonable and that would actually suffice to produce the documents that the member opposite is looking for, but within a time frame that would allow health officials to stay focused on what their priority is right now, Mr. Speaker, which is the many, many tasks they have to protect Canadians as we move forward with the virus.
Question et commentaire. L'honorable député de Montcalm.
The honourable member for Montcalm. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before us, we have the worst sanitary and economic crisis that the world has known. All experts that appeared before the committee, and I imagine that the minister is following what the committee is studying, have told us that the chronic underfunding from this government has weakened our healthcare system. And so when there's a big surprise like this pandemic, then the system cracks. And so prevention was made impossible. Today, will the minister tell us that she has done everything that was necessary to learn from this pandemic, realizing now that we need to increase healthcare funding through health transfers? What is she waiting for? Does she believe that, as it stands, structural investments? Well, you know, Mr. Speaker, there's the economy, there's ad hoc expenditures, and there's what will help our healthcare system. And what will help our healthcare system is a long-term, predictable funding that meets the needs of everyone in the field. What is she waiting for? The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I really appreciate the member opposite's focus on prevention. And I think actually early on in the pandemic, I was asked a question about public health and prevention and said that all governments at all levels and all stripes had failed to invest enough in prevention and public health. And I stand by that statement, Mr. Speaker. I think that this is a lesson for the world, that in fact the investments that you make to prevent the disease outbreak from happening are the ones that will pay the greatest dividends. And it's hard to remember that, Mr. Speaker, in between pandemics. But things like investing in, for example, public housing and investing in our healthcare systems and investing in the wellness of every citizen and reducing poverty and inequality, Mr. Speaker, is some of the best money that we'll spend.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
Correct. Listen with great interest. My honourable colleague talked about reducing poverty as a health outcome. Right now, today, in her riding, hundreds of people have been evacuated from Nescandaga because they don't have access to water. They don't have access to water. Now, this is a community that's gone 25 years without having clean water. But the system is so broken in Neskantaga, after the Prime Minister's promise to clean it up, the sewage lifts aren't working, they can't get water to the school, people are getting water from the buckets, they've had to fly out, and as of last night, the government was refusing to even pay for the evacuation. Well, of course, now they've been shamed into that. I want to know what this minister is going to do today to deal with the crisis of people from Neskantaga who are in her ridings being put up in hotels because they have no homes to go back to, because they have no access to safe drinking water in their community.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I completely concur with the member opposite that not having running water and access to clean water is not acceptable in Canada today, and that's why it's been such a priority of our government to address the significant deficit in drinking water and sanitation of water across this country and First Nations communities. Mr. Speaker, I feel for the people of Neskantaga. I'm happy that they are in Thunder Bay while this problem gets sorted out. I immediately reached out to my colleague, Minister Miller, because, of course, there is much to do, and we'll be there for the people of Neskantaga, Mr. Speaker, as we sort through what needs to happen next.
Questions and comments by virtual connection. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Highlands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to the Honourable Minister for Health and the member for Calgary Nose Hill, I hope that this Parliament will find a way to move forward so that the questions that are being asked in this motion can be addressed in a way that doesn't sidetrack Health Canada's response in the midst of a pandemic. In that spirit, I want to ask the Honourable Minister for Health if she does not see ways that perhaps communications staff, Health Canada's a big organization, can't questions be answered without diverting. We don't just have a handful of people in the Public Health Agency or in Health Canada. Surely parliamentarians are allowed to investigate how we've handled the pandemic thus far without completely denying the Government of Canada the tools we need to continue to fight the pandemic.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member for her, as always, rational and solution-focused offering. And I'll just say this to her. I think there is a path forward where we could work through House leaders on a time frame that might be more manageable for the department. As the member knows, and the member opposite knows, we are talking about thousands and thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of documents. I certainly would be more than happy to work with the department to make sure that we had a reasonable time frame that suits the purpose of the House.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Regina Capel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Minister, in her speech, indicated that she was very concerned about the misinformation that was being spread around the coronavirus. I'd like to read a quote from February 17th. The long-term implications of shutting borders is that they're not very effective. You know who said that? The Minister of Health. The Minister of Health also said that the risk remains low, that there's no evidence that this virus is spread without symptoms, and even praised the government of China's handling of reporting to the WHO and other countries about the coronavirus in its own country. Mr. Speaker, if the minister is concerned about spreading misinformation, maybe she should stop doing press conferences. And what we're dealing here, Mr. Speaker, is a request for information, because Canadians were told that by going through great sacrifices, seeing their businesses closed, going bankrupt, watching loved ones die alone, that they were buying the government time to increase the number of personal protective equipment that Canada has, fast-tracking approvals, purchasing ventilators. And here we are months later, and all of those things still haven't happened. That's why parliamentarians are trying to get to the bottom of this. When it came to the HoC scandal, this government was able to hit print and dump thousands of documents on the committee, and they even took the time to redact them. So if the government can take the time to try to throw a smoke screen away from its corruption, why can't they take the time to provide this information to the House of Commons?
Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, and the member opposite's comments reflect, I think, a lack of understanding about how scientific theory evolves. That, in fact, we didn't know a lot about COVID-19 when it first emerged. It emerged, as you know, in curious circumstances, as viruses always do, with very little knowledge. We did not know how it spread. We did not know how to protect ourselves. We did not know the nature of the virus. We still don't know so much, Mr. Speaker, about the virus. Does it cause long-term impacts in people people who acquire the virus, for example. Mr. Speaker, every step of the way, we have worked with our researchers, our scientists, and our public health officers, and we have provided information through the lens of science, Mr. Speaker. It is incredibly important that the member opposite understand that science evolves.
Question and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Here we are, Mr. Speaker, in the second wave, and there is literally, if you read the motion that's being proposed, it is a huge amount of information that's being requested from a department that is already in constant contact with the different provinces, territories, Indigenous groups, and so many others, and yet they're demanding so much information within 15 days. Does the Minister believe that is at all reasonable?
Well, Minister of Health.
Well, first, Mr. Speaker, I will just say that in terms of the Health Committee and provision of documents, we have provided hundreds, if not thousands, of documents and hours of testimony from officials, from our researchers, from our scientists, from Dr. Tam and myself, and we continue to be there to provide information to HESA and documents to the committee as required. I think the challenge, Mr. Speaker, is that the motion is written in a way that is intentionally meant to overwhelm the department with a demand that right now I believe would be best served to, the department would be best served to stay focused on what's really important, Mr. Speaker, which is how we will help Canadians through the next wave, how we will ensure the provinces and territories have what they need, how will we ensure that we have the vaccines and that they unfold in a way that access is available to Canadians. Thank you.
Reprise de débat.
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The first words I spoke when we came back here in this House had to do with COVID patients that had been fully affected, and I shared my compassion with the families of these people and those who have died and those who are still suffering. I also have a particular thought for non-COVID patients because, indeed, there are collateral effects stemming from this pandemic. Today, we have an opposition motion, a motion that should have been adopted on the 9th of October. And I would like to commend all patients that suffer from rare illnesses, those who on the 9th of October were expecting our committee had there not been filibustering from Liberal MPs who could have adopted the motion that was tabled before that committee. We could have adopted that motion so we could hear from these patients so they could tell us how these directives could completely change their lives and their right to life and their access to innovative medication. I would like to commend them because too often we forget those who suffer from the collateral effects of this unprecedented global health crisis. I would like this motion to be adopted by this House. I hope that my Liberal colleagues will use their executive power to sit down in this House. To sit in this House, first and foremost, we have to represent the people. And if we want to represent the people, we have to realize that the power of this country comes from Parliament and not the executive. And so I ask Liberal members to play their roles as legislators, to take a step back from the requirements of ruling. They should do like us and question how the Liberal government managed this crisis. They need to ask for accountability rather than simply just being talking heads of the executive power. I ask that this motion be adopted in this House so that we can move on to other matters at the Health Committee. I expected the Liberal MPs to be ready for the next meeting after the 9th of October. And I was ready for the Liberal MPs to present amendments. For example, on Monday, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House states that it would be very useful if there was a bit more flexibility on timelines, but where are these amendments on the necessary timeline? That was my preamble, Mr. Speaker. I would also like to say that I will be sharing my time with the member for Beauport-Limoilou. So here we are, this morning, compelled to discuss a motion that should have already been adopted. Every single expert that appeared before us during the first wave of the pandemic, where there was a spirit of collaboration between colleagues, because we were all looking for solutions. We were trying to understand what we were facing together. We were trying to understand how we could all help people ride the wave of this pandemic. We were told that there would be a second wave, and that this second wave would perhaps be even more deadly and more difficult to weather. But currently there is no vaccine, there is no medication, there is no valid and good blood test. We're therefore seeing only social distancing and the time between now and a vaccine. And until we have a vaccine, we are vulnerable.
A great deal of money has been spent. A great deal. Billions have been spent, and that's all right, spent it to support. But there's some 340 billion, but only 2% went to health. At a time when we're going through the worst health crisis in the world, and there's a problem with that. The Parliamentary Budget Officer has said, well, be careful, because if you run deficits over the next 2 years with the 340 billion, well, it'll be very problematic. So, Mr. Speaker, we need to make a distinction between ad hoc amounts, expenditures, and what I would call sustainable investments that will help us get back on our feet. Health transfers, which are one of the points on the agenda, one of the points in the motion, well, that represents a big part of the solution of what we need to do to face future pandemics. Now, what are we hearing from the Liberal government since we resumed work? Well, you made a big mess of long-term care facilities, for example. We had to send in the army. And the armies, these are the same people that are being sent abroad to do missions, but it's completely reasonable to have them here. But, Mr. Speaker, workers, attendants, orderlies, frontline workers weren't properly protected from the outset because there was a shortage. And we learned quite quickly that the stockpile was empty. We also learned that we were sending help elsewhere because we were sure we'd never be affected. For 25 years, health transfers have been cut. And as a result, when the Minister of Health realized that what the situation was, and they tried to move quickly, well, unfortunately, there were some workers who had to go into more than one long-term care facility to work in order to make ends meet. And that doesn't help in a pandemic. So I agree with us looking inwards, taking responsibility, and then putting in place standards so that this never happens again, where we abandon our seniors in long-term care facilities. We can take on our responsibilities, but if someone who didn't do the work over 25 years, didn't transfer the funding, for them to come and say, well, we're going to tell you what to do and how to do it, and in terms of long-term care facilities, the government doesn't even know what it's talking about in terms of standards because the situation is provincial and it's different from one province to the next. Well, good luck, because they don't have the experience nor the competency necessary to do that. Various federal governments, Mr. Speaker, because people are concerned with health, want to have a say. But for the past 25 years, they should have kept their word, provided funding to take care of people, because it's our money and they have to give it back to us in the provinces. These transfers to the provinces represent 22%, and we need 35%. So the difference between is a $22 billion amount. Now the federal government keeps saying it's been giving a lot. $188 billion is what the provinces give for health, and the federal sends back 42. So there's a shortfall. It's time for the government to do its job instead of trying to lecture us. Mr. Speaker, it would be a good idea for the government to say that they are going to reinsure all health networks and invest and respond present to the common front being put forth by the provinces to restore our networks, because in Quebec, that's what we're trying to do, and elsewhere as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Bellechasse, Les Etchemins, Lévis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to congratulate my colleague for his remarks and for his work at committee. My question is this: is it not our responsibility as opposition members to ensure that the response to the pandemic is as adequate as possible, to help families, companies, to people who are struggling because of the pandemic? And I salute the honourable member for his work at committee. How is it then that the Liberals don't want us to help them do a better job to fight the pandemic? And how does he explain the government's refusal to enable the committee to do its work so that the response of the government, the Canadian government, is the best that it can be for the people of Canada and Quebec? The honourable member for Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, the motion talks about questioning and examining the testing protocols, and I don't see where there's a problem there. When we talk about wanting to look at the supply of vaccines, there's been conflict of interest, etc. We need to examine the situation. Are we ready? Will we have what we need? Will there be, because there will be a vaccine? I don't see a vaccine rather. I don't think there'll be a problem there. And with respect to information from public health, well, they should have had the ability to look across the globe and ensure that we weren't dependent on the WHO that was asleep at the switch, for example. Now, when we say that we need to look at the sufficiency of transfer payments, well, I hope the Conservatives will acknowledge that cutting the escalator was a mistake. I would have liked the Leader of the Opposition to acknowledge that earlier. And when we talk about looking at the availability of equipment, we know that there was a problem with the availability of equipment. We want to have access to documents so that we can understand the situation and to ask more specific, pointed questions at committee. Where's the problem with that, Mr. Speaker? Unless it's just that they don't like it to have members who do their jobs and they don't want to be accountable, and the Liberals don't want to be transparent.
Conference, the honourable member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to my friend, the member from Montcalm. I too am on the Health Committee, and I have to say I share with him many of the frustrations and what we're dealing with in the committee and trying to get back on track in studying this issue. I'd say there were two big issues that I had with this present motion. The first of them was the volume, the sheer size of the number of documents that were required. But also in that motion, there's a list of what the Conservatives and what the opposition parties wanted to study. And certainly we weren't consulted on that list. So it sets a menu. And the menu was set without the input of the Liberals. And frankly, I think that menu left out a whole bunch of things, such as how we manage the risk faced by Northern Indigenous communities, how we face the risk faced by the homeless. There's nothing on that list about the global response to the pandemic and our desire perhaps to ensure that people around the world have access to vaccines through the COVAX. So it's, in my mind, an inadequate list. I would ask the member if he does not agree that perhaps in setting this motion that we have to first of all get some cooperation, including cooperation with the governing party. Thank you.
The honourable member for Montcalm. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. I'd like to draw his attention to the sentence that says that this examine all relevant issues, including, and then there's a list. And what he has added could be added to the list so that we can get down to work at committee, working together, because the people who are listening to us today deserve a situation where we are doing our job around the table at the Health Committee. Resuming debate. The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Dealing with the pandemic is not a routine matter. The last one dates back more than 100 years ago when it was the Spanish flu. No one here experienced that time. Now, some of you may think that the member for Sorel did, but that's not the case, and I really love you, Louis. Even if we had wanted to learn from the last pandemic, it would have been difficult given the context and realities of the time that are light years away from what we know today. Over the past few months, we've gone through great upheavals from all perspectives: personal, social, economic, etc. We have come together. We've worked shoulder to shoulder. We had to act quickly to help our fellow citizens. During my discussions with the business groups in Beauport, they said the same. The programs weren't perfect, but we had to act quickly. But the battle isn't over. The virus is still present, and our citizens still need help and support. They also need reassurances about the future. Do we have what it takes to deal with another wave or another pandemic? How can we ensure that we meet the needs of the health sector and the general population without going into debt beyond our ability to repay? How can we hold our heads high and remain a country that is aware of its needs, but also those of less fortunate countries? My primary training is as a high school history and geography teacher. Knowing our history allows us to learn from our successes and failures, both as human beings and as a society. Knowing and understanding one's past, even recent, allows us to avoid repeating certain mistakes and to build on our successes. To do so as a historian, we need more than one source of information. My goal today is to help people understand the importance of planning, listening, and collaboration. Allow me to go back in time somewhat. In October-November 2019, when many of us, including me, we're just beginning to familiarize ourselves with our responsibilities as members of Parliament, we learned that a new disease was raging in Wuhan, China, a disease so contagious that the authorities decided fairly quickly to completely close the city. In fact, one of my first cases was a request for repatriation, and I remember asking the person, as soon as I knew he would be back, to quarantine for 14 days. Soon after, we learned that Chinese authorities were building 2 hospitals, and that they were doing so in record time. From that point on, I began to wonder about our level of preparation. What did we learn from the SARS crisis in Toronto? What do we need? Do we have it? If we don't, do we have enough? How are we going to get it? Will we be able to produce it? How long will it take? At what cost? Is our health infrastructure ready? Will our government infrastructure be ready? What are the plans to help people get through the situation? In short, I was wondering if we had an emergency plan. And unfortunately, I can't say today that we had a plan ready to deal with the situation. Even though we lived through the SARS crisis and we had the almost unexpected opportunity to be warned through our observations of what was happening elsewhere in the world. As a matter of urgency, we established contacts with Asian suppliers for surgical and N95 masks, latex and nitrile gloves and gowns. The population responded present. Companies began to convert their alcohol production into disinfectant. In Beauport-Limoilou, the Stadacone distillery did so. In Saint-Augustin-des-Maures, it was another distillery that did so, Vice Vertu. A cooperative of seamstresses in Montreal succeeded in recruiting seamstresses to produce thousands of masks, to produce visors as well. Not only did the parties work shoulder to shoulder, not only did people in the House stand shoulder to shoulder, so did the people of this country. Despite all the goodwill, there have been discrepancies, and we must learn from those discrepancies so that we don't repeat them. It's not only a matter of protecting the health of our fellow citizens, but also protecting public finances. We must never forget that the money that we spend comes from somewhere, from the people who pay taxes. Procurement is a complex issue. It requires us to have eyes and thoughts everywhere, since all departments and services that have needs involve contracting with suppliers of goods and services. History has taught us that in time of a crisis, there are times when exceptions are made and the public may not realize it until the crisis is over. We need to avoid that. We must maintain confidence in the population in our institutions and our work. One of the things we need is PPE. I won't go through over the whole list, but on a weekly basis, members of the Standing Committee on Government Operations had telephone meetings with procurement to get an update on the status of supplies, but also to ask questions. Why not source more from Quebec and Canada? We don't have the resources, we heard. Well, how do we organize to get them? How can we reduce our dependency on China? Why did 2 aircraft come back empty? Why do we have so much material that comes in and that's not compliant? Can't we test it on site instead of here? How many companies have supply contracts at present? How is it that millions of masks were in a warehouse? We can't renew the stock. These are questions that we have. We need to focus on building things here. We need to have a Build in Canada plan because we have the innovation to do so. And any virus to be fought needs research on the RNA, on immune responses, on treatments, vaccines. Everyone agreed that we shouldn't allow industrialized countries to monopolize access to vaccines. There was agreement that there was a risk of monopoly if governments invested public money directly in private companies without oversight. Everyone agreed that studies should be collaborative and not a new source of competition between countries. The old boys club of the world has gone from my missile is bigger than yours to I can produce a vaccine faster than you. Canada announced in April that it was investing in research made here. The next day, a BC company had funding. A committee was struck. All of the other companies didn't receive any funding. It took months for Canadian and Quebec companies to receive subsidies for vaccines at a time when they signed contracts with foreign companies, but not here. And those foreign companies, well, could we see what the contracts are all about? Now let's talk about rapid tests. Canada invested in a company that needed to make rapid tests. They cost $8,000 each, if I remember correctly. And there was a too high a percentage of error rate. Did the company continue research? We need to rapid tests, and we've just learned that there are 100,000 available. That's barely enough to keep Ontario and Quebec going for 5 days. I'll continue with respirators. Now, a Canadian consortium was formed to create innovative ventilators that require fewer moving parts. But we've learned now that a company was set up, and 10 days later, they became a multi-million-dollar company. How many of us are in a position to be able to become multimillionaires after a mere 10 days? These are just a few examples, because I could go on and on and on. I could fill 20 minutes with examples. And I said that supply was a big file. It's a hot topic. It's one where every deficiency and every error needs to be identified. We need to focus on what needs to be changed. There are a number of scandals that have come to light as well. And frankly, my constituents and I are sick and tired of the scandals. We're fed up with them. We need to act honestly with transparency. These are not only values that I hold dear, but also the values that my constituents are demanding of me. And I would hope that these are values shared by members on the government benches and for their constituents. They want to see honesty and transparency. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Mr. Speaker, deeply appreciated what you say. Common sense on this side of the floor. Very good. We have tools in this House when a motion comes forward and we aren't happy with it. We can make amendments. We can make amendments on this side of the floor. It can also be done on the other side of the floor. And we heard from the member from Thunder Bay, Rainy River, about things that he thought should have been included even when it was at the Health Committee level. And I don't sense that that happened there. And then Winnipeg North, the member is saying, you know, this is too tight a timeline, as well as the minister herself. So I'm wondering what your perspective is on the complaints, but the inability to realize that maybe they could come up with some good suggestions that we could all work together and make this motion happen.
The member for Beauport-Limoilou. I'd like to thank my colleague for her excellent question. Last year, in the speech from the throne, there was a call for everyone to work together, the government and opposition parties, and that's exactly what we're asking for. And we need it more than ever in a pandemic in order to protect Canadians and our public accounts. So we need to work together. If everybody agrees to the amendment, let's pass it, let's show our goodwill and work together. We're willing to do so on this side, but we're waiting for the other side to also want to work in collaboration as they claim they want to do. The member for Glengarry, Prescott, Russell. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for Beauport-Limoilou. I'd like to remind her, because we sit on the Government Operations Committee together, on June 5th, 2020, we adopted a motion with regard to the production of documents with Health Canada, Public Safety Canada, and Public Works Canada. The documents were produced, but contrary to what this motion is proposing, trade secrets are not covered. The opposition MPs say that trade secrets will be protected, and yet there are parts of the motion, paragraph Y, refers to all companies producing vaccines. So I'm just wondering whether she's spoken with suppliers in Quebec who would be willing to reveal their industrial secrets, because we know that this motion, if passed, would directly affect individuals in Quebec and Canada. The member for Beauport-Limoilou. I'd like to thank my esteemed colleague for his question, and I actually appreciate working with him on the Government Operations Committee. Now, at the beginning of the pandemic, throughout the world, and I alluded to this in my speech, scientists were saying that everybody has to work together, and ideally, research should be open source. That is, everybody should make their research available to everyone else, and making money off the research should be avoided. Now, there's a company in my writing that makes innovative, or rather, that produces vaccines in a very innovative way. So would this company want to share its processes and maybe reveal part of their processes? Well, I think it's possible, and I do understand that there are trade secrets that are involved, and everybody wants to make money on the backs of everyone else. But is this the time to do so? I'm not sure, especially this government, which says it invests great amounts of money.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague, the member for the Bloc Québécois. Unfortunately, as a Green Party, we are not included. We don't sit on House committees. My colleague, the member for Fredericton, is working very hard, as usual, on the Health Committee, and I myself agree with my colleague that there has to be more transparency, and we need access to all of those documents, especially on an important issue, which is the government response to the pandemic, the very serious pandemic. So I'll put another question to my colleague. What does she...
Qu'elle puisse répondre.
I'm sorry, your time is up. The member for Beauport-Limoilou, very quickly, please. Well, I would have liked to have heard the full answer of my colleague who participated in the work of the Government Operations Committee this summer. She did great work. I understand the direction of her question, and yes, I do agree it's important that everyone work together in the interest of all Canadians and Quebecers. In order to achieve that, sharing information between opposition and government MPs, taking a step back to better plan, is important.
For Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On behalf of my colleagues, I am honored to speak to this motion as health critic for Canada's New Democrats. I think there is broad agreement in this House that since early 2020, COVID is clearly the #1 public health issue facing our country. It is the most serious pandemic facing our world for the last 100 years. It has profoundly affected the health of our population, costing some 10,000 Canadians their lives so far. It has profoundly affected the way our society operates, and of course has caused unbelievable damage to our economy and the financial well-being of millions of Canadians. It has caused incredible dislocation, emotional, physical, and social damage. It has also exposed pre-existing and serious deficiencies in our healthcare system. Last session, starting in March, the Health Committee started studying the COVID pandemic and this government's response to it in broad terms. We were tasked with looking into any issue as it related to COVID-19. We met twice per week, almost every week until mid-July. We heard from many experts and stakeholders, some 170 epidemiologists, infectious disease experts, public health officials, health professionals from every discipline, unions, emergency room specialists, researchers, international officials. And here are some of the deficiencies that evidence revealed. Canadians were horrified to see the appalling conditions in which many of our seniors in care lived, and we witnessed the terrible specter of seeing 80% of the COVID-19 deaths in Canada's long-term care homes. This is the highest percentage of deaths in long-term care of any nation in the OECD. This crisis was so severe that the Army had to be called in to Ontario and Quebec. They detailed hundreds of examples of outrageously poor treatment of our seniors, ranging from poor nutrition to forced feeding to outright neglect. Seniors left alone for hours, crying in pain, soaked in their own excrement, crammed forward to a room with no proper infection control, being administered expired medication, dying alone without access to their family. It exposed the absolute precarity, inefficiency, and inequity of job-based health benefits, where millions of Canadians have seen their coverage for things like prescription medicine, dental services, and ancillary health services of all kinds gone. They join the tens of millions of Canadians who never have had this coverage for the medicine their doctors prescribe and the dental care they desperately need, and which this government and all governments before them at the federal level have allowed to develop. It exposed a decade of inadequate planning by successive Conservative and Liberal governments to properly prepare Canada for a major health emergency. Indeed, Canadians were shocked to see our health professionals, our nurses, our care aides, our hospital staff, and first responders have to go without basic personal protective equipment like masks, gloves, and gowns because there was a national shortage due to poor public health planning. We witnessed this government have to throw out over 2.5 million pieces of personal protective equipment because they were left to expire in a warehouse, the casualty of successive federal, Conservative, and Liberal governments who neglected to set up a proper inventory control management system for Canada's emergency stockpile of equipment. We faced the specter of being caught without sufficient ventilators and narrowly dodged forcing our intensive care doctors from making the terrible choice that some countries had to make as to who did and who did not get access to life-saving intubation. It showed the negative effects of decades of neoliberal trade policy that left Canada vulnerable and dependent on countries like China and Donald Trump's United States for basic medical supplies and equipment, offshored to the cheapest manufacturers with no regard for the health threats this caused Canadian patients in their time of need. It revealed that this Liberal government inexplicably and irresponsibly dismantled Canada's excellent emergency early warning health system, the Global Public Health Intelligence Network, just months before the COVID pandemic erupted in Canada, costing us precious time, preparation, and in fact, the very lives of Canadians. It highlighted the totally misguided and poor public policy choice first made by the Harper Conservative government to limit federal health transfers to the provinces to 3% when actual healthcare costs in Canada rise by an average of 5.2% every year. This causes a chronic and ever-worsening funding problem in our provincial health systems, a policy that was then adopted by this Liberal government, who had promised to do better, but who simply continued this damaging and dangerous healthcare underfunding. Now, why is this motion before the House, Madam Speaker? Before adjourning in the summer, the Health Committee was preparing a report summarizing that evidence and preparing recommendations to this government based on the excellent information we received. This government then prorogued Parliament in mid-August. This eliminated the Health Committee, like all committees, and wiped out all the evidence we had accumulated. So, upon returning to Parliament this September, we had to start from square one. We had a brand new throne speech. We had to reconstitute all of the committees. We had to re-elect the chairs and vice chairs. We had to re-adopt the rules of the committees. We had to determine our new order of business. Now, I want to pause for a moment and mention the positive impact that New Democrats have had on the throne speech from a health point of view. Through working with this government and using our leverage for Canadians, not our party interests, we successfully enlarged the Liberal plan to award paid sick days only to those with COVID or awaiting diagnosis, instead giving it to all Canadians who have an underlying condition that may make them vulnerable to COVID-19. This brought paid sick days from the thousands who the Liberal plan would have helped to millions of Canadians because of NDP work. Of course, this pleases me particularly as health critic because ensuring that Canadians can stay home from work when it is necessary for their health is a critically important health measure, and one that is especially important when we are dealing with an infectious disease. But because of the Liberal prorogation delay, since July and to this date, October 22, the Health Committee has met twice. For the record, as health critic for the NDP, I want to register my deep objection to this unnecessary and politically motivated prorogation, done transparently to cut off committee examination into various political scandals of the Liberal government, including the WE matter. I say this because, in a global pandemic, every day, week, and month matters. Canadians deserve and expect their political representatives to be focusing their attention on their health and economic needs, not the partisan interests of the Prime Minister, the Liberal Party, or his family. We have lost valuable time to do our important job as the House of Commons Health Committee, to hold this government accountable for its decisions, but also to develop positive recommendations that can help it improve its delivery of health services to Canadians. So what happened at HoC in the last two meetings? Well, the Liberals came to committee suggesting we study singular aspects of the COVID-19 pandemic. One asked for its impact purely on long-term care, and the other purely on mental health, each as a separate study and limited to those issues. They did not deal whatsoever with the evidence that had been given so far this year, presumably leaving that evidence to wither on the vine. The Liberals had no suggestions for the production of any documents that may aid the committee in our work. On behalf of the NDP, I served 3 motions notice proposing a study of the following in this order. First, to continue our study of COVID, adopting all of the evidence we heard in 2020 so that we did not lose this vital and valuable information. I propose that we continue on with our COVID study, unlimited in scope, and focus on any and all issues of concern now. I propose that we didn't need to go over already well-tilled areas, but instead we should focus on what would be the most important and productive to preserve and protect Canadians' health now. These are things like, where are we at with vaccine development and access for Canadians? What is the distribution protocol for vaccines going to be? What is the status of potential treatment therapies for those with COVID-19, especially important in case we do not soon develop a vaccine? Why the GFIN was dismantled by the Liberals, and more importantly, what is the status of this vital early warning system now? What considerations and resources are needed to deal with the second wave, and maybe a third wave in the new year that are clearly upon us? What is the status of testing and contact tracing, both of which we have heard repeatedly are essential components of any successful battle plan against transmission of the virus? How can we develop safe protocols to help reunite families who have been cruelly separated for many months? How can we best utilize the best science and evidence-based advice, whether it is from global health organizations, other countries, or within Canada? I propose this as the first order of business for the Health Committee, as once again, the COVID crisis is without doubt the most important health issue gripping our country. Incidentally, I also serve notice of 2 other important areas that I believe we need to study after we complete our COVID examination, whenever that may be. First is universal dental care as an insured service for every Canadian, because some 12 million Canadians do not have any dental coverage whatsoever, and many more have substandard coverage for a part of our health that has so far been too long ignored and treated as a private matter for the wealthy or those that can afford it. And I also proposed we study Indigenous health, because Indigenous people rank among the lowest in virtually every major metric of health, a statistic that ought to cause every parliamentarian to hang our heads in shame. Procedurally, I tendered 2 motions to request production of documents to the committee. These concerned necessary documents to help us understand the very secretive activities of the Liberal-appointed Vaccine Task Force, a body that is filled with a mixture of industry and corporate representatives who have not disclosed their conflicts of interest, even as they make recommendations to this government for specific vaccine investments. The other motion concerned details around the government's plan as to how they intend to roll out vaccine for Canadians, if and when they're available to do so. I would also note my disappointment that the current health minister has refused to answer my question in this House as to whether or not vaccines will be made available at no cost to Canadians, as the NDP believes ought to be the case on social justice and public health grounds. And the Conservatives tabled a motion very similar to that before the House today. So what happened at committee? The Liberals stalled consideration of this motion, arguing in turn that it is either too broad or not inclusive enough. They haven't made up their minds. They adamantly refused to consider any production of documents of any kind to the committee whatsoever, arguing mainly that their government and public servants are much too busy to be bothered to gather this information for Parliament. And they use the valuable time of the Health Committee in a pandemic to stall by filibustering debate, meaning talking out the clock to avoid any vote on this motion, which they knew a majority of committee members and parties, namely the Conservatives, the Bloc, and the NDP, supported. So nothing got done at either of the first 2 Health Committee meetings in any substantive manner, because the Liberals refused to respect the will of the majority of the committee. Now, I would point out at this point some important facts, Madam Speaker. We are in a minority parliament. Canadians, in their wisdom, in 2019 saw fit to give no party a majority claim on power. This means that it is the Canadian people's democratic determination that they expect us to work together and seek a majority across party lines. No one party can have a veto in this Parliament. Second, this Parliament requires cooperation among the parties and parliamentarians. Canadians, I believe, want us to make this Parliament work. They expect us to put down our partisan guards, at least to some extent, and make the compromises necessary that reason and fairness dictate. So, I and my NDP colleagues intend to support this motion because it represents the will of the majority of members of the Health Committee. We support it because it places COVID where it should be, as the Health Committee's #1 priority. I support it because it allows the committee to focus our attention in any area that we deem most helpful and important, just like we did in the first session. It provides each party with an equal number of witnesses at every meeting, ensuring balanced and diverse viewpoints are heard, and every committee member can make sure that they call witnesses in the area that they want to delve into. It allows each party to provide witnesses in the area they want highlighted, from rapid testing to mental health to long-term care to vaccine development, all of which are priorities identified by each of the parties at committee, including Liberals. It gives the committee access to documents that are reasonable and necessary to hold the government to account in a responsible manner. Now, on this latter point of disclosure of documents, the current Prime Minister pledged Canadians upon being elected in 2015 that his government would be, quote, open by default, end quote. He said he would unmuzzle scientists and civil servants. The Prime Minister promised that his government would be transparent and would not utilize the tools of secrecy and redaction that had become the hallmark of the Harper government that had come before him. Madam Speaker, how times change. We have seen far too many examples of this pledge being broken by this Liberal government, who now routinely refuse to produce documents, heavily redact them, and violate instructions to have redactions performed by Parliamentary Counsel instead of ministry officials. This must stop. Committees have a powerful duty and right to order production of documents in unredacted or properly redacted form. This is a long-standing and crucial power of committees in a responsible and democratic government. It is essential to hold a government accountable. When a government refuses to disclose documents or heavily redacts them, as has unfortunately become a routine practice by this Liberal government to avoid political embarrassment, they do much more than damage their own reputation. They tarnish the authority of Parliament itself. And contrary to what the Liberals have argued and likely will claim today, disclosure of documents to Parliament is not a burden or an inconvenience for public officials to be provided only when convenient or only in times of insignificance. It is a core, important, and full-time duty that applies to all responsible and honest governments at all times. I note that this motion permits redaction for proper grounds: national security, personal privacy, and in the case of the vaccine task force, to protect the integrity of the contractual and other negotiations that may have taken place. And I believe we're prepared to entertain any further amendments if the Liberals propose reasonable ones in this regard. These constitute reasonable and responsible requests that are targeted and rational for the Health Committee to review. In sum, Madam Speaker, my NDP colleagues and I will proudly support this motion, while being somewhat regretful that this matter had to be elevated to the House. I would like to thank my honourable colleague from Calgary Nose Hill for her initiative in moving this motion here today, and I look forward to working with her and all my colleagues on the Health Committee for the benefit of all Canadians. We do so because the health of Canadians is our paramount concern, and the integrity of Parliament underpinned by the values of transparency, accountability, democracy, and good governments demand it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, the honourable member for Prince Albert.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for Vancouver Kingsway. I've worked with him in the past when he was on the Trade Committee and I chaired the Trade Committee, and we proved that you could work together to get to yes. And we did that on the South Korea trade deal, where we actually worked with the NDP and the Liberal Party, and we got to yes. And that's just an example of what could happen here in this committee. Now, I asked the member, does he see any movement on the Liberal side in regards to amendments or improvements or changes or suggestions that we actually could get to yes? Do you see that?
The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Well, that's an excellent question. I would like to say how much I enjoyed working with my honourable colleague on trade matters as well. And he's absolutely right. This minority parliament requires us to work together. So far, though, I've heard the Liberals absolutely refuse to produce any documents. And I'm also hearing, with the greatest of respect, completely misleading arguments. I'm going to take one. This is what this motion says. It's calling on the Health Committee to undertake a study on the emergency situation facing Canadians in light of the second wave of the COVID-19 pandemic, and that this study evaluate, review, and examine any issues relevant to this situation, such as, but not limited to, and then it lists some. I keep hearing Liberals say that, oh, this is a terribly broad motion that requires us to look into all these issues. If you just read the motion, you can see that that's misleading. It allows the committee to choose whatever issue we want and simply lists a number of issues that are suggested for us to look into.
Questions et commentaires, questions and answers. The honourable member for Thunder Bay. Berthier-Masquinongé. Désolé, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for Vancouver Kingsway for his speech. We agree on many things. On the fact that we are before a government that is trying to obscure its scandals. Clearly, that does not want to work in a spirit of collaboration, despite having said that they would. We agree on many things. I have a question. It has to do with health transfers. Often, the NDP talks about centralisation and national standards with regards to works that will come from adopting this motion. When we talk about health transfer, what does my colleague have to say? Wouldn't it be much more efficient just to increase health transfers that are egregiously low rather than stepping into provincial territory and having national standards for old age centres, for example?
Vancouver Kingsway.
Well, thank you, my honourable colleague, for that question. And I think the Bloc Québécois and the NDP share very much the concern that the federal government is underfunding the provinces, and I mentioned that in my speech. We also would like to see the federal government increase its health transfers to the provinces to at least keep up with the rate of increase, which is about 5.2% per year. I also agree with my colleague that while the federal government has the responsibility to fund health care, we must leave it to the provinces to determine the best ways to deliver those services. But I do believe in the Canada Health Act's principles that we want to ensure that each Canadian in this country gets access to relatively similar levels of health. So I think the federal government can set basic general standards to ensure that the money transferred to the provinces is in fact used for those purposes, and then leave it to the provinces to determine the best way to deliver those services. We don't want to be sending money to Alberta.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
I want to thank my colleague, the member from Vancouver. Here we are today debating what the Health Committee does, and I certainly agree we've had a cooperative relationship in the past, and I hope that continues. But I think the opposition knew with this motion that what they were requesting was a whole ton of documents, emails, memoranda, documents, notes, records, and this is and would be problematic just in sheer volume. The member talks of compromise, and I too would really like to see compromise. Would the member not agree for the committee to get back together and functioning effectively and cooperatively, that we need a more reasonable request in terms of what documents we're required to produce? Thank you.
Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Well, we've had two meetings where that very goal was attempted, and again, I would throw it back on my colleague and say, propose an amendment then. Let's see what the Liberals are proposed to produce. They haven't set one document. So if they believe that the motion is too broad on production, propose a different one. So far, the Liberals have said they refuse to produce anything at all. And by the way, this motion calls for production in targeted areas. We want documents on the Global Public Health Intelligence Network, on testing, on personal protective equipment, on vaccine development and distribution, those areas. This is a targeted search in those areas that I think are of profound importance to Canadians. They want to know, are we prepared for the next wave? Where are we at in testing? Do our professionals have enough PPE? And where are we at with vaccines? So I throw it on the Liberals. Tell me why they don't think this committee should get access to documents in those areas. And if they want to cut it down to a reasonable level, I'm happy to entertain those.
The honourable questions or comments. The honourable member for Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for an incredible speech, and I'd like to move and give him an opportunity to expand on the answer that he gave in the previous question. He made a comment that it should be around producing of documents and that they should be able to, committees have the right to produce documents, and they're not getting those documents. So we had to bring this motion to the House of Commons to be able to actually get those documents. But instead, the Liberals are saying that they can't produce those documents. I'm wanting him to give us a feel for why the timing of those documents matters and why we need a motion in the House of Commons to be able to hold the Liberals to account to that timing for what documents they will produce.
The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Well, thank you for that excellent question. Well, we're here because the Liberals are filibustering at the Health Committee and talking out the clocks. We can't get anything done. instead of proposing amendments to the motion in a way that they think will address their concerns. Why are these production requirements so important? Because the Liberals dismantled the Global Public Health Intelligence Network, which is Canada's only early warning system for pandemics. There may be another pandemic. I want to know, and I think Parliament should know, where we're at with that. In terms of testing, as I said in my speech, every expert tells us that we need to have testing and contact tracing protocols to stop this virus transmission. Where are we at with that? PPE, I don't need to say how important it is that our health professionals have sufficient PPE, which we are still not satisfied is the case. And of course, the number one issue is vaccine development and distribution. We are all waiting, all Canadians, 37 million of us, for a vaccine to be developed, which is the only way that we're going to get back to normalcy in health.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I wanted to just share some information and with my honourable colleague and then proceed to question. I have over 300 cases of COVID in downtown Winnipeg alone, which includes a massive outbreak in a seniors' residence. People are dying. We have a 6.3 positivity rate in Metro Winnipeg. It has snowed. All the shelters are located in Winnipeg Centre. I'm worried about COVID hitting the shelters at any moment. We are in crisis and people are dying. How is the Liberals continuing filibustering, withholding documents, and most recently threatening election, further placing the lives of Canadians at risk, particularly those whose lives are already at risk?
Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Well, in my opinion, filibustering on the WE scandal is one thing because it involves politics. Filibustering at the Health Committee so that we can't get to work on the number one public health emergency facing Canadians, I think is inexcusable. And by the way, I want to just mention before I conclude, in terms of production, this motion allows for redaction by the government for national security grounds, personal privacy grounds, and interference in contractual relations. So in terms of trade secrets, that is covered by this motion. So the government has broad and ample scope to redact these documents from sensitive issues. So in short, while the Liberals are filibustering, the NDP and other parties want to get to work on studying COVID-19. And I think it's inexcusable that the Liberal Party is putting its narrow political interest in trying to hide documents from parliamentarians because they think it's going to embarrass them instead of...
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it's a pleasure to rise in the House today and speak about this very important issue. In fact, I think there's no more issue that is as important as review and study of the COVID-19 pandemic and its impact on Canadians. I also want to say, Madam Speaker, that I'll be splitting my time with my honourable colleague from Bellechasse, Leshmine Levy. I found it interesting, before I get into the basis of my intervention today, I found it interesting listening to the arguments from the Liberal Party when our leader and the honourable member from Calgary Nose Hill opened this debate. And to hear them say, for the health minister to say, it is irresponsible for the Liberal government to change their tactics in the middle of a battle. I find it to be, in short, really completely ridiculous. I'm very happy that Sir Julian Byng and Arthur Currie didn't have that same perspective and weren't Liberals when the Battle of Vimy Ridge was going on. And when hundreds of thousands of soldiers were dying, they invented the rolling barrage in the middle of a battle to win Vimy Ridge. So I would ask the Minister of Health to rethink her position on this and maybe start thinking of The Art of War by Sun Tzu and not Colonel Custer when she is putting the lives of Canadians at risk. And also, we have many of the Liberal members saying this motion is going to open up trade secrets with corporations and agreements that have been made with corporate Canada. But it's interesting that just a couple of days ago, there's an interim order that is granting the Minister of Health the authority or new powers to request documents from corporations and drug companies in Canada when it comes to COVID-19. So why, the hypocrisy of that is ridiculous. Why was the health minister here arguing today that we shouldn't be asking for government documents because they're not important. Well, at the same time, she is giving herself new powers to do the exact same thing to Canadian corporations and drug companies when they are arguing that asking for these documents is going to put those agreements in public eye. Well, she's going to be doing the exact same thing. The hypocrisy of this I find to be quite ridiculous. In my discussions with my constituents, Madam Speaker, is they want a strategy. They want to see a plan from the Liberal government on how we're going to deal with COVID and the pandemic. When the Liberals prorogued, the Prime Minister prorogued, it was just the last step in what has been a very predictable process. When Canadians needed their elected officials the most, when they were relying on us the most to deal with one of the biggest threats that we've had in a generation in this pandemic, the Prime Minister first shut down Parliament, then he prorogued Parliament. Now we're finally back and he's filibustering committees, ethics, finance, and now health. And then when he's not getting his way, he threatens an election in the middle of a pandemic. And we went through prorogation. The whole idea of that is we're going to have a reset. We're going to come back. We're going to have a clear vision on where Canada is going. We have seen none of that. We've wasted months of Parliament's time getting nowhere. All that we saw in that throne speech was a rehash of broken Liberal promises. We have seen nothing about a plan to access vaccines. We've seen nothing about a plan to access rapid testing. The only thing that we have seen from the Liberal government this far is planning on an additional round of closures for businesses across Canada. Our economy cannot afford that, Madam Speaker. They cannot afford that closure is the only alternative, especially knowing that there are other alternatives that other jurisdictions around the world are using. Germany, Japan, Austria, Iceland are all using rapid testing technology and reducing quarantine times to keep their businesses open, to keep schools open, to keep families united, to keep regions and communities connected, and to ensure that they can resurrect their airline and tourism industries. But in Canada, we are falling well behind other jurisdictions around the world. We are using a 14-day quarantine, which most of our partners are not using. In fact, Madam Speaker, more than 80 countries around the world are using this new technology, but Canada is not among them. It is very difficult for us to go back to our constituents and say, you know what? We have the tech. Other countries have that technology. We don't have to be relying on a 14-day quarantine or closures, which most businesses will not survive a second closure. How do you go to them and look at them in the face and say, we could be using this rapid testing technology or even home-based testing, but we prefer not to? That is absolutely out of touch with what is going on in our communities, Madam Speaker. And I'll give you a quick example. As I started in my riding, as I know many of my colleagues have done, we started what we called the Foothills Business Recovery Task Force. We went out and surveyed hundreds of businesses in my riding. We wanted to be a one-stop shop for them to come to with questions, to be able to be a resource when it came to provincial and federal programs, so they knew what was available to them. What I found very interesting was when we surveyed these businesses, less than 30% of them could access or were eligible for federal programs, like the Emergency Business Program, like the wage subsidy, or even the rent subsidy, which we know has been an absolute failure. And for months, the Liberals have been promising to change these programs to make them more broadly accessible. But that is not what is happening in my rural southern Alberta riding, where these businesses cannot access these programs. So what they need is the ability to stay open, keep their workers employed, keep their businesses' doors open, keep their food on their family's table. And to do that, I think rapid testing is one perfect example for us to be able to accomplish that. And when that technology is being used in other countries and not here in Canada, I question that. And that is really the basis of what this motion is today, Madam Speaker, is we want to look at what got us here. What decisions did the Liberal government make to get us to this point? And use that as a starting point to where do we go from here? What vaccine technology has been reviewed? How close are we to rapid testing? How close are we to home-based testing? What has been the impact of COVID-19 on mental health of Canadians? Those are the things that we want to discuss, which I think are quite prudent at the Health Committee. But you know what we've been faced with thus far, Madam Speaker? We've been faced with ridiculous filibustering by the Liberal members of the Health Committee. We've heard that, this is too much work. For us to go through all these documents, I want my Thanksgiving weekend. I really don't want to have to do this right now. Do those members of the Health Committee realize why they are here? They were elected by their constituents to come to Parliament, the House of Commons, get your hands dirty and go to work. Yes, if you have to spend a weekend or a long night session reading documents that are pertinent to the health and safety of Canadians, damn right. That's what you've been sent here to do. And no excuses are good enough for that. We had two other members of the Health Committee of the Liberal Party say, you know what, the font of these motions are too small. I can't read it. Are you kidding me? Are you serious? Zoom in. Zoom in. And for them to say, this is going to take too long for our public sector workers to be able to access these documents. I have a lot of pride in what our public sector workers have done through COVID and the response that they've had. Some of these programs would take months, if not years, to develop and roll out, but they've done it in sometimes days and sometimes hours, and I applaud them for that. But you can walk and chew gum at the same time, Madam Speaker, and it doesn't take that long to type in search into your computer and press print. That is what we're asking the public sector workers to do on this file. And I understand it is a big job, but I'm willing to do the job of reviewing these documents, and it is absolutely not right for the Liberals to block this information that is crucial to Canadians. It is crucial that we keep our businesses open, resurrect our airline industry, and what is clear, for example, is rapid testing gives us a pathway to economic recovery. But in closure, Madam Speaker, I find it extremely frustrating that the Liberals are blocking this important debate and discussion and review at the Health Committee. But it seems to be that this government's hostility to the truth is only matched by this Prime Minister's penchant for ethics and corruption violations. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Avignon, Métis-Matane, Matapédia. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his speech. The Health Committee is being asked to look at the adequacy of health transfer payments, according to this motion. Since the throne speech, we've been questioning this as well, and I received a letter from a constituent saying that the government had abandoned seniors in their long-term care facilities. This letter was calling for an increase to OAS. But they talked also about the importance of health transfers because seniors are covered by this. And so I'd like to hear my colleague's comments on this question.
Very much, Madam Speaker. And I really appreciate the question from my colleague. And she's exactly right. Part of one of the topics that we wanted to address in this study that's before Health Committee was health transfers and the impact that COVID has had on long-term living facilities or senior centres. I have one of the oldest demographics in the country. So the health of our seniors is critically important to me and the constituents in Foothills. So of course, one of the things we want to look at is to ensure that there are proper resources for the provinces to do the jobs to which jurisdictionally they have been asked. And I found it interesting that the Liberals kept wanting to study things that are not in federal jurisdiction. They want to continue to invade or impose their will on provincial jurisdiction. But we should be looking at the role the federal government has, which is ensuring the provinces have the federal resources they need to do the job that's been asked of them.
And comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, it's very rare. In fact, this might even be the first time where I quote something from Twitter. And it comes from Flavio Volpe, an individual that's an industry leader, an individual that continuously promotes industries throughout Canada to very much support what's taking place. And just to quote, Canada's response to the COVID-19 crisis was lauded around the world because we did not politicize what we needed to do. We just did it urgently, together, safely. Here's an individual that's concerned that we might be seeing the politicalization of a very important issue to Canadians. You ask for so much information. We have to be concerned about supplying or protecting our supply chains. You have to be aware that the amount of information being requested at a time in which we have civil servants working with provinces, territories, Indigenous leaders, and so many other stakeholders. There's a priority in fighting the COVID-19 pandemic. Would the member not agree to say, let's get all this information, even though we got lots of others, and you got 15 days to do it in, is completely unreasonable.
The Honourable Member for Foothills.
I would absolutely not agree with that, Madam Speaker. And the only party that is politicizing COVID-19 is the Liberal Party. Yeah. If they are so proud of the programs which they have rolled out over these past few months, then why are they filibustering the Health Committee? Why are they not allowing those documents to be released? If they're so proud of what they've done, what are they hiding it for? I would be putting it out there for everyone to see and say, look at what I've done. And if that's the case, and the documents come back and we read them and say, hey, we're on the right track, then that is fine. But I want to know, as Canadians want to know, are we on the right track? Are we failing? Are we losing? If so, how do we change tact? Where do we need to go? That is what we're asking for. We are not politicizing this. We are doing what our constituents are asking us to do.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député. L'honorable député de Rivière-des-Mille-Îles.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to know if my colleague agrees with me when I say that health transfers must be increased. I have the impression that everyone in the House agrees, thinks that, but we can't reach an agreement on it. From 58 to 77, it was 50%. So the federal government took care of 50% of health care payments. Up to 2004, there was no minimum, and they decided it would be at the will of the federal government. In 2004, Paul Martin decided that there needed to be a minimum, and it was a 6% increase, and that was from 2004 to 2017. Since 2017, there's a 3% per year, but it increases based on GDP in 2012. The PBO said that the federal government was on the verge of causing the provinces to go bankrupt in this area. And he said Ottawa provides a long-term viability, but is compromising the viability of the provinces. So I'd like to know what my colleague thinks. Does he agree with a situation where the federal government is impoverishing the provinces?
Bill's very short answer.
I will keep it short, Madam Speaker, and you have to take some responsibility for this one, right? I believe that the Liberal government has downloaded a lot of the responsibility of the pandemic to the provinces, and it behooves them to ensure that those provinces have the resources that they need to do the job that is asked of them.
L'honorable député de...
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Bellechasse-Lévis. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to congratulate my previous colleague for his remarks. And as he pointed out, it's important to take steps to fight the pandemic and to help Canadians. And that is exactly what we're here to talk about today. The motion that is before us is to ask the Health Committee to ensure that the government's response is effective, that we have what we need in place to deal with COVID-19, and that everything is done with transparency. We're calling for effective measures to fight the pandemic. Do all parliamentarians here agree that that's what Parliament is here for? To ensure that we have a government that helps our companies, for example. A company in Bellechasse that builds buses, but they can't use them. And there's another company that builds them. During a pandemic, demand for buses is very low, so we need to help mitigate the impact of the pandemic, especially when it comes to health. And the Health Committee has important work to do. This is what we're talking about today. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, we see that the Liberals seem to want to hide something. If they're so proud of the way they've managed the pandemic, then they should open up the books so that we can take a look at what we can improve to do the job better. But in January, when the Conservatives sounded the alarm and said, it's coming, the Minister of Health said, oh, well, the border isn't really a good way, or closing the border isn't a good way to fight the pandemic. From the outset, Madam Speaker, like we say back home, the government was caught with its pants down. We need to take action to do better. We had the first wave. Measures were improvised. And as a result, Madam Speaker, people aren't motivated to keep their jobs. Liberals started awarding contracts to their friends, and we saw that yesterday. We had a vote on We Charity. When the Liberals felt they were in hot water at committee, they pulled the plug on Parliament. The Minister of Finance resigned, and yesterday they brandished the threat of an election. Madam Speaker, it would have been the We election to cover up a scandal. What we want to do is to get the bottom of these issues. We want transparency, and we want to have effective measures for fighting the pandemic. And that's our job as parliamentarians. Members, whether they be from the Bloc, from the NDP, or the Conservatives, we all agree that we want effective measures. Now, the government brought down a throne speech this fall. There were great priorities, but it didn't systematically talk about effective measures for testing. That's what we want. And we know at present, Madam Speaker, that people who have a diagnosis and have to stay home, well, the more quickly we can test them, and the quicker they can be back at work. And then there are all the indirect impacts. Isolation facing our seniors, for example, and many people. So that's why the government needs to have an effective response. And as Conservative members of Parliament, opposition members, we are prepared to put in place good measures, effective measures. But we're facing obstacles, a smokescreen. The government appears to be trying to hide something. And we saw this in the news this week as well. We saw that friends of the Liberal parties are winning supply contracts for the supply of products at twice the cost of other producers, manufacturers, and so they're trying to hide something. And the significant amounts are at stake here. Colossal amounts have been invested to fight the pandemic. And that's another reason why we need to be vigilant and put in place effective measures. Madam Speaker, the Liberals' management and mess means that as opposition members we have even more work to do. The Liberals seem to have something they want to try and hide. In today's motion, we're seeking to put in place the measures we need, be it in Alberta or Quebec or elsewhere. We need to have targeted measures for testing, for vaccines, for measures, treatment, to help the health systems in the provinces that are struggling. But the Liberals, Madam Speaker, and this is quite shocking, when they weren't facing the pandemic yet, they sent thousands of pieces of equipment to China, gowns, masks, and then a mere few months later, we faced a shortage here. We had an early warning system as well that was shut down before the pandemic broke out. So not only do we have a government that didn't put in place the tools we need, but was counterproductive. So that's why it's so important for us to allow the Health Committee to get down to work, to look at how we can work constructively, to move forward, and provide an effective response for dealing with the pandemic. Measures to support businesses, to support families, and to support our health network in the provinces. Madam Speaker, it's important to ensure that the border is closed, but we've seen this week that there are big-shot American millionaires who've been allowed to enter the country. How is it that the Minister of Health, the Canadian minister, allowed these people to enter when they represent a risk factor at a time when Canadians are locked down? Of course, there are Canadians who want to come back. They need to go into quarantine. We don't want a double standard. These are legitimate questions that members of the opposition are asking, and we expect to get some answers from the government. But we're facing this wall of non-transparency. Now, what about masks? At the beginning, the government said, well, we don't know, and so did other experts, but now we know that it's an effective measure. So we need the Health Committee, Madam Speaker, to get down to work so that we have all opportunities of success on our side. And I go back to another point that's so important. We wanted to speed up testing. My colleague mentioned this as well. Many countries already have a number of mechanisms in place so that, for example, someone fears they may have been exposed, they can get a self-diagnosis quickly and appropriately, because as we say, time is money, Madam Speaker. And we see that the government is slow in its response because of all of the bureaucracy. We're not moving forward. So the question that I have for the Liberals is, are they not ready to work together to overcome the pandemic, to put in place effective measures? We're prepared to get down to work. We're extending a hand to the government to say, let's work together. These are exceptional times. We are in a crisis, a health crisis. It's time to work shoulder to shoulder, to have a parliament that works effectively. Why are the Liberals refusing? When we've extended a hand, why are they refusing to work with us so that we can overcome this pandemic and it remains nothing more than a bad dream? Questions and comments?
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his remarks. Listening to the opposition, it's as if we had produced no documents. He knows full well that the documents that he's asked for were given to the Health Committee. They were also released at government operations. But there was a difference. They protected industrial secrecy. This motion, in the way that it's worded, and I'd invite him to read it. If you look at point Y, that calls on information from the Vaccine Task Force. Now, I would ask him whether he's talked to vaccine producers in Quebec. Would be ordering them to disclose all of this confidential information. The Honourable Member for Les Etchemins, Lévis-Bellechasse. Well, I'd extend a hand to my colleague opposite. If he'd like to improve today's motion, then he can simply put forth an amendment, because we're open to improving it. We are proud of the companies in my riding that are contributing to the COVID fight at present, whether it be in terms of health equipment. Look at plastic mold or Alifab that are producing equipment. So we have companies that are working and they have stood up and want to be counted. But we don't want documents that are blacked out, that are so redacted that we can't read them. What we want are effective measures. And this motion is an open motion. We're calling for cooperation, for working together. We've extended a hand to the government. What do they have to hide? If they don't have anything to hide, then why not support this motion?
The member for Avignon, Métis, Matapan, Metamedia. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his speech. The Conservative motion is quite interesting because the priority right now is the pandemic, and we're already asking a lot of our constituents. We're asking them to make sacrifices and to work harder to respect public health directives. And it's only fair towards them to show them how the government is preparing for a second wave, what recommendations they're following, and so on and so forth. So my friend talked about borders, and I think this is a perfect opportunity to understand why the government waited to close borders to the virus, which came from elsewhere. I'd like to hear my friend on that. The honourable member, I'd like to thank my colleague for his excellent question. In fact, yes, indeed, we must learn lessons from the past so that we don't repeat them. We are in the middle of a second wave. The virus is still among us. We have to look forward, and we have to try to avoid making the mistakes we made before so that the virus affects us as little as possible in terms of our health, in terms of the economy. Even the city of Montreal decided to cut off access to the airport of Montreal because, the federal government was asleep at the switch. So, yes, indeed, we want to ring the alarm, and it's the role of the Health Committee to look into these matters. Why are the Liberals opposed to this? Lives are at stake, and the future of our country is at stake as well.
London Fenchel.
Speaker. One of the key points on this motion is discussions and investigations into the Global Public Health Intelligence Network. And it's interesting to me that the Liberals don't want to look into some of the facts, considering a lot of the resources that have been allocated actually were away from that intelligence network, weren't allowing them to do the work that they needed to do leading up to this pandemic. And in fact, the funding has been significantly cut to that network, to our public health agency. So I'd like to hear from the member on how important getting those documents are to see the facts of what that underfunding has done.
The honourable member.
Honourable colleague for a question, and it is certainly important, Madam Chair, to have the best transparency we can expect. Unfortunately, we are faced with a wall, I would call it almost a wall of darkness from this government, and the reason why is we need to know if the right decision have been made, and especially in assuring that the health system is well supported and that appropriate measures were taken. Well, because of the refusal of the Liberal to move forward, we cannot go into there, and we cannot avoid that those mistakes be repeated again as we are still fighting with the pandemic. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Brampton South. I'll give you the... Mute. You are on mute. We still can't hear you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Can you hear me, Madam Speaker? Okay. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be splitting my time with the member of Newmarket, Aurora. Today, I'm giving my comments to a hyper-partisan motion from our Conservative colleagues. Madam Speaker, I'm proud to sit on the Health Committee since the beginning of the pandemic. The committee has been working hard studying COVID-19 and the government's response. Since January, the Health Committee has held 34 meetings and heard from 171 witnesses as part of their study on COVID-19. This motion's goal is not to continue the good work for Canadians, but to send our Health Committee on a never-ending partisan, counterproductive work. Madam Speaker, this opposition says they are acting in the best interest of Canadians. But in speaking about this motion, this is what the members for Calgary Nose Hill has to say on her Facebook audience. I'm going to read the titles of the members' Facebook video before going into Health Committee. See if you get the tone she's conveying to her audience. Snap election alert and a link to the members' website. Snap election update, and finally full election alert. Confidence motion on Trudeau scandal. Full breakdown of what's happening in Ottawa. Madam Speaker, I'm hearing the member of opposite. Let's work shoulder to shoulder. We are ready to work shoulder to shoulder for Canadians. I ask all those listening, what is the member concerned about? If they were really concerned about long-term care or even health transfers to the province, they would present a study on this specific topic at the Health Committee. The members and the party opposite continues to be focused on political games. On this side of the House, we are focused on Canadians. As many members in the House have said previously, what happened in our long-term care homes in the first wave of COVID-19 was without a doubt a tragedy. I think the majority of us can agree with that fact. And this is why I'm disappointed that this motion only briefly mentioned long-term care homes among a wide range of other topics, 16 topics, Madam Speaker. When the member for Calgary Nose Hill brought this motion to the Standing Committee of Health, was disappointing to only see long-term care referenced among 16 other topics. Madam Speaker, what happened in our long-term care homes deserve its own separate study at the Health Committee. This motion would send the Health Committee on a never-ending study to look at issues which are most important in the members' writing. Many members are concerned about that. But the Conservative deemed to be like maybe some members of Conservative Party, for them, this is important too. From our very first meeting, the Liberals on committee came forward with the motion to study COVID-19's impact on mental health and my motion to study its impact on long-term care while respecting provincial jurisdictions. We want to continue to get good work done for Canadians on committee, and this unreasonable motion does not do that. Madam Speaker, the conditions reported by the Canadian Armed Forces in 5 long-term care homes in Ontario are deeply concerning and disturbing. One of these long-term care homes is located in my community of Brampton South. What we are seeing in the result of a pattern of a neglect of long-term care facilities in Ontario, there's no excuse for the condition that were reported. Lack of proper use of personal protective equipment, mistreatments of residents, and poor facility conditions are unacceptable. I would like to thank the CAF for their service to Canada and their bravery in coming forward with this report. It is up to us as elected officials to be part of the solution to this problem. Over 80% of all COVID-related deaths happened in long-term care homes. And our seniors deserve so much better than what they got. Some homes saw over 1/3 of their residents pass away. Over 1,900 seniors died during the first wave in long-term care homes in Ontario alone, Madam Speaker. This is not to say that all long-term care facilities are bad. In fact, there are many excellent facilities across the country. Deaths in Ontario have occurred in only 60% of the homes, and half of all deaths occurred in just 23 homes across the province. It is about figuring out what went wrong in the homes. And that had COVID-19 deaths and many cases while respecting provincial jurisdictions, which my motion at Health Committee acknowledges. It is extremely important to analyze how we can better protect our senior in the future. The federal government and myself as a member of parliament have no interest in stepping on the toes of the province when it comes to long-term care. This has been a long-standing issue, and COVID-19 has presented a moment where all of us can step up and say, no, we will no longer allow seniors to receive less than they deserve. Now we are hitting the second wave. We are seeing cases starting to trickle into long-term care homes once again. Experts are ringing bells once again. I absolutely am very terrified and worried, said Dr. Amit Arya, a palliative care physician specializing in long-term care, who witnesses firsthand and devastation of the first wave in GTA facilities. We have to really realize that long-term care is not a separate reality. More spread of COVID-19 in the community increases the risk of an outbreak starting in long-term care facilities. In Ontario alone, there are 71 outbreaks in long-term care homes. The federal government has sent in the Red Cross into 7 Ottawa long-term care homes. In addition, the more than 600 Red Cross workers who have been helping in 25 long-term care homes in Quebec. There have been 40 COVID deaths in Ontario long-term care homes over the past month. Last week alone, 7 people in long-term care died as a result of COVID-19. This issue is not going away and highlights the importance for the Health Committee to give this issue the study it deserves. Madam Speaker, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the heroes working in long-term care homes. Thank you for going above and beyond to support our dear long-term care residents. During these challenging times, Canadians are grateful for the work that is being done to protect our seniors. With that being said, we have all heard about the staffing shortage in Ontario and across the country. This issue must be studied to ensure that we can avoid any tragic situation like what happened. In the spring, this is a provincial jurisdiction, but as our government has said before, we are all in this together. Some provinces have been proactive about this issue, and that is great to see. We have seen provinces take different approaches to keeping residents in long-term care safe from the very beginning. For example, the province of Quebec launched a recruitment drive in June to hire and train thousands of staff members and a manager for each long-term care home to oversee the COVID-19 response. It would be beneficial to learn from experts in Quebec and other provinces to hear what action they are taking to safeguard long-term care homes as we endure the second wave of COVID-19. COVID-19 is also having a serious impact on the mental health of Canadians. Loneliness is taking a toll on Canadians. The latest finding from the Centre for Addiction and Mental Health found that a substantial portion of the population is coping with a mental health issue. My colleague, the member for Newmarket Aurora, presented a motion to committee to study the impact of COVID-19 on the mental health and well-being of Canadians. This silent pandemic is another issue that I have heard from many of constituents about. Madam Speaker, in my riding of Brampton South, one constituent of mine, Michelle, has 2 elderly parents in long-term care homes and has been advocating for change in these homes ever since the start of this pandemic. She has worked with other families in similar situations and even secured 70,000 signatures on a petition asking all governments to take action. People like Michelle are counting on us to do right thing by her family. While one small aspect of this motion commits to looking at long-term care in some capacity, this is an issue that deserves its own study by the Health Committee. Madam Speaker, thank you.
Want to have questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Selkirk, Interlake Eastman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank our colleague from Brampton South for her words, and I want to join with her in thanking our members of the Canadian Armed Forces for the great job that they did in stepping in to fill the void in long-term care facilities and helping to care for our loved ones in Ontario and Quebec. Now, this motion, we need to make sure that we have a chance to look at the role that the Canadian Armed Forces played and whether or not we're going to need them again as we go into the second and third waves of this pandemic. And we need to make sure that provinces have stepped up to fill some of the problems that they've encountered and that those problems have been addressed. That's why this work is so important to be done by the Health Committee. That's been asked for by my colleague from Calgary Nose Hill. Now, I know that she talked at length about long-term care facilities, and I can tell you this. My wife works in long-term care as a nurse. My father is in long-term care himself. And if we had rapid testing, we'd be able to ensure that we can screen all visitors who are coming into those facilities to keep our loved ones safe, as well as the staff, so they can keep working, because when they have to go on quarantine, that means shortages of staff, nurses, doctors, and healthcare aides in those facilities. Madam Speaker, my question to the member is this: why won't she approve rapid testing more quickly? Manitoba asked for rapid tests months ago, and the government of Canada, under this Liberal regime, has said no. Why did she allow that to happen?
Member for Brampton South.
Thank you, my opposite honourable colleague, for this question. To you, Madam Speaker. First of all, this is a provincial jurisdiction, but we want to work with the provinces to figure out how we can support them better. As I said in my speech, 80% of all COVID-19 related deaths occurred in our long-term care homes. That is why it is so important in many ridings. And other things, he raised the question on rapid testing. Testing is one of the most important tools we have to respond to COVID-19. We know that rapid response test works. They must be able to detect the virus reliably and accurately. Health Canada officials are working.
Questions and comments, l'honorable.
The member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I am going to follow up on what my colleague from Brampton South has just said. The reason why it's possible for my colleague and for the government to send in the army is because the provinces have been honest when it comes to the management of long-term care homes, even before the armed forces produced their report. And by the way, we're also paying for Canada's armed forces. My question is the following. You want to help? It's simple. Healthcare transfers, 35%, that's the minimum amount. If we come back to 50%, which was the level in the 50s, 60s, and 70s, that's 400 billion, not 40 billion. That's where the federal government can make a difference.
The honourable member for Brampton South.
Thank you for that question, my honourable colleague. Our government at all levels are working together to keep Canadians safe from COVID-19. As part of our response to the pandemic, we announced 19 billion Safe Restart Agreement to help provinces and territories start their economy safely while we continue to respond to COVID-19. This funding is additional to the 40 billion we already provides to the provinces and territories. Each year through the Canada Health Transfer, we'll keep working with the provinces and
Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank my honourable colleague particularly about her discussion about long-term care homes. I currently have a long-term care home in my riding that is suffering from an outbreak. And my concern is, and certainly my feelings are, that this government, in fact, has not done enough. And their current filibustering of the Health Committee, threatening elections, while I'm trying to keep people alive in my riding, certainly doesn't make me feel very good about this government's commitment to fighting for the lives of Canadians right now. I want to ask my colleague if her government is willing to stop filibustering, get to work, on saving lives, and stop playing political games.
Member for Brampton Sound, very short answer.
Thank you for the excellent question from my opposite colleague. Madam Speaker, that is why my full speech, we all need to work together, shoulder to shoulder for all Canadians. We want to work, but this 16...
the honourable member for Newmarket, Aurora.
We don't need political games. We want to work.
Can we call?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Since the beginning of the pandemic, the Standing Committee on Health has worked long hours to make sure that we heard from stakeholders across Canada on the government's response to the outbreak of COVID-19. I'm proud of the work that we've accomplished, and I'm especially proud of the way the committee members were able to work together collaboratively to do our jobs and to support Canadians. A lot has changed since then. While claims have been made on intentions to collaborate, there's been no action to prove it. And I'm frustrated and disappointed in the Conservatives' new approach on the Health Committee. We did not always agree before, but it was always clear that everyone on the committee had a common goal to be productive rather than play partisan games. The motion before us today sets out 16 areas of study and 6 requests for the production of papers. Again, 16 areas of studies. This will prevent the committee from doing a proper study on any of these issues, looking at key issues, and hearing from important witnesses across the country. Earlier this year, in over 34 meetings of the Health Committee, we heard from 171 witnesses and received 51 informative briefs covering many important issues. But, Madam Speaker, only one of the 34 meetings that we held over the spring and summer focused on mental health. And while it was enough to open our eyes, it was certainly not enough for us to get a better understanding of the situation that we are facing relative to the mental health of Canadians. With this in mind, when we met again on October the 9th, I introduced a motion to the committee to study the impacts of COVID-19 on the mental health and the well-being of Canadians, including recommendations to specifically look at the impacts on Indigenous peoples, racialized Canadians, and vulnerable populations, the effectiveness and the availability of virtual mental health services, and how our government can assist the provinces and territories. I was disappointed when my colleague from Calgary and Nose Hill moved to adjourn debate on this study without so much as an opportunity for us to discuss its importance so that her motion could be introduced. But not before saying, and I quote, "I really do find a lot of encouragement in the spirit of this motion that's on the floor. I try not to put a lot of my personal life in the public domain, but as someone who is separated from her family due to COVID-19 measures, I understand the impact on mental health on some of these measures. Talking to other people who are in situations similar to mine, I know that it's tough and that that's just one of a group of people. There are people who have lost their jobs, are experiencing domestic violence or mental health breakdowns, and I certainly think something that it's important for our committee to look at." But her own October 19th motion had mental health listed as only one topic of 17 study, only 1 out of 17. In the motion before us today, that number is 0. That's unacceptable. But apparently, that's how important my colleague to be, not even worthy of mention. And while I appreciate the member from Calgary Nose Hill finding encouragement in my motion, I wish I could say the same for the one that has been presented in committee and the one that's being debated today. As a matter of fact, I'm actually discouraged by these motions and their complete disregard for Canadians during these challenging times. Madam Speaker, there's no doubt that COVID-19 has been one of the greatest challenges that we have ever faced. Across the country, we're hearing lots of anecdotal evidence about the increased risk that some people may have in terms of depression, psychological distress, substance abuse, and PTSD surfacing as a result of the pandemic. Many experts have labeled this mental health situation as a second pandemic. That's how serious it is. But there's no doubt that mental health needs to be a priority for all of us right now. We need an informed strategy on mental health going forward, and most importantly, we need to act while we have time before this crisis becomes worse. I'm by no means suggesting that this is the only good idea, much less the only key issue surfacing from the pandemic. The essence of committee work and of compromise is to work as a team in the best interest of Canadians in setting priorities to study. What we have found in front of us today is a motion that sets out 16 areas of study and 6 requests for the production of papers. A general, all-encompassing motion, such as this one, takes away the opportunity for the committee to properly focus on priority areas like the ones recommended by the 171 witnesses we heard from earlier this year. One of the strengths of the studies of smaller groups is that we're able to make well-informed, targeted recommendations that will have a real impact on the lives of Canadians. And a scope as large as 16 areas of study waters down our ability to do that. I'm genuinely concerned that out of 16 areas of study before us today, there's not a single mention of looking at the impacts of COVID-19 on the mental health and the well-being of Canadians. This is unacceptable, Madam Speaker. In the motion we are debating today, I also don't see a mention of looking at the impacts of the pandemic on high-risk groups like Indigenous peoples, racialized Canadians, and vulnerable populations. We need to consider these groups so that we can develop programs to effectively help them. As I have said before, and I will say again, if we have too many priorities, 16 to be exact, we have no priorities at all. And do you want to know what's not a priority in the motion presented today? Mental health of Canadians during these challenging times. Madam Speaker, I will not be supporting the motion in front of us today, and I hope my colleagues will follow suit. All of us in this House have an opportunity to get ahead of the second pandemic, but what's being proposed today will not get us there. If we don't take the appropriate steps to act now while we can, the outcome will be on all of us, but especially on those who choose to move forward without giving this matter the attention it deserves. This second pandemic can't be fixed with a vaccine, Madam Speaker, but we can get ahead of it if we collaborate and we focus our work on how we can best support Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Chilliwack. Chilliwack Hope. Yes,
thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I listened to my honourable colleague's comments, and we heard all day Tuesday with the threat of an election and the confidence motion on a committee being created to examine Liberal corruption that we just weren't talking about the right thing. We weren't talking about COVID-19. And so here we are 48 hours later. We're talking about COVID-19 with a very comprehensive request, again, for documents and examination of best practices. But now the Liberals say, well, you're talking about the right thing, but we don't like the format. There's too many questions. There's too many requests for papers. You're talking about COVID, but you're not doing it right. Isn't this really about the government refusing to accept any input from the opposition and simply trying to ram everything through without input from the parliamentarians who've been elected across this country because they don't like to be challenged, Mr. Speaker?
Honourable member for Newmarket Aurora. You're on mute. You're on mute.
No, thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the question, but quite frankly, the individual has raised a concern that has been discussed. And in fact, there is a dialogue going on in terms of determining what the priorities are. This is about priorities, Madam Speaker. This is about the committee collaboratively agreeing on studies that we should undertake on a go-forward basis. This is not about going into the forest and turning over logs and looking for slugs and ants. This is about what can we do now on a go-forward basis.
The honourable member for Montcalm. Madam Speaker, I wanted to let my distinguished colleague know that this morning's motion says that we must study all issue relevant to the subject, and then it gives a whole list. I don't have any problem in adding mental health, but the honourable member knows full well that mental health has really established itself over the past 25 years as a domain, but they receive still too little money in health networks. And why? Because funding has not been adequate. It's been chronically underfunded. So why does my Liberal colleague not convince the Prime Minister, does not convince the Minister for Health to increase health transfers as the Quebec and other provinces have asked?
Aurora.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I appreciate the question from my colleague, who's also a member of the Health Committee. And he knows as well as I do that there are a number of issues that we think should be priorities and should be brought forward. In fact, he himself has brought forward a motion to study two important issues, as the member across the floor from the NDP party, who's put forward 12 motions that could be dealt with fairly specifically. The proposal that we are considering at this time is that we get together as a team, and it should be in the Health Committee, where we establish what the priority for the committee are, so that once we are able to agree on that, then we can go forward and focus, Madam Chair, rather than disperse our energy and produce no viable results for the Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
Speaker, in my 16 years, I've seen all manner of committees. I've seen committees where we've worked together. I've seen committees that were dysfunctional. I've filibustered with the best of them. I have never seen the Health Committee engage in a filibuster because the Liberals were refusing to accept the will of the majority. And so we've had to move it into the House today. So when I hear my colleague talk about how we're going to be collaborative and how we're going to work together, we just came off the government threatening an election over the setup of a committee that they had agreed to. Now we're seeing that in the middle of a pandemic, the Liberals are monkey-wrenching the work of the Health Committee and forcing Parliament to actually take this under consideration. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague to come clean with Canadians and explain why the Liberals have been shutting down the work of committees that need to get answers, and why we've had to go to the extraordinary move of actually bringing this into Parliament for a debate.
Honourable Member for Newmarket Aurora in 20 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The important role of all members is to focus the dialogue and to ensure that the energies of the committee are productive and serve the purpose of Canadians. And when they see this is not happening, then it's our obligation to speak up to make sure that we focus this and that we build the collaboration that we need to go forward.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it is a pleasure to rise in the House today to speak to our Opposition Day motion and to, frankly, come out and agree with the government where they want to say we want to talk about the response to the pandemic, we want to talk about COVID-19, helping Canadians, every part of the country, get through these challenging times. So I've been listening with interest as Liberals come up with every single reason they possibly can not to support us looking at the government's COVID-19 response. I just want to acknowledge and note that I'll be sharing my time with the member from Brandon-Souris, and I want to thank our Shadow Health Minister, the member for Calgary-Nose Hill, for her fantastic work on this, whether it has been the Liberals trolling her Facebook page for quotes or coming up with every reason of why they can't support. She is idolized on this side, and even apparently on the government side as well. They're tracking her every move in the last few days. But I think that speaks volumes, Mr. Speaker, about the need to be back here, back in Parliament, asking those tough questions. My previous work before becoming a member of Parliament was I served as a mayor proudly for the township of North Dundas, just south of Ottawa here in under United Counties Council in SD&G. And I know what it's like to have to govern. But a key part of all of that municipal work, Madam Speaker, is the scrutiny and accountability. That's what's required when we make a lot of these tough decisions. Yes, we're in challenging times, and our party and this Parliament has responded by helping Canadians get the assistance that they need. But a key part of ourselves in the opposition benches is asking those tough questions, giving the scrutiny, and getting the information that Canadians deserve. Never before have we seen this amount of money go out in the period of time that we have seen. So we are now into a second wave, and I'm pleased to support this motion, to look at how we look forward, how we get through this second wave, how we help Canadians. And as I said last night in doing some media interviews, and as I was talking to constituents on the phone back home last night, this motion helps us move forward and improve our response in COVID-19 by going back and making sure that the expenditures, the way things were done in Health Committee being the appropriate spot. I agree with my colleague from Timmins James Bay that just said we have to bring this to the floor of the House of Commons because the Liberals are even filibustering talking about COVID-19 at Health Committee. We need to give the scrutiny, and we need to get the documents, Madam Speaker, not just the documents that the government wants us to take a look at, but all the documents that are relevant for us to make an assessment and an analysis of that. Going through the law clerk, going through that procedure, but making sure, yes, there is a list, quite a long list of documents being requested, but there have been hundreds of billions of dollars spent in the last 7 months. This is what Parliament is for. This is what our job is as opposition, to work together where we can, but also to scrutinize and get the answers. And I can say the name now in this House, Bill Morneau, because he's not here anymore. We see a key theme of filibustering, nothing to see here, nothing to do. A few months later, the Finance Minister saw a different path, and he's no longer the Finance Minister of Canada and a member for Toronto Centre in the midst of a by-election. So again, it's when opposition gets the opportunity to ask those tough questions, to dig and to scrutinize, that we can get the truth out and not just always the rosy picture that we see. The one thing I want to focus my comments, if I can today, Madam Speaker, is on rapid testing. We've been asking lots of questions in question period. The media is picking it up. And most importantly, Canadians are realizing this. What the heck is happening with rapid testing? It is a massive failure, I believe, on this government's part, for small businesses, for parents and students, for everybody, that we've had months and months since COVID-19 hit us here at home. And countries around the world, Japan, Germany, the UK, the United States, countries that we work with together, for example, sharing national intelligence. We have a good working relationship with them on those matters. But when it comes to looking at rapid testing approvals, they approved rapid testing approvals months ago, and we're nowhere to be found here in Canada. We're months behind. We are rightfully asking, what has gone wrong? Why are we months behind? And why, when we share intelligence information with all these countries, can't we share some of these health best practices in such a serious economic and health crisis that we face? We need all hands on deck. We need to get access to the information, and we need to be able to pressure this government to get and treat this issue with the urgency that it deserves. I always try when I speak in the House, Madam Speaker, to bring a context of Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry into the chamber. And I want to share the story of Krista and Mike O'Neill from O'Neill's Pub in Long Sault. Our Eastern Ontario Health Unit had been contemplating for the past few days about reverting back to stage 2 in our region for the health unit. The outcry from businesses was very emotional and overwhelming. And Mike and Krista posted on their Facebook page on O'Neill's Pub, I printed it off last night, and it was 1,200 shares and counting, talking about the desperation and the frustration that small businesses like their restaurant are facing. If we go back, if they can't keep their doors open, they are panicking and worried about going bankrupt. So I just want to make sure that I put into the record an acknowledgement of their work and their effort and their stress. But also note here that while the testing and the testing sites and the response on the front lines is handled at a provincial level, it is Health Canada that has not delivered good options to them, and businesses like O'Neill's Pub in Long Sault, where if they had access to rapid testing options like many other advanced countries did months ago, they could have that tool at their disposal to test their employees every day, to build an even better case of staying open and staying in business. That is the contrast that people are facing, and it's a frustration people are facing because this technology, because these advancements, and because this whole process has not been there. We've seen lineups of cars miles long in Eastern Ontario and Castleman. In Winchester, the assessment center for the testing model saw 1,000 phone calls one morning on a Friday morning when the wave hits. It's not sustainable the way the government is operating these testing options and approvals. So we want to get access to those documents. We want to see what they did, frankly, what they didn't do to get a proper process in place to make a tangible difference as we get through the second wave. And I look forward to seeing and getting those answers, asking those tough questions for the betterment of a wide variety of people. I think in our riding, I mentioned our restaurant industry. I think of the Glen Stordun Lodge in Cornwall or the Hartford retirement residence in Morseburg. If they had access to rapid testing now, like many other countries have and have done in approvals, I think they would feel a lot more comfortable in the coming months as we get into this second wave. I also want to touch, Madam Speaker, on my time today, and I have about 2 minutes left, I acknowledge that, is the frustration I have with the line of this kumbaya approach that I've heard from the government the last little while. We work with provinces and territories and all the stakeholders, and it's all wonderful. There's been progress. Our government, our colleagues here on this side of the House have supported where need be. But I also want to highlight that when it comes to rapid testing, there is far from pleasant reviews from our provincial partners on this. The government of Manitoba had to issue a press release begging the federal government to not block their work on rapid testing to help their province out. To have to beg through that through a news release in the news media does not symbolize to me a good collaborative working relationship that's set on good communication. And I quoted earlier, about a month ago, the Premier of Ontario that talked about the rapid testing failures. He was doing an event in Huntsville speaking about the passion and the delays that he had and frustrations he had about Health Canada. I just want to read this into the record and make sure that Canadians see it is not all rosy, it is not all perfect. There are tough questions that need to be asked. He said, the reason there are lineups very simply is Health Canada. We've been waiting for months for the antigen test, the saliva test. God bless them, they work hard, but they need to get moving on this. This is affecting the whole system. Nothing is more important to the people of Ontario right now than getting Health Canada to approve the test. I'm hearing crickets, nothing, silence. How do you expect us to plan? On something so fundamental, Madam Speaker, we need access, not to just the documents that the Liberals want to give, but access to them all, to see the full story, and most importantly, allow us to advocate how we can get through the second wave and get this issue to Health Committee so we can get results for Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Pickering-Uxbridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I find the member's speech interesting, especially leaving on the point about the Premier of Ontario. If he had heard his leader's speech earlier, when answering a question to the member of the bloc, he said that, you know, he wouldn't take an approach, the leader of the official opposition wouldn't take an approach of, you know, Ottawa knows best. Yet the leader of the opposition criticized Premier Ford's response to COVID. So I'm curious, why is it, actually two questions, why is it that classic Conservatives say one thing in French to Quebec and something else to everyone else? And how does the member opposite feel that his leader doesn't want an Ottawa knows best approach, except to Premier Ford, who didn't support his leadership, while he praises Premier Kenny, who supported him? Why does the member from Ontario not have a problem with the leader of the opposition criticizing the very member?
The Honourable Member for Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Well, Madam Speaker, I'm really glad my fellow Ontarian got up to the House so Canadians can see the games that the Liberal government are playing on this themselves. They're trying to pit people against each other, all this. We want the information. There was no talk about working together here in Ottawa to get access to information about rapid testing, to get the documents. There was nothing about that. The member for Calgary Nose Hill gave a very reasonable proposal, okay? If 15 days wasn't appropriate, give us a number, work with us. They won't do that. They won't work together. They won't give anything. They'll try to switch the subject. People see right through it, and that's why they're trying to change the channel every which way they possibly can.
Commentaire, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Madam Speaker, look, what is so heartening about this debate today, I've had colleagues from the NDP stand up, colleagues from the Bloc say, look, we all need in this place to be facilitating a path forward related to COVID-19 so that families can be reunited, that people can get back to work, so that schools can stay open, that we can keep people healthy and safe. This motion focuses on what every Canadian, regardless of political stripe, wants Parliament to be working on right now. I'm just wondering if my colleague, who is part of our leadership team in our party, can speak a little bit about the fact that we have reached out to the Liberals today to talk about timelines for document production. They haven't even returned our phone call on this. How does he think what kind of message does that send to Canadians who are looking for Parliament to be collaborative when it comes to dealing with the COVID-19 crisis?
Honourable Member for Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Well, thank you to my colleague for that question. And yes, our leadership team has reached out to the government to say, let's work together. You want to talk about COVID-19? Let's get the information. The Bloc Québécois, the NDP, our party are united in saying we deserve full access. And the comment, I think it was the parliamentary secretary to the government House leader, said, well, that's a lot of documents. Yep, correct. We've spent hundreds of billions of dollars. These are unique times. If there ever has been a need for Parliament, if there's ever been a need for scrutiny and to work together and scrutinize, make sure the government's doing the right thing, this is the time. Now's not the time to shut down Parliament. Now's not the time to filibuster for 20 hours, especially at Health Committee. Let's get to the results. If the government has a counter-proposal to say 15 days is not enough time, there are staff within the federal government. There are bureaucrats that can address these issues that are set to do this. Let them do their work. Let Parliament do our job.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate my colleagues' mention of Manitoba. Currently, Manitoba, we're facing a Liberal government who's trying to filibuster, putting the lives of Manitobans at risk, and we also have a Palliser government who's cutting back on health care. Liberals, Tory, same old story. I want to ask my honourable member what he feels we should do in Manitoba when we continually have Conservatives and Liberals denying the Manitobans critical access to health care during a pandemic.
Honourable Member for Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Well, I'll go on the record of commending Premier Palliser for his leadership of what I said during the speech about they are trying to make advancements. They are trying to they're actually taking a leadership role, for example, in rapid testing, as I mentioned in my comments, and they're being blocked by the federal government on this. So it's very hard to be able to deliver results and say, look, we have this rapid testing option. We all agree rapid testing can change the game of our COVID-19 response, and they have to issue a news release begging the federal government to let them do what they want to do in their own provincial jurisdiction.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Brandon Surrey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I just want to take a moment, as my colleague from Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry just did, to thank my friend and colleague from Calgary Nose Hill for drafting this motion. In just a very short time, she shone a giant spotlight on how ill-prepared the Liberal government was to originally deal with the pandemic. And now the member from Calgary Nose Hill confirmed what many of us have suspected all along, that the Minister of Health had no plan for the second wave.
I love you, Larry.
Right now, there are thousands of Canadians waiting in line to get a COVID test. In fact, I and my colleagues wrote a letter to the health minister to let her know, for Manitoba colleagues, to let her know how disappointed we were that even though the government had authorized rapid tests, Manitoba couldn't access them, Madam Deputy Speaker, because of her government. In some cases, people have been standing in line for hours, hoping they'll get tested. Some might get their results tomorrow, while many will have to wait days to find out the results. Right now, we have an entire airline industry on the ropes, and the livelihoods of their employees are threatened as well. Just yesterday, many of them were outside of Parliament protesting this very Liberal government. While the Liberals tell us that they have a plan, try telling that to these airline employees who don't know if they're going to have a job to go to when they return to work. When they return, rather. It may not be going to work. Or try telling that to those who haven't seen their loved ones in months, because the Liberals have yet to find a way to reunite them while keeping Canadians safe. For those watching us right now, I want you to know why we are debating this motion. As a member of the Health Committee, I've now sat through 2 meetings, approximately 4 hours of the Liberal MPs filibustering and talking out the clock. And why are these Liberal MPs filibustering? Well, to begin with, those pesky opposition MPs just want access to information and documents that Canadians are asking for. The motion we are debating here today is almost identical to the motion that we have been trying to vote on at the Health Committee. Because the Liberal MPs refused to have a vote on our committee, we are using an opposition day to advance this cause. So what documents do we want? The Health Minister to request that the Liberal MPs don't want us to see. Well, let's start with the record of communications between the government and the World Health Organization. What did the government know, and when did they know it? Many Canadians might be interested to know that as opposition MPs have no idea, that we as opposition MPs have no idea what those internal information, what internal information was shared by the World Health Organization with the Government of Canada. Given the serious concerns that are being raised by China's influence over the World Health Organization, Canadians deserve to know if the minister had concerns or doubted the early information she was getting. We got no idea what the World Health Organization was telling the Minister of Health. We have no idea if the Minister of Health questioned that information. And we have no idea if the Minister of Health took decisive action to check on Canada's supply of PPE or other necessary equipment. What we do know, Madam Speaker, was that even after outbreaks in China and multiple other countries, the Minister of Health kept telling the House the risk was low. What I want to know is what information did she have at that time that led her to that conclusion? In preparation for this debate and after reviewing the February 3rd Health Committee meeting, Madam Speaker, which was specifically on Canada's preparation for COVID-19, the President of the Health Agency of Canada said, and I quote, "Canada's public health system is well equipped to contain cases coming from abroad and their potential for spreading within Canada," end quote. Well, we know now that that wasn't true. We didn't have enough PPE, and we had people coming into the country without any extra level of screening, other than asking if they had visited Hubei province. President of the Health Agency of Canada went on to say, quote, "The system is working as it should to protect Canadians against this novel coronavirus, and the overall risk to Canadians in Canada remains low." I wish that was true. I wish that our system had been ready for what descended upon us. At the time of this February 3rd committee meeting, COVID was already in 27 other countries. Thousands and thousands had already contracted the virus, and many had died. So I want to remind the House what action the Liberal government took at the time. As of February 3rd, only 3 airports in Canada had the CBSA, the Border Security Agency's agents, asking passengers if they had visited Hubei province. Only 3, Madam Speaker. In 7 other airports, passengers could self-report on an electronic kiosk if they visited Hubei province. And I want to thank my Liberal colleague from Thunder Bay Rainy River, who was at that committee meeting and asked a great question about the screening process. He wanted to know if CBSA was asking passengers if they had visited other provinces in China other than Hubei in order to be properly screened. He was told no. CBSA was only asking passengers if they had visited Hubei. That response boggles the mind. It even bothered my colleague from Thunder Bay Rainy River, and he pushed back and said, quote, "My understanding is that there are 2 other provinces with almost 900 cases. There are a number of other provinces with over 500 cases. That's gone up pretty dramatically over the last couple of days from when it was almost half that number." End quote. The next question he asked, and I quote, "My understanding is that the United States is asking all people returning from China to voluntarily self-isolate for 2 weeks. Has Canada contemplated doing the same thing, asking all people returning from China to isolate for 2 weeks?" End quote. Remember, Madam Speaker, that was February the 3rd. What a great question, and sadly the answer he got back was the government was only recommending people limit their contact with others if they had visited Hubei province. I'm starting to wonder if the member from Thunder Bay Rainy River was our health minister. Perhaps we could have been far better prepared. The other issue I want to speak to in our motion is our efforts to get more information on how the government responded and is continuing to respond to the issue of purchasing COVID-19 test products. As many of us have heard, we still don't have widespread access to rapid test kits. Just yesterday, the government announced that they had gotten their first shipment, but we still don't have any idea where they're going. Now we have heard some conflicting words from the Minister of Health on rapid tests. Now, for a government that just purchased 100,000 of them, why did the Minister of Health say just a couple of weeks ago, and I quote, "Many jurisdictions that have used rapid tests have seen a worsening of their outbreaks"? And she went on to say, "Around the world there are very high-profile examples of how rapid tests have actually added confusion and increased the risk of infection." These are not words from a pundit. They come from the one person in the country who's supposed to be in charge of the federal government's COVID response. While the minister may have thought Canadians are not paying attention to what is said in this place, I can assure her they do. And it is very disconcerting that while the government is seemingly getting around to approving and purchasing rapid test kits after much pressure, the minister is sowing doubt if they can be trusted. That in itself is very troubling. I question if the minister said those words because she didn't like questions poised to her from the member from Calgary Nose Hill, or did her officials tell her to say that? Who knows? But I want to get to the bottom of it. In closing, Madam Speaker, I implore my colleagues to vote in favour of this motion. Let's review what steps have to be taken so we can provide the best recommendations to the government moving forward. The sooner the better, Madam Speaker. Canadians are counting on us.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Beauport-Limoilou.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to know what my honourable colleague thinks about the Liberal government's refusal to respond to our request to amend the motion to make it better in their eyes and to help us be more transparent with Canadians.
Sorry.
Yes, thanks to my colleague for that question. And, you know, I mean, if they want to move amendments and put them forward, I mean, the opposition, opposition parties are up to doing that. All I know is that they did support a very similar motion in the committees that we had, and I commend them for their support in those areas, because this is a very, very important issue, and the government isn't taking it to heart. Thank you.
The honourable member for Newmarket Aurora.
Madam Chair. As a member of the committee, I would like to ask the member opposite if he feels it's appropriate for members opposite to make light and make fun of an individual's inability to read a document that was produced in very short minutes. Is that the values that this party represents?
The honourable member for Brandon-Souris.
Well, Madam Speaker, I can't believe I'm hearing this, because, you know, you've got a situation where they were looking at the font size and saying it was too small to be read. Well, you know, we read lots of documents and lots of books, Madam Speaker, and I don't have any problem with it.
Font size in your computer. Yeah.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, I want to just say to the House how awesome my colleague from Brandon-Souris is. He's a pretty awesome guy. He's great to work with on the Health Committee, so I want to thank him for his service and all of his hard work. But maybe he could expand a little bit about, because I know he was so frustrated watching the Liberals block this common sense motion that other parties collaborated with us on, especially at a time when we need these answers. Maybe he could talk a little bit about how he feels as a member of Parliament when the governing party won't even return our phone calls to look at what a document production timeline could be, even though we have the support of the other parties.
Well, member for Brandon-Souris.
Well, I want to thank my colleague for that commendation. I really did enjoy working with her on the Immigration Committee as well, and with my colleagues from East and West that are also on the committee with us right here in the House. It is a pleasure to be on the Health Committee, particularly at this important time in our Canadian history, with COVID being so relevant across the whole country. It is so frustrating to, as I pointed out in my speech today, Madam Speaker, to see the reluctance of the government to move, even on the rapid testing, faster than they are, to make sure that it could be used as an option for many of the businesses that we could be keeping open in this country. And that's one of the things that I think we need to look at haste with, right away. We are looking at a situation where we have many people who want to go to work that can't, and we need to have our tourism industry, our airline industry that was here in the House making presentations yesterday, and if we had a proper rapid testing mechanism, like many of our allies and even other countries in the world are using right now, that we haven't got access to yet. I'll back up on that one a little bit. They did make it available, but as I pointed out in my own comments, the letter that we wrote from our Manitoba caucus to the minister when the Manitoba government tried to purchase those rapid tests, they were told they couldn't because the federal government had the contract for them all and would distribute them however they wanted. We got 100,000 tests yesterday, Madam Speaker, and we still don't know where they're going.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And we've heard from a number of Conservative speakers making it seem to Canadians like rapid testing is a panacea, a magic bullet. But I was wondering if the honourable member could comment on the White House, for example, and that every person in the White House was subject to a rapid test, but yet it was a source of an outbreak and a super spreading event. So I was wondering if he could talk about that, and that it isn't a magic solution and is only part of an overall solution, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member for Brandon Surrey.
Can't believe that coming from a Liberal member. Well, I actually can believe it coming from a Liberal minister, Madam Chair. He's saying that rapid testing doesn't work. I mean, is that what he's saying? Because that's certainly not what we're saying. We're saying it's an alternative to the present tests that are there and one that you can get the results of in a very short order, which Canadians are asking for. And if we're ever going to allow them to be safely back to work and going to school and daycares, we need to have those tests. And so, Madam Chair, I take exception to
debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Service and Procurement. Oh, sorry. Yes, the Honourable Member. Sorry. Yes.
You heard, as I did, that the member across the way, the Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Transport, shouted a unparliamentary term in heckle to my colleague. And I would ask you, through you, Madam Speaker, to ask him to stand and apologize for the term. Because I know you heard it as well.
I did hear it, and I have heard actually quite a few today from different sides of the House, not just from one side, that I personally would object to, because I do consider them unparliamentary. I haven't raised it. I haven't brought it up. I invite the member to apologize if he...
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and unfortunately I have heard on all sides, but I will take responsibility for my comment and apologize to the House.
Thank you. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Service and Procurement.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to share my time with my colleague, the member for Outremont.
To rise in the House and speak to the motion put forward by my honourable colleague. And as we all know, this pandemic is the worst and most serious public health crisis that Canada has ever faced. We have taken a proactive approach, Madam Speaker. We have taken a productive approach. We've taken a transparent approach. And most of all, we've taken a cooperative Team Canada approach, and one that I humbly submit is not reflected in the motion that we are debating here today. We've consistently informed parliamentarians and Canadians frequently and regularly about the work we are doing. And from the start of this crisis, our government has remained focused on one thing: taking care of Canadians. We have their back, Madam Speaker. Nothing has been more important to us than making sure they have the support they need to make it through the pandemic while remaining healthy and safe. A significant part of our government's action to meet the challenges of this crisis has involved procuring the essential supplies that Canadians need to protect themselves against COVID-19. Our government, through the hard work of procurement officials, has worked incredibly hard over these last few months to put in place a solid strategy to get the supplies into the hands of those who need them the most. I would like to take this opportunity to thank them and to highlight some of those efforts. Je salue également les gens.
I also recognize the people in my riding of Gatineau, as with everywhere in Canada and this region, who are working day and night to help us.
Highlight the extraordinary efforts we have gone to in providing transparency to Canadians with regard to procurement contracts.
Madam Speaker, from the start of the pandemic, officials at Public Services and Procurement Canada are working day and night to source PPE, personal protective equipment. This includes masks, N95 respirators, face shields, hand sanitizer, and protective gloves and gowns. In total, we've purchased over $2 billion worth of personal protective equipment, and we keep on receiving more every day. We are doing everything we can to acquire what we need for COVID screening tests, including swab tests and reagents. To get these huge quantities in such little time, our government has taken a two-track approach. At the beginning of the pandemic, we had to deal with a volatile market in which rare supplies were the target of fierce competition among countries, and we had to be aggressive in our procurement approach, often with new suppliers. And we also had to create supply chains, organize the logistics of storage and shipping, and make sure that the products met Health Canada standards.
As we continued to deal with firms overseas, we also turned to domestic manufacturers and suppliers. We issued a call to action to Canadian businesses, and thousands of them responded. These companies stepped up to contribute to the national effort and retooled their assembly lines to design entirely new products so that we could establish secure supply chains right here in Canada. This unprecedented mobilization of domestic manufacturing not only helped save lives, but also helped keep people employed and contributing to our economy when this country needed it the most. Because of our strategy, more than 40%, Madam Speaker, of the dollar value of our contracts is for made-in-Canada goods like surgical gowns, non-surgical masks, face shields, and hand sanitizer. These domestic suppliers significantly added to the regular shipments of personal protective equipment that we continue to receive from overseas and will do so for months to come. Le seul achat d'équipements.
But only purchasing PPE won't be enough to get us through this pandemic. We won't be able to overcome as long as we don't have a safe and effective vaccine. And I'd like to reassure the House that the government is working diligently towards the moment. We will actually have certified vaccines, and one will be able to vaccinate Canadians from coast to coast. And as we had to do when we purchased protective equipment within Canada and abroad, we will have to be aggressive in negotiating access to potential vaccines. Once again, Canada will have to deal with a volatile market and will have to expect the unexpected. Even if we still don't know which vaccines will succeed in clinical trials and be certified, we can't stand back and wait. So we are making decisions on the purchase of vaccines based on the advice and recommendations of the COVID-19 Vaccine Working Group, as well as based on the most up-to-date scientific data.
We have signed agreements with 6 of the most promising vaccine candidates: Johnson & Johnson, Novavax, Pfizer, Moderna, AstraZeneca, and Sanofi GlaxoSmithKline. Moreover, this government continues to negotiate additional agreements with both domestic and international suppliers to establish a guaranteed supply of potential vaccine. Madam Speaker, we know that with renewed efforts to keep community transmission at a minimum, testing for the virus and tracing where it may have spread is more important than ever. And to that end, we are pursuing rapid test solutions to help us meet urgent demands from provinces and territories to reduce wait times for results. This is key to reducing the spread of the virus. In addition to these bilateral agreements made directly with pharmaceutical companies, we are also collaborating with our global partners to fight the virus. Our government is investing in the Gavi COVAX facility, a pooled procurement mechanism for purchasing COVID-19 vaccines and allowing them to be distributed equitably throughout the world. This pandemic cannot be fought at the domestic level alone. We know that in order to come out the other side, we need to do our part to protect other countries as well.
I would like to reiterate our government's commitment to being transparent and responsible in its procurement of supplies to counter COVID-19 by giving MPs in this House and all Canadians the most information possible on the efforts we're doing in that regard. Since the supplies we are buying are in short supply around the world and we're competing against other governments, it hasn't always been possible to immediately disclose certain confidential contract details, and that's still the case regardless. I'm happy to inform the House that we have taken several measures to disclose as much information as possible. For example, on our department's website, Canadians can inform themselves on the purchases and deliveries of essential supplies, as well as the names of suppliers and the value of the contracts related to COVID-19. Further, we regularly update Canadians on agreements the government has signed to obtain the most promising vaccine candidates being developed in the world today. We also are informing Canadians on agreements on the most effective tests because technology is evolving quickly. I am proud of the efforts our government has undertaken to keep Canadians informed about the way we source the supplies we desperately need.
Overcoming a pandemic requires the work and resolve of every single Canadian. On all fronts, we've made significant progress, but our work is far from done. Now that we are in the middle of the second wave of infection in many parts of the country, we know it's time to return to those actions that allow us to minimize community transmission and successfully flatten the curve early on.
To support these measures, our government will continue to make sure that Canadians have access to personal protective equipment, to tests, and eventually to a safe and effective vaccine. Canadians are counting on the government to do everything it can to help them get through this pandemic. We will get through the pandemic thanks to our work and our procurement strategies.
Madam Speaker, this government has sought to cooperate with the private sector, cooperate with provinces, cooperate with suppliers, cooperate and challenge Canadians to come up with domestic supply. I do note the auto parts manufacturers today saying firms from across this country dropped everything to help save lives by making critical medical goods for every government in Canada, every political stripe. We all did this together. That's what Team Canada is, Madam Speaker. What Team Canada is not is driving the bus from the rear with a motion that goes from A to Z and starts over again, that seeks to micromanage, that seeks us to have the government spend all of its time in document retrieval and not in solving and protecting Canadians' public health. What the government will keep doing is being transparent and cooperating, Madam Speaker. What the government will keep doing is having Canadians' backs. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Questions and comments?
Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I find listening to the government talking about the Team Canada transparent, open approach they've taken, it reminds me of an episode of Seinfeld where George is asked, how did you beat the lie detector test? And what he said was, it's not a lie if you believe it to be true. So a manufacturer in my riding was bidding on a federal contract, and he had to prove that he had the capacity to manufacture the good he was bidding on. He didn't get the contract, and now he's got over $300,000 worth of merchandise just sitting there. All that Frank Bayless had to do was prove that he was a Liberal, and he got $237 million worth of contract. So I'm just wondering, where's the Team Canada approach in that? Should the rules that Brad has to follow not be the same for Mr. Bayless?
Yeah. Good Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, we ask Canadian companies from coast to coast to coast to step up and give us solutions for made-in-Canada domestic supplies that would protect Canadians. And by the thousands, they signified their interest. By the thousands, we responded to them. We've reached arrangements with manufacturers of personal protective equipment. We've reached arrangements with academic institutions. We've reached arrangements with suppliers all across this country, some of whom have gone to great lengths to retool and help Canada and help provinces in this effort. And we're going to continue to do that, Madam Speaker.
The member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. I'm sorry, you're still muted. Oh, thank you, Madam Speaker. So, as we know, when the parliamentary secretary was speaking, he referred to a vaccine. So far, Canada has signed 6 agreements to source vaccines 280 million doses. But when it comes to the money committed by the government to set aside to reserve these doses, the federal government said that the money would go to the pharmaceutical companies, depending on how clinical trials go. There's a lack of transparency because we don't know what the value is of these contracts. There are several task forces on COVID-19 who have business relationships with pharmaceutical companies which have signed agreements with the government. When the government crumbled under the pressure, it created a registry for members of these task forces to declare conflicts of interest, and 23 have been declared since June. If there is no lack of transparency, why is there something we don't know? Madam Speaker, I'm going to speak directly to Canadians. What do Canadians expect? They expect Canada to be a leader, to stand behind scientists, to stand behind the best research, to stand behind the best evidence, to travel the world and to get the best vaccine candidates. We have signed 6 agreements so far with producers of the most promising vaccine candidates. And we can therefore assure all Canadians and healthcare professionals, or teachers, or bus drivers that the vaccines, once they are approved, will be available to protect them, and Canada will be there for them. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments?
For London Fanshawe.
The Liberals claim that they're filibustering in finance and ethics committees to maintain focus on the government's response to COVID-19. And yet, in this health committee, they're filibustering to prevent a study of the government's response to COVID-19. Could you explain that contradiction?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I'm not sure I got all of the question, Madam Speaker, because there's a lot of noise coming from over here. But what I do discern from my honourable colleague is that the important work of committees absolutely must continue. The important work of reviewing the best practices, the important work of reviewing what the government is doing in terms of responding to this pandemic, and the procurement work that is associated with that absolutely must continue. But, Madam Speaker, the people across the way here would have our most senior officials, the people who work day and night, and I know because I represent many of them. They work day and night scouring the world for this material, for these vaccines, for these tests, and they would have them review tens of thousands of documents within 15 days. At the end of the day, Madam Speaker, I think Canadians expect the Canadian Public Service and this Parliament to support the work of our public service, support the work of this Parliament that is aimed at protecting Canadians and our citizens from COVID-19.
A very short question from the Honourable Member for Guelph.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And looking at the motion we have before us today, it's really an exercise in micromanagement that we often see from the Conservative Party, where our role as government is to have direction and oversight in the strategy and bringing people together. As the chair of the All-Party Health Research Caucus, last night we had researchers from across Canada providing their research on vaccine development. Could the...
sorry, but that's a very short comment from the Parliamentary Secretary.
I want to thank my honourable colleague who's always taking a leadership role when it comes to science and evidence and academic research in this House, and having this government support that very effort. You can be sure, and he can be sure, Madam Speaker, that we will continue listening to the experts, listening to the scientists, keeping Canada in the front row when it comes to beating this disease.
Right on. Statements by members. Déclaration de député, the Honourable Member for Parkdale High Park.
Madam Speaker, prior to my election, I had the opportunity to work with the United Nations, prosecuting crimes against humanity and genocide at the International Criminal Tribunal for Rwanda. The legal standard for establishing genocide is a high one, as it must be for the most heinous crime known to humanity. I'm saddened to indicate that it is genocide which appears to be taking place today in China. A set of studies by the Subcommittee on International Human Rights demonstrates clearly that 2 million Uyghur Muslims are being detained in modern-day concentration camps, unable to speak their language or practice their faith. This is the largest mass detention of a community since the Holocaust. What's more, Uyghur Muslims are being subjected to horrific abuses, including forced sterilization and abortions. The UN Genocide Convention is clear. When you impose measures intended to prevent births within a group, you are committing an act of genocide. This is happening in China right now, Madam Speaker, under our watch. I will not stand for it, nor should any member of this House. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Chatham-Kent-Leamington.
338 members of Parliament have the honour and privilege and responsibility of representing Canadians in this chamber. This work would not be possible without the capable support we receive from staff. Especially since the outbreak of COVID-19, our staff have been essential in delivering services to our constituents. I pay particular tribute to George Pasevich, who since beginning work on the Hill in 1976 has served 9 MPs and MPPs in more than 40 years of experience. He has dedicated a career to serving others by amplifying the constituents' voice through the din and maze of democracy. His innate political acumen provides wise counsel to his employer, and I am just the latest Member of Parliament to benefit from his experience. George is also passionate about kites, kite history, and he's an avid collector. He enthusiastically shares his joy of flying kites with the community through hosting free events like the recent South Point Kites and Lights Weekend. George, thank you for your community service in so many different ways.
The Honourable Member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country, West Vancouver.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. During this year's Small Business Week, we recognize the resilience small business has shown through this pandemic. Small businesses are the heart of our communities and the backbone of the Canadian economy, and this year they have stepped up more than ever. Bruinwood Distillery in Roberts Creek is one of many distilleries in my riding that started making hand sanitizer to help keep us safe. When tourism bus travel stopped, Squamish Connector partnered with Popperide to help commuters travel, and Whistler Connection pivoted their business to delivering food to the most vulnerable. As we look to build back better, our chambers and BIAs are providing leadership. The Ambleside Dunderave Business Improvement Association, in particular, is helping provide the vision that will make our community of West Vancouver thrive going forward. Madam Speaker, this is why it's so important to shop local. Our communities go as our small businesses go, and our government will continue to be there to support them through the wage subsidy, rental assistance, and no-interest loans, just as they've been there to support us.
The Honourable Deputy d'Abitibi, Bay James.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavik. Madam Speaker, I would like to congratulate Madame Josette Pelletier, decorated with the Order of Val d'Or, the highest distinction bestowed by the town of Val d'Or. She is an exceptional volunteer in the area. Over the years, she's been involved in many organizations, like the Farmers Market, the Music and Dance Center, and the Chamber of Commerce. She is well known for her work in Val d'Or, both at the community and economic levels. For more than 20 years, she's been working at the Main Street Corporation, which has brought a wind of change to the Val d'Or downtown area. The revitalization projects on 3rd Avenue are one of her sources of great pride in her volunteer work, but also the projects at Bourg-Lamaque and the construction of Parc Albert Dumais. On my own behalf and on behalf of my colleagues, I would like to thank Madame Pelletier for her hard work. Without you, Val d'Or wouldn't be the same. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member for Glengarry Prescott Russell. Madam Speaker, we all know that 2020 isn't the year we were expecting. This week is Small Business Week, and today I would like to recognize all the Canadians who every day choose to buy local and who every day choose to support small businesses. I would like to pay tribute to the hard work of the people of Glengarry Prescott Russell in the local economy, and today I would like to recognize an initiative of the Prescott Russell Chamber of Commerce. They have created a program called $$ de la Chambre, which is an alternative to gift certificates that can be spent in local businesses. That means that our money will be spent in our own region to help our businesses.
Encourage all residents of Glengarry Prescott Russell to support our local businesses and shop local. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Prince Albert.
Madam Speaker, over 4,200 Canadians have cystic fibrosis. Unfortunately, one of the most promising treatments for CF is not available in Canada because of regulatory uncertainty that this Liberal government has introduced into Canada's patented drug market. Trikafta is a drug that has potential to treat 90% of CF patients and is a lifeline that is available both in the US and UK, but not here in Canada. I recently met with a mother in my riding who suffers from CF, and she is terrified because she is at risk of severe COVID-related complications. Her doctor believes she would greatly benefit from Trikafta. On behalf of my constituents and all Canadians with CF, I am asking the Minister of Health to take to heart the plight of these people and do what needs to be done and bring Trikafta here to Canada.
The honourable member for Burnaby North.
Mr. Speaker, this year we're celebrating Small Business Week a little differently by focusing on the tremendous strength and resilience that small business owners have shown throughout the COVID-19 pandemic. When the pandemic hit, our government needed to act like an entrepreneur, rolling out innovative new programs to save millions of jobs and protect household budgets across the country, and we had to do it in record time. Programs like the Canadian Emergency Wage Subsidy has been successful because of the engagement and feedback from business people across the country. Just last week, the Prime Minister and I sat down with Steve's Poke Bar. This outstanding local business shared their thoughts about how our government support programs have worked for small businesses. We incorporated feedback from meetings like these into our most recent changes for the wage subsidy, the rent subsidy, and the emergency bank account. Mr. Speaker, small businesses create jobs and support families right across the country. It is important to acknowledge the people and the families behind these businesses and to let them know that Canada has their back during this crisis.
Honourable member for Ottawa West Nepean.
Mr. Speaker, I recently met with the Canadian Centre for Women's Empowerment, a volunteer-led organization focused on the issue of economic abuse against women in domestic relationships. While many people understand the impact of physical violence and verbal and psychological abuse, it is less often discussed about economic abuse. While 95% of women who experience domestic abuse also experience economic abuse, it can also occur on its own. Abus économique peut inclure
Economic abuse can include preventing someone from accessing a bank account, getting someone into debt without their knowledge, or not letting them work or study. Economic abuse creates barriers to exiting violent relationships and can persist for a long time after the end of the relationship. As we see all too often, women from marginalized groups are disproportionately affected.
I want to thank the Canadian Centre for Women's Empowerment for their hard work in raising awareness about this very important issue. Thank you, Mr.
The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Speaker, for over 7 months, our country has been gripped by this global pandemic, and we've done our best to help the government provide the compassionate support Canadians need to take care of their families. But there's a problem. We have not seen the same compassion for Canada's veterans from this Liberal government. Sean Dean devoted nearly 3 decades of his life to service for our country. He applied for his veteran's pension over a year ago and was recently informed that his application was now in a 64-week decision phase. That's at least 2 years waiting to receive the pension he has earned and deserves. Thousands of veterans are waiting for help with physical injuries and need mental health care for themselves and their loved ones. The benefits backlog now stands at 50,000, an increase of 60% within the last 3 years. The PBO has said that VAC can dig itself out of its hole by doubling its current hiring plans and implementing the simplified online application that this Liberal government announced 5 years ago. Our veterans deserve better.
The honourable member for Northwest Territories.
Mr. Speaker, Secret Path Week marks the dates that both Channing Wenjack and Gord Downey passed. Channing Wenjack was a 12-year-old boy who died of exposure while attempting to get back home to his family from residential school. Secret Path Week is about creating a national platform to have conversations, learn about Indigenous culture, and create awareness about true history regarding residential schools. The Downey Wenjack Foundation has implemented legacy school programs in over 1,300 schools in every province and territory in Canada. We urge all parliamentarians and all Canadians to answer Gord Downey's call to action to do something by supporting reconciliation to further the conversation about the history of residential schools. Thank you.
The honourable member for Chilliwack Hope.
Jacob Bradenhoff is a childhood cancer survivor.
2 years ago, he was diagnosed with osteosarcoma, and he endured a painful leg amputation and 17 difficult rounds of chemo. But neither cancer nor COVID could keep Jacob down. Last month, he and his family organized a Pedal for Hope team to raise funds for the Terry Fox Foundation, completing a 100-kilometer bike ride through my riding of Chilliwack Hope with Jacob leading the way. He started out with a goal to raise $20,000, but vastly underestimated the impact that his courage to come back has had on the people who know him and who have followed his story. To date, Jacob's team has raised over $110,000. Jacob and his family have seen many kids that they knew and loved die from this beast of a disease, and they want to do what they can to raise money and awareness in hopes that less children will lose their lives to cancer. To them I say, well done, and we are all on Jacob's team.
The honourable member for Calgary Midnapore.
Mr. Speaker, when this government was elected in 2015, they claimed gender parity was important to them. Yet, as is true with all of this Prime Minister's promises to women, he has failed to deliver. Analysis shows that over 70% of Canadians appointed to the Order of Canada last year were men. In comparison, in 2015, under the previous Conservative government, the balance was almost 50-50. On this side of the House, we truly recognize the value and experience women bring to the table. As someone who personally nominated a strong, smart, well-qualified female for the Order of Canada and received no response from this government, I am very much aware that they had worthy women to consider. Claiming to believe in equality is nothing more than condescension if their claims are not backed up with action. Canadian women deserve equal treatment from their government. Why? Because it's 2020.
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. More than 40,000 Canadians have signed a petition to support Motion 46, which calls on the federal government to replace the CERB with a permanent guaranteed livable basic income while strengthening our current and future government public services and programs. If there was ever a time to do this, it is now. Support for Motion 46 crosses party lines. Many colleagues in the House have supported Motion 46 along with senators, PTOs, and organizations from across the country. Income guarantees are not a new concept in Canada. OAS, for example, but it is not livable and leaves many behind. Students, disabled persons, refugees, temporary foreign workers, people dealing with serious mental health and trauma issues. We must uphold our Canadian Charter and ensure that all people are able to live with dignity and human rights in Canada. Governing is about choices. We cannot afford not to care for people at this critical juncture. We must divest from corporate welfare and invest in people. Time to support Motion 46.
L'honorable député de Thérèse de
The honourable member for Thérèse de Blainville. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to draw attention to people living with multiple sclerosis. Mr. Beauséjour and Mr. Lanto, in my writing, have drawn my attention to the reality of people who are living with this illness daily, an illness that often prevents them from keeping their job. More than 60% of people with MS may find themselves on unemployment at some time in their lives. And Canada has one of the highest rates of MS in the world. Do I need to remind this government that this House adopted a Bloc Québécois motion to raise EI sickness benefits from 15 to 50 weeks? It is high time that the government take action to help workers fighting with this serious chronic illness. The honourable member for Bellechasse, Les Échemins-Lévis. Mr. Speaker, 6 years ago, warrant officer Patrice Vincent was killed at Saint-Jean-de-Richelieu simply because he was wearing his Canadian Armed Forces uniform.
A 4-year-old father was gunned down while standing guard at the foot of the Canadian National War Memorial to pay tribute to our brave veterans. The killer would then enter Parliament to sow terror, but was very courageously neutralized by our security officer, for which we are eternally grateful. Ces attaques brutales perpétrées par
These brutal attacks perpetrated by radicalized individuals, radicalized by Islamic extremism, remind us of our vulnerability, but Canadians showed remarkable resiliency. The next day, all parliamentarians were back in the House to take up their work once again and keep our democracy thriving. Today, let us pay tribute to these two Canadian heroes, and let us continue to support their values of freedom and duty, the pillars of our Canadian identity.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Louis Hébert. Mr. Speaker, Small Business Week will end on the 24th. I would like to pay tribute to the resiliency shown by entrepreneurs throughout the country, and specifically in my riding, in all parts of my riding. I would like to specifically mention one of the pizza businesses in my riding that has done a remarkable job. This has been an extremely difficult period for small business. The government is helping small businesses, whether with the wage subsidy or the GST payment period extension. Our government has been there with these and other measures. But we need more than government assistance. We need to show solidarity and work together. And as the holidays approach, we need to support our local business owners to help them survive the pandemic, and so that together we can come out of the pandemic with better consumption habits.
Oral questions. Question orale. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, after weeks of Conservatives demanding the government develop a strategy for rapid COVID-19 testing, some tests finally arrived yesterday. The problem is 100,000 tests is more of a sample than a supply. They will be used up in 3 days, Mr. Speaker. Other countries have had access to millions of rapid tests for months. Mr. Speaker, will the Prime Minister let the Health Committee find out why Canada is at the back of the line when it comes to rapid tests?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Canada is not at the back of the line, and let me refresh the memories of the members opposite on the 5 rapid tests that we have already authorized. The B-Kit virus finder from Hirus, the BD Veritor system from Becton Dixon and Company, the Abbott ID Now, the Abbott PanBio, the Expert Express from Cepheid. More tests are being looked at by our regulators every single day, and they are arriving in Canada every day, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, Canada's Global Public Health Intelligence Network was a global leader in pandemic warning before this government turned it off last year. Even after that decision, multiple departments of the government were warning them that they had to take COVID more seriously. But the government got it wrong on human-to-human transmission. They got it wrong on the border. They got it wrong on masks. Mr. Speaker, why is the Prime Minister denying Canadians the opportunity to learn the lessons from the first wave so that we can be better prepared to protect Canadians?
Full Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let me again remind the members opposite of the prompt action our government took as this novel coronavirus hit the world. On January 2nd, PHAC spoke directly with all provincial health authorities. On January 14th, PHAC convened a meeting of all provincial health authorities. On January 27th, we had increased screening at major airports. On January 27th, we also convened the Incident Response Group. On January 28th, we convened the Special Advisory Committee of Chief Public Health Officers across the country, and I can and will go on.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the trouble is, 2 months after those dates, the Health Minister of the country was still saying there was nothing to worry about, Mr. Speaker. Countless contracts for PPE and other supplies have been held behind national security designations. After the Frank Baylis affair, we can all understand why. But the motion before the House to allow the Health Committee to look at the process will make sure Canadian healthcare workers get the best equipment and that taxpayers get value for money. Mr. Speaker, will the Prime Minister let the Health Committee do what it's supposed to do and make sure that we put the health of Canadians ahead of contracts for Liberal MPs?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take this opportunity to address very directly the insinuation at the heart of that question. The suggestion that our government, in those dark days in the spring, when we came together as a country to fight this novel global pandemic, was focused on anything other than protecting the health and safety of Canadians, working closely with the provinces, territories, and municipalities is simply untrue, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, I'm inclined to believe the Deputy Prime Minister, but when they continually cover up, when they prorogue Parliament, when her colleague Mr. Marneau resigns, when they delay committees, when they threaten elections, pardon me, Mr. Speaker, if I don't believe her sincerity. Canadians want answers. Will the Deputy Prime Minister put the health of Canadians first and vote with us for a health committee study on COVID-19?
Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let me clear up a couple of things. The first is I always put the health and safety of Canadians first. And let me say something else. I really believe that every single member of this House does the same thing. I know that we disagree on a number of policy issues, but I really believe we are all here to serve Canadians. We understand this is a moment of national crisis, and I really hope we can continue to put the national interest first, as we did when we voted unanimously for the EI CRB changes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, a lot of cover-up from this government. Journalists are asking the Liberal government questions on the Frank Baylis ventilator contract. No answers. Now journalists want Mr. Baylis to explain himself, but Mr. Baylis is refusing to take calls and not responding to his door. Are the Liberals ashamed of supporting millionaire friends during a pandemic? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I want to give a very exact answer with regard to Mr. Baylis. There is no contract between PSPC and Baylis Medical. Following the recommendation of an expert advisory panel, representatives of PHAC gave a contract There is no link between public procurement and Baylis. The Honourable Member for Beloeil-Chambly. Thank you. The French community and the Americans is often subject to hate speech, but it doesn't seem like much compared to what the visible minorities sometimes have to bear on a daily basis. It's time for solidarity and to commit to a better society. It starts with the recognition, science, and the critical analysis, but the use of a word that history has conferred a humiliating, racist, or degrading meaning is doing so in a university setting where analysis is important to be prohibited. The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government is unequivocal. Anti-Black racism is unacceptable. We cannot remain silent when there is injustice. We must come together and listen to the experiences lived by our fellow Canadians and take action. The Honourable Member for Avignon, La Métis, Matane, Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, the university is a place of higher learning, a place privileged for debate and analysis. What is the significance of a word? What does it mean to those hearing it? What weight does it have today and historically? If there is anywhere that such discussions need to happen, it's in the universities with the freedom needed to share that knowledge. Academic freedom means first asking difficult questions with specific care to individual sensitivities without censure. Will the Prime Minister defend academic freedom at the University of Ottawa or not? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, obviously, our government, and I think every member of this House, will defend academic freedom. I am here with many professors. I respect universities a great deal and academics.
It is a difficult thing. We must be aware of the reality, and that is what we are doing. There is systemic racism in our country, and we must take action to this. The honourable member for Burnaby South. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There is no drinking water in the Niskantaga First Nation. The Niskantaga Nation has not had access to drinking water for 25 years. Imagine not having access to drinking water for that period of time. 25 years, no water to wash your hands, no water to take a bath in. This situation is terrible. The Prime Minister promised drinking water, but he broke his promise. When will Niskantaga First Nation have access to drinking water? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for the question. For our government, the issue of First Nations and drinking water around the country is a priority. We have worked on this, and we have made a lot of progress, but I agree with the MP that we still have much work to be done. We will do it together with the First Nations leaders around the country.
South. Mr. Speaker, what's happening right now in the First Nation of Niskantaga is an example, a representation of the abject failure of this government and of previous Conservative governments to address a basic question of access to drinking water. The people of this community are being evacuated. Seniors are being evacuated. Chief Munoz describes the situation like this. He says, "Why is this not a public health emergency? Are we not important? Are we not human? When will the community get access to clean drinking water?"
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member opposite for that very important question. And I really believe that we as Canadians understand that it is a national outrage that there are drinking water advisories still for Indigenous communities in our country. This problem was not created in a day, and it's not going to be resolved in a day. But what I will say is this. Our government has worked hard and has had some success. It's not enough, and I am very happy to recommit today to the effort to ensure all communities in Canada have water fit to drink.
Honorable Deputy.
Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the government prevented Parliament from doing its job. We wanted to create a special committee on allegations of Liberal corruption. Instead, they said, no, we have to deal with the pandemic. Okay. Ask and ye shall receive. Today we're tabling a motion to unfreeze the Standing Committee on Health, and we're asking the government produce all important documents related to the pandemic. Now that the government's demands have been met, we want to know if the government will cooperate with us and support our motion. The Honourable Deputy or Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, yesterday this House decided Canadians instead of petty politics, chose Canadians instead of petty politics. I know the Conservatives are quite disappointed we're not going to election today, but we're not. And it's an excellent opportunity for the government and, in fact, all parliamentarians to continue to work for Canadians. You know, Mr. Speaker, the government has an extremely important obligation to Canadians, but the opposition parties do so as well. We are working together. Let's work together for Canadians. The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, it is our duty to ensure that taxpayer dollars are being used effectively and distributed effectively. So stories such as the one we heard about with Frank Baylis should not be heard anymore. We need to be more careful. With our motion, we want to end parliamentary filibustering by the Liberals on the Standing Committee on Health. When will the government let us do our jobs and give us the documents? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, in fact, we want to work with the opposition parties and with each of the opposition parties. That is our goal and has been since the beginning, and we managed to do that a number of times. You can remember all the times that we had unanimous consent or the support of one party or another party in the opposition. That's what's essential for somebody who lost their job, for a mother who is concerned because her kids can't go to school, and for all Canadians. So my hand is held out. It remains held out. Let's work together in the interest of Canadians.
Nose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, I've been really heartened as a parliamentarian to see collaboration with opposition parties on coming up with a very common sense, nonpartisan motion to review the government's response to COVID-19 so we can chart a firm path forward to get people back to work while keeping people safe. Government isn't so willing. Look, we've likely got the support of opposition parties. So in the spirit of collaboration, I'm asking the health minister, because she said that a 15-day timeline was not reasonable to produce documents in a scrum earlier today. What is a reasonable timeline?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Honourable member for her question, and certainly that's something that I've communicated with the House Leader that should be negotiated. Look, the government is willing to work with the opposition to come up with a timeline that is reasonable, that will get to the goal of understanding what we need to do going forward. Mr. Speaker, I think the member opposite is right, that when we work together, Canadians appreciate it and our response is stronger.
Honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Here's the problem, Mr. Speaker. The minister has had 2 weeks to answer this question because this motion was presented to the Health Committee nearly 2 weeks ago. So the fact that she can't walk into her staff's office and go, hey, what's a reasonable timeline over a 2-week period really belies this government's overall response to COVID and her approach to her staff, which has been slow, incompetent, and costly to Canadian lives. So I'm going to ask her one more time. She's had 4 hours since I asked her this morning, 2 weeks since it was originally moved. What is a reasonable timeline for the production of these documents?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I mean, first I have to take umbrage with defining our civil servants, our staff members who have been working day and night around the clock as slow and incompetent. Mr. Speaker, I think we all can rise above that kind of language and appreciate just how hard everyone in government, in opposition, are working to make sure that Canadians have a response that protects them. But, Mr. Speaker, listen, the member opposite also knows that health committees are independent, and of course that is something that she needs to work through with the Health Committee and their chair.
Honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
This is the interesting thing, Mr. Speaker. Today, in an article by Dylan Robertson from the Winnipeg Free Press, we found out that less than half of federal Freedom to Information offices are operating at full capacity, including the Health Ministry. This means that there's people whose actual job it is to produce information for Parliament are sitting at home. I wonder what we could do with them. It's interesting. Maybe they could produce some documents for Parliament. I don't know. What does the minister think?
Great question. The Honourable Minister.
Again, Mr. Speaker, we hear from the opposition a demeaning of the civil servants who I can attest have been working around the clock to ensure that they have what we need for Canadians as we respond to this pandemic. Mr. Speaker, we have used every available resource to make sure that Health Canada and the Public Health Agency of Canada have what they need so that they can support provinces, territories, indeed Canadians. And Mr. Speaker, we will continue to put the health and safety of Canadians first and foremost in our response.
The Honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, it's this incompetence that's costing Canadians their lives. It's these excuses that are keeping businesses shut. It's this just lack of disregard for Canadians' lives, our plan forward, that is keeping women out of the workforce because daycares are closed, because we don't have rapid tests. This has to stop. The motion that we have before Parliament today is nonpartisan. It's getting information that Canadians need so that we can move forward out of this pandemic. What timeline is the minister proposing to produce these documents?
Honourable Minister.
Speaker, I've spoken to hundreds, if not thousands, thousands of Canadians since the pandemic was first announced, and in fact when the COVID-19 has arrived on our shores. And in fact, not once has a Canadian asked me to put more resources into freedom of information officers. In fact, what they've asked me for is to ensure that all the resources of Canada are devoted on one thing, Mr. Speaker, and that's the health, safety, and economic prosperity of our country. And Mr. Speaker, we're going to continue to make sure that Canada has the most robust response possible. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, we know that you Liberals are using COVID to line their pals' pockets. There weren't enough ventilators in the first wave, and the Liberals wanted to make some using Frank Baylis. They know that it wouldn't look good. He was a Liberal MP just last year ago, and their friend. So they didn't give their friend Frank the money directly. Even they didn't think that would be okay. They gave $237 million to FTI, a shell company created just 7 days earlier. The problem is that FTI does not make ventilators. So, plot twist, they hired their friend Frank as a contractor. Real winners. Are they thinking that it's all a joke? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for the question. Since the beginning of the pandemic, Innovation, Science and Economic Development Canada launched a request for proposals from Canadian manufacturers to meet medical needs, urgent medical needs. After a study by an expert panel, the government gave contracts for the national production of ventilators. There is no contract with Baylis Medical. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, that's what they say. The Liberals gave without a request for proposal, thus gives us a reminder of something that happened recently. $237 million to FTI, a company that didn't exist 7 days ago. They said that they needed to have ventilators produced, but FTI doesn't make ventilators. FTI told the Liberals, we know somebody who knows somebody, and the Liberals say, okay, here's your check. Strange coincidence. That someone was a former Liberal MP. Mr. Speaker, if I incorporate and pay $1,000 to do so, can I get $200 million next Thursday? Or does that just work for Liberal friends and Liberal pals? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to reiterate that our government has stepped up to ensure domestic production of ventilators when at the beginning of this pandemic, there was no domestic production of ventilators here in Canada. The president of the Auto Parts Manufacturers Association, in fact, said firms from across this country dropped everything to help save lives by making critical medical goods. Every political stripe, we all did this together, Mr. Speaker. This is important. This is Canada, and this is domestic production. Merci beaucoup.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals knew that it would look bad to give $237 million to Liberal Frank Baylis, so they went through a shell company that transferred the money to him. They also knew it would look bad to give a $900 million program to their friends at We Charity when the organization was in debt up to its neck. But they did the same thing. They signed with We Charity Foundation, a shell company that had no debt because it had no operations. The Liberals are using shell companies to give their friends contracts. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to repeat the question my leader asked. Do they take us for fools? The Honourable Minister.
The Honourable Minister.
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, pas du tout. Ce n'est pas la...
Not at all, Mr. Speaker. This is not the case. No. Our government has committed to the domestic production of personal protective equipment and ventilators, and we will not stop because this is extremely important for Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, because this Liberal government is taking so long to provide rapid testing to Canadians, the Manitoba government took the initiative to procure these rapid tests for Manitobans on their own, but this Liberal government blocked them from doing so. They wouldn't allow them. Meanwhile, John Pritchard School and Birds Hill School in my riding in the Winnipeg area have had large COVID-19 outbreaks. Manitobans deserve and need rapid testing now, and we just learned this week that the Liberals have received 100,000 rapid tests. So I want to know how many of these tests are are coming to Manitoba and when?
Honourable Minister of Health.
One of the things that has really helped Canada in our response to the pandemic has been the collaboration with provinces and territories and the work together that we've done to prioritize and to distribute, whether it's PPE, tests, and other equipment to Canadians. In fact, through the table of health ministers, we've managed to work out sharing agreements every single time, Mr. Speaker, that work for provinces and territories, that address the needs in their communities, and that ensure that we have the capacity no matter what COVID-19 throws at us.
The Honourable Member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Mr. Speaker, Air Canada on October 1st purchased 25,000 rapid testing kits approved by Health Canada, so Air Canada could test international travelers, and when negative for COVID, no 14-day quarantine. Canada relies significantly on tourism from outside, from international. Mr. Speaker, can the Minister explain why they have not given Air Canada approval for this Health Canada approved rapid testing moving forward with economic recovery safely?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I think there's a lot of presumptions in that question that might not be quite accurate. In fact, Air Canada is actually conducting a research study with McMaster University right now on trying to determine when someone could receive a test in order to reduce the 14-day quarantine period. In fact, it's exciting to note that the province of Alberta is working in partnership with the Government of Canada on a very similar research project, Mr. Speaker, just announced today. And these kinds of research projects are going to help us ensure the goal of reducing importations while also looking at ways that we can reduce the quarantine. Mr. Speaker, I will remind Canadians, though, the 14-day quarantine still is applying today.
The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Mr. Speaker, a local constituent reached out to me about how their families' lives have been on hold due to COVID-19 testing. The dad called the testing center on October 3rd. They went in for testing on October 6th, the first available day. The dad received his test results on October 7th, and the daughters came in on October 12th. This was a 10-day process for this family. The daughter wasn't able to go to school. The dad was not able to work. This is unacceptable. When are regions like the Okanagan Valley and the Lower Mainland going to receive rapid testing?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I've been in regular conversations with medical officers of health across the country, including Dr. Henry. I have to congratulate BC. They've had an incredible testing strategy. They have obviously challenges, just like every other province and territory. But, Mr. Speaker, I would encourage the member opposite to get in touch with her MLA and ask about BC's testing strategy and how it's evolving.
Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Students and graduates in my riding of Edmonton Strathcona are struggling to make their ends meet. Students couldn't get summer jobs because of COVID-19. Recent graduates can't get jobs to kickstart their futures. This Liberal government promised close to $1 billion to help students. Instead, they help their friends at WE. And the students have received none of this money. This government could help students right now with rent, with tuition fees, with groceries. Liberals owe students this money. When will they ensure that the funding goes to students who need it the most?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the member for the question, and I think I should remind all Canadians and all members that it was actually a $9 billion plan that our government put forward for students and youth, and that plan included the Canada Emergency Student Benefit, of which 700,000 students were able to obtain that benefit. Canada Summer Jobs were increased. 84,000 jobs were approved and are still ongoing until February, so I'd encourage students to keep applying. We doubled Canada Student grants for full and part-time students. We instituted a 6-month moratorium for interest as well as payment on Canada student loans. We made investments to ensure that—
Honourable Member for Churchill-Kiiwetinoong-Aski.
Mr. Speaker, it's not enough for the Transport Minister to abandon workers, but he also has to gaslight passengers. He tweeted his congratulations to WestJet for issuing refunds to some passengers with canceled tickets when he literally spent 7 months backing up the airlines. Thousands of passengers have been left waiting. The agency he's responsible for issued a statement on vouchers that rips passengers off directly. Enough with the hypocrisy. Will the government finally take action and step up to defend the rights of all passengers and Canadian consumers?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm certainly aware of the frustration that many consuming passengers have felt, and the action taken by WestJet is a good step in the right direction. I know it's an important issue for Canadians. At the same time, the pandemic has hit hard with the air sector, and that's why we're working on measures to try to ensure that Canadians will be able to continue traveling safely and affordably across this country. And for the information of my colleague, the Canadian Transportation Agency doesn't come under Transport Canada.
Honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've seen employment numbers in my riding rebound to 75% of pre-pandemic numbers. And we've witnessed small businesses changing and innovating their delivery model to continue serving their customers and our community. At the same time, we know more support will be needed in 2021. Could the Minister of Small Business, Export Promotion and International Trade update the House on our government's work to support small business in the coming months as we celebrate Small Business Week?
Minister for Small Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for that excellent question here during Small Business Week. Small businesses in Guelph and across the country have shown incredible resilience and are working hard in their communities. We're helping thousands of small businesses enhance their digital and e-commerce capabilities. Going digital will enable our small businesses to access the global markets, to export, find new customers, and take advantage of Canada's free trade agreements. We're going to do what is right to keep supporting our small businesses during these very difficult times. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, after more than 6 months, the public inquiry into the Nova Scotia mass murder still hasn't started. In all their grief and loss, victims' families are still pleading with this government. A Nova Scotian says it's, quote, another unkind injury to those surviving the awful shooting. Families are being ignored and abandoned by these Liberals. Now, they're forced to ask for the inquiry to include the reasons for the delay that has victimized them even more. Will the minister commit to families that they'll get the answers that they deserve, or will he make them struggle through pain and even more delays?
Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Well, Mr. Speaker, this is a very timely question because the Government of Canada and Nova Scotia announced their intent to establish a comprehensive joint public inquiry on July 28th. And today, Mr. Speaker, that inquiry has now been established by order in council, and the commissioners have begun their work. The joint public inquiry commissioners' first task is setting up their secretariat, which will be located in Nova Scotia. It includes hiring support staff, establishing a budget, and creating a work plan. They will have been asked to submit 2 reports to the Government of Canada and Nova Scotia on their findings, lessons learned, and recommendations, an interim report by May 1st, 2022. And, Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to also announce that the name of the 3rd commissioner appointed to undertake this inquiry has been named. Dr. Kim Stanton has accepted the position of Inquiry Commissioner.
The honourable member for Lakelands.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I don't know if this minister has been the loved one of a murder victim, but I have. And he should be ashamed that these victims' families have had to struggle and to wait so long. It has increased their harm and their hurt. And he didn't answer the question. So if he won't give a straight answer to Conservatives, will he at least tell the families of these murder victims exactly on what date the inquiry will start, and will it include all of the reasons for the delays that have victimized them even more?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I actually have far too much experience in my life dealing with families and victims of violent crime, including homicide. And I understand the pain of these families. They need answers. And, Mr. Speaker, that's why we've established an inquiry that will not only determine what happened, but will also make recommendations that will help prevent similar tragic events in the future. Mr. Speaker, perhaps a member missed my earlier comment, but the inquiry has now begun. By order in council, it's been established, and the commissioners have begun the work of establishing their secretariat. Now newly named Commissioner Kim Stanton has accepted the position, as I've said, and she joins the Honourable J. Michael MacDonald, Chief Commissioner, and Ms. Leanne Finch in doing this important work.
The honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Mr. Speaker, farmers who use private bank accounts are still out in the cold as they await the Minister of Small Businesses' decision to keep her promise so that they can apply for an emergency business account loan. This government has a terrible record of saying something but taking forever to deliver on it. When will the Liberals make the necessary changes so farmers that use private bank accounts can apply for a CEBA loan? It's been over 6 months, Mr. Speaker.
Minister for Small Business.
Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member for that question. And those businesses, farming businesses, are absolutely important to the economy of this country. And we are working with the over 200 financial institutions to make this loan available to these businesses as soon as possible, as quickly as possible. And very soon we will announce that process to enable those businesses to get access to this important liquidity support through the small business account so that they can get access to this support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
Speaker, the rate of suicide across our country is at near epidemic rates. Suicide is now amongst the leading cause of death in Canada. Today, 10 Canadians will end their lives by suicide, and up to another 200 will attempt to do so. The U.S. just taken concrete action to combat suicide by passing the National Suicide Hotline Designation Act. Starting in 2022, a simple, easy to remember number, 988, will be the universal telephone number to reach the National Suicide Prevention Hotline. Will this government commit to doing so?
The Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And far too many of us can say that we've been impacted by people who've taken their own lives. I want to tell the member opposite I'm very interested in his idea, and I look forward to talking with him later about what that might look like in Canada. He's absolutely right. We have to do more, Mr. Speaker, not just to prevent suicide, but to support people who are struggling with their mental health no matter where they live in this country.
The honourable for Pierre Boucher Les Patriotes. Mr. Speaker, after 7 months of block pressure, the government finally realized that people who bought plane tickets before the pandemic wanted to be refunded. The government announced it wants to help WestJet and Air Canada and that this would mean offering refunds. But the bloc has stepped in so that their refund will be with their own money and not that of taxpayers. Yesterday, WestJet announced it would start refunding customers. It's a good start, but when will the Minister of Transportation finally show leadership and make Air Canada finally refund its customers? The Honourable Minister of Transportation. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As I said, I realize that people are very frustrated and they would like to be refunded, and that's exactly why WestJet's decision is a step in the right direction. It's an important issue for Canadians, and we expect airlines to do everything they can. At the same time, airlines were hit hard by this pandemic, and that's why we're working on measures that will ensure that Canadians will be able to continue to travel across our country safely and affordably. The Honourable for Pierre Boucher Les Patriotes. Mr. Speaker, people are so frustrated because we feel like the Minister is not listening. But before receiving any taxpayer money, Air Canada has to refund its customer for cancelled flights. But Air Canada is a pitiful corporate citizen, and Ottawa is letting it get away with this. Ottawa is letting it charge crazy prices for poor regional service. Ottawa is allowing its dumping to kill competition and it refuses to serve its customers in French. If Ottawa keeps letting Air Canada does as it pleases, it will never refund anyone. Can the Minister give Air Canada a deadline for refunds? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, as I said, we're working on measures to ensure that Canadians will be able to continue to rely on our airlines, which offer countrywide services. And all Canadians, whether those who live in the regions or it's those who live in urban centres, will always be able to count on cross-country travel that is both safe and reliable.
Melville.
Speaker, the backlog of veterans' applications for benefits is now over 50,000. Boasting an increase of $10 billion for veteran services is a slap in the face of veterans who've been waiting for years and continue to wait to be compensated for the services and the injuries they've incurred. The independent, nonpartisan parliamentary budget officer predicts VAC's hiring plan will take 2 years to reduce the backlog by 10,000, while his recommendation would wipe out the backlog completely in 1 year. So who should veterans trust? Who's got their six?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for the question. And yes, veterans truly deserve the compensation that are owed to them. In fact, Mr. Speaker, it's impossible to refund veterans exactly what we owe them. But We have, as my honourable colleague is well aware, announced $200 million that will allow to hire new staff and upgrade the process in order to make sure we're able to compensate veterans the way that we should compensate veterans. We have and will continue to repay our veterans as best we can, Mr. Speaker. But again, we owe veterans so much.
The honourable member for Richmond Arthabasca. Mr. Speaker, after We Charity and the $237 million contract to a former Liberal MP, Frank Bayliss, for ventilators at twice the price, now we have another scandal, the partisan appointments of judges. Mr. Speaker, we're back to the same shenanigans as the Liberal sponsorship scandal. So can the Minister of Justice guarantee us that there will be no political interference in the appointment of judges? Yes or no? The Honourable Minister of Justice. Mr. Speaker, our government has implemented important measures to ensure that the appointment of judges is transparent, and these measures also aim to encourage greater diversity amongst judges, and I am proud, Mr. Speaker, of our results. We have an efficient process. We've appointed more than 400 judges. The diversity of these appointments is unprecedented. 53% of the judges' appointment are women, Mr. Speaker, and we're going to continue to ensure that the appointment process is based on merit and is transparent. The Honourable for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Mr. Speaker, many Canadians worked very hard to pay for a vacation before the pandemic. They paid airlines more than 6 months ago without ever traveling as borders were closed due to COVID-19. It is absolutely unacceptable for Canadians to be funding airlines and travel agencies. Yes, Minister, they're frustrated. When will the Prime Minister require these companies to fully refund Canadian workers? My question is clear. When? The Honourable Minister. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As I said, I'm very aware of the fact that Canadians are frustrated. They want to have refunds rather than vouchers. And that is why WestJet's decision yesterday was a step in the right direction. And we're encouraging other airlines to do the same because we realize it's important for consumers. At the same time, airlines and airports have been hit hard by this pandemic, and that's why we're working on a global plan to make sure that we can support the airline industry to ensure ongoing air service across the country. The Honourable Member for Dorval-Lachine-LaSalle. Mr. Speaker, this month is Women's History Month, and this year is the 50th anniversary of the Royal Commission on the Status of Women. Can the Minister for Women and Gender Equality tell the House how our government is supporting women and advancing gender equality, particularly in terms of the post-COVID economic recovery? Thank you. The Minister for Women.
Mr. Speaker, in Dorval, Lachine, LaSalle, and across the country, women have borne the greatest burdens of this pandemic. On the front lines of our care systems, with work hours lost, with increases in unpaid care work, and greater vulnerability to gender-based violence. We owe it to those who have come before us to protect their hard-won gains and work with the feminist movement every step of the way. Our government will ensure that women are working, that they're safe, and that their families are cared for. Indeed, it is Canada's only path to a full recovery.
Number 4, Perth Wellington.
Mr. Speaker, on Tuesday I received an unprompted email from the Office of the Minister of Rural Economic Development stating, in its entirety, just wanted to confirm that if anything comes up on SpaceX or LEOs, even if it mentions rural broadband, is going to be handled by the Minister of Industry and QP. My minister has no levers on it and therefore doesn't have anything to say on this specific issue. Mr. Speaker, if the Minister of Rural Economic Development has nothing to say on rural broadband and has no levers on it, is this not further confirmation of the Liberal blind spot to rural Canada?
The Honourable Minister.
That my team and I staying in touch with his is the wrong thing to do? Is my honourable colleague truly suggesting that a member of parliament for mixed rural-urban riding does not understand rural Canada? I urge him to put partisanship aside. Rural Canadians are counting on us, and our entire government will be there for them.
The Honourable Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Mr. Speaker, COVID-19 is exacerbating a problem in rural Canada. Right now, thousands of families are trying to access the internet. They are having affordability and connectivity issues all across my riding of Dufferin-Caledon and all across the country. We don't want to hear, my constituents don't want to hear what's been done. They don't want to hear how more fibre was put in by Stephen Harper or Sir Johnny MacDonald. They want an answer, and it's a simple answer. When? When will rural Canada be connected?
The Honourable Minister.
More fibre was put into the ground by our Prime Minister, our Liberal Prime Minister, than the previous Prime Minister. That said, Mr. Speaker, every single day, our entire team is seized by the challenges that rural Canadians and suburban Canadians experience without the access to high-speed internet and cell service. The investment announced with the Canada Infrastructure Bank will connect 3/4 more Canadians to this essential service, and we will have more to say soon.
The Honourable Member for Carlton Trail Eagle Creek.
Earlier this month, I received an email addressed to an employee who has not worked in my office for over 3 years. It was from an access to information analyst, asking if we were still interested in information requested nearly 4 years ago. Mr. Speaker, through you to the Minister of Transport, in the spirit of openness and transparency, does he think it is reasonable to still be waiting for an answer 4 years later?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. I'd like to say 2 important things. First, we have to make sure that air information is circulated under normal conditions. It's very important. Second, our public servants are working hard since the beginning of this pandemic to meet expectations in terms of access to information, and we're going to continue to work in that direction. The member for Miramichi Grand Lake. Mr. Speaker, it's Small Business Week, and I'd like to stress the important contribution of small business to our country. They're the backbone of the Canadian economy and employ many people in my riding of Miramichi Grand Lake. Since the onset of this pandemic, we established programs to help employers and small businesses. Can the Minister of Small Business and Export and Trade Promotion inform the House how we will help Canadian companies once more during the second wave of the pandemic? Thank you. The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, for Small Business Week, I'd like to highlight small businesses in Miramichi Grand Lake and in New Brunswick for their hard work during this pandemic. We'll stop at nothing to help our SMEs. This week I announced a $12 million investment for the Canada United Small Business Relief Fund. Our government will be there to help SMEs.
Member for London Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals promised universal, affordable public childcare 27 years ago, 5 years ago, 1 year ago, and 2 weeks ago, but they never delivered. If only the Liberals had been government over those years. Oh wait, they were. Like other childcare centres, the Garderie Tunis daycare in Ottawa has had to close suddenly. Parents still had to pay high fees for childcare they're not even getting. In fact, $1,800 for just a few days of care in October. Why is childcare only a priority for Liberals when they're giving speeches?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we are very much committed to childcare. We have created over 40,000 affordable childcare spaces since 2015. We are still committed to ensuring that there are an additional 250,000 before and after school childcare spaces. We are on track to continue to invest $7.5 billion in childcare over the next number of years. We have reached agreements with provinces and territories. In addition to that, to answer directly my colleague's question, we've invested over $2 billion in childcare this year alone, making sure that provinces and territories in the childcare sector are resilient and emerge stronger after COVID-19 pandemic.
The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When we fail to understand the importance of mental health, we pay a price as society in loss of employment, family breakdown, stress-related diseases, addiction, homelessness, and crime. Mental health care, such as counseling, should not be a luxury for those who can afford it, or a late intervention for those who are already in crisis. Will the government implement a national mental health strategy and fully include mental health care under the Canada Health Act?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I fully concur with the member opposite's assertion that we need to be focused on mental health now more than ever. Certainly, it's not a new problem, Mr. Speaker. We know that so many people struggle with mental health, even in the best of times. And during this very difficult time with loneliness, big changes to our daily practices, it's even harder. I'll work with the member opposite to make sure that Canadians get support to accesses and services, and I'll remind him about the wellnesstogether.ca portal where any Canadian could get access to mental health supports absolutely for free.
I'm afraid that's all the time we have today. C'est tout le temps qu'on a aujourd'hui.
That's all the time we have today.
La question orale. L'honorable député de Louis-Saint-Laurent.
The honourable member for Louis-Saint-Laurent. Well, I have a question regarding, as is traditional, an update on the parliamentary agenda. The last few days have been very busy. Busy in a good way for our work for Canadians. And of course today we're talking about COVID health. And the member who sponsored this motion has asked the government when we will get information about the tabling of these documents. And of course the government wants to always be talking about COVID, so could the government talk to us about the upcoming parliamentary agenda? The Honourable Leader of the Government. Well, I would just like to say that that was a very long detour to finally get to my colleague's very amiable question. Well, Mr. Speaker, today we're going to continue debate on the Conservative motion. With regard to our legislative agenda, we have several important bills to debate: medical assistance in dying, conversion therapy, judge training. More specifically, tomorrow we will begin debate on Bill C5 on National Truth and Reconciliation Day.
And starting on Monday, we will take up a second reading debate of C6 regarding conversion therapy. And also like to note that Thursday, October 29th, shall be an allotted day. Merci beaucoup. Thank you.
Okay, now we'll go on to government orders.
Government orders of the day. Travaux des subsides de considération d'une motion de Mme Rempel-Garner au sujet d'une instruction au Comité permanent de la santé, pandémie de la COVID-19.
Resuming debate. Now, I'm going to need an update on my screen before I can resume debate. The Honourable Parliamentary... Oh, wait a second here. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Small Business.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. J'apprécie énormément.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate this opportunity to discuss the motion of my esteemed colleague from Calgary Nose Hill. I would just like to say that committee work is essential to the proper workings of our parliamentary system and our democracy. Towards the end of the previous parliamentary session, I was on the Finance Committee during its study of the last budget of the 42nd Parliament. I was also part of the Status of Women Committee, and we worked hard to adopt several very important reports. I strongly believe in the role of parliamentary committees. And I believe that the motion before us touches on a subject which does deserve the committee's attention. However, I have several concerns and reservations on the details of the motion, which is practically an omnibus motion given that it has 28 clauses. As Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Small Business, Exports Promotion and International Trade, I believe it is my duty to look at all proposals and motions, including this one, from the point of view of our entrepreneurs in regards to the interests of our SMEs.
Here, no, the motion lists 16 areas of study within 28 different clauses. As Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Small Business, Export Promotion and International Trade, I will focus on the areas of the motion that I believe will impact our Canadian businesses, as well as the areas of international procurement. The motion proposes to study the availability of paid sick leave to those in quarantine and voluntary isolation. I believe this is an absolutely critical aspect of our government's response to COVID-19. We all know how important it is to continue to keep our businesses open and running while protecting the health and safety of one another. And we know that the balance between these two is certainly a hard one to manage. The thinking behind the government's proposal with respect to paid sick leave is rooted in the belief that nobody should have to choose between staying home because they have symptoms of COVID-19 and being able to pay for groceries or for rent. That is why we introduced Bill C-4, which included the Canada Recovery Sickness Benefit in order to provide $500 a week for up to 2 weeks with Canadians who were either experiencing COVID-19 symptoms, were in self-isolation because they had COVID-19, or have underlying conditions that would make them more susceptible to the virus. As we all know, the bill received the unanimous support of this House, and I believe it also passed royal assent within 3 days actually. This is an extremely good example of the speed and efficiency that is possible when we all work together, Mr. Speaker. The sick leave benefits that the motion proposes to study in committee fulfills the Government of Canada's commitment under the Safe Restart Agreement with provinces and territories. Canadians have been able to apply already now for the benefit since October 5th. And as of this past Monday, October 12th, Canadians who are not eligible for employment insurance have been able to apply for the Canada Recovery Benefit. We know that right now our business owners can't afford to pay for new benefits. We also know that Canadians were asking for this support, Mr. Speaker, and it was up to our government to respond. We will continue to respond to the needs of the Canadians throughout this pandemic.
Now, looking at this aspect of the motion from the employer side, we know that our workers and businesses are facing a great deal of uncertainty. Revenues have been decreasing, and business owners cannot offer extra benefits for their workers, even if they want to. The Canada Recovery Sickness Benefit is there for employees who can't go into work because they're ill. This is a benefit that offers $500 a week for 2 weeks. It's not just support for workers, it's also essential for our businesses. We've all seen stories about offices, factories, or schools that have been forced to close down after virus outbreaks. Thanks to this benefit, employers are able to protect their teams and don't have to face the impossible decision of knowing whether one of their employees is sick enough to not come into work. The federal government is here to help, and it has offered 2 weeks of paid sick leave for the first time in Canada. This is a win-win for our SMEs and workers and will limit virus transmission in our communities.
I have to be honest, it is not clear on the basis of the motion before this House what aspect of paid sick leave is being proposed for study. The motion refers to availability of sick leave, but as this House knows, this benefit has already been available to hard-working Canadians for 2 weeks now. It's therefore perhaps a bit late to study whether or not this measure should go forward. And as I've explained, I believe this
program to be absolutely critical. And I would assume, on the basis of the fact that the bill in which this measure was included was passed unanimously by this House, that every member of the House agrees with that. If the motion is proposing to study how well the benefit is working, with only 2 weeks of usage, I would suggest that it is perhaps premature to study its effects at this time. It might be more useful to study this issue independently in a standalone study once a longer period of usage exists and more data can be evaluated by committee members. Let me now turn to another aspect of the motion, which touches on international procurement, including the proposal in the motion to study the procurement of vaccines. While I understand the spirit of what is being proposed here, of course, when you read the fine print of this motion, Mr. Speaker, included therein is a requirement to disclose all documents concerning the purchase of these life-saving drugs. The motion would therefore effectively make us hand over details of our negotiating positions and considerations for deals that are not even yet complete. I cannot emphasize enough how this would jeopardize our ability to compete and procure for what Canadians need in order to survive this pandemic. If other countries find out the good prices that Canada was successful in negotiating with suppliers, they could try to buy the order out from under us. Let me detail this a little bit further. Pour ce qui est de la procuration de vaccins,
with regard to international vaccine procurement, we could be obliged to reveal the various conditions and prices that we have obtained, and that would lead to two very serious potential problems. Firstly, another country might find out our conditions and might decide to buy the order out from under us. And secondly, it's also a question of the Canadian government's credibility with our suppliers. The last thing we need right now, Mr. Speaker, is for companies that are supplying us with these products decide that Canada is not a trustworthy partner and that they prefer to make a deal with another country which does not oblige them to reveal details about their negotiating positions. That's a real risk, Mr. Speaker, and we know that there are many, many other potential clients who are looking to purchase the same vaccines.
The last thing I believe we want to do in this House is to endanger hard-fought procurement deals that will ensure that Canada has the best possible set of vaccine supply contracts. We need companies to feel confident that the Canadian government will remain a reliable partner and not look to publish reams of sensitive information regarding the company's pricing, conditions, or scheduling. We know that there are real risks in this ultra-competitive bidding environment, Mr. Speaker. It is a global pandemic impacting countries all over the world. The competition, therefore, on the international stage is incredibly fierce. We must continue to be competitive in our bids. We must continue to be a country that vaccine suppliers wish to partner with. And our priority must continue to be to ensure that Canada has access to vaccines against COVID-19. Mr. Speaker, these are just a few of the problematic issues I see in this very large motion before us. I therefore cannot support this motion as is currently written, and Canadians, Mr. Speaker, cannot afford to have us jeopardize our ability to procure a vaccine to COVID-19, period. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Kenora.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague across the way for the speech and her comments on this matter. I think that Canadians have been asking a lot of questions about the government's handling of the pandemic, about rapid testing, about the management of PPE and many different aspects. So I would like to ask my colleague if she believes that this is warranted of a review of the government's response to COVID-19, and if that is the case, Madam Speaker, why the Liberals are presumably allowing politics to get in the way of their supporting this motion. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was in the House earlier today when the Minister of Health indicated that she would be open to negotiating with the Conservative members on how we could ensure that this motion does fulfill the request for responses to certain questions, whether it be on PPE or rapid testing. But as I mentioned in my lengthy speech just now, there are serious problems with this motion which make it impossible for our government to move forward as proposed.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Just to recap, the Speaker did a phenomenal job presenting reasons why she couldn't support this motion from her perspective, and I'll share from mine through you, Madam Speaker, some of the problems that are still outstanding with her rationale. Madam Speaker, you'll recall that at the outset of COVID, there was a drastic mishandling of the National Emergency Stockpile. We asked the Minister of Procurement, who could have been responsible if it was their responsibility. They said no, it was the Minister of Health. So then we asked the Minister of Health. The Minister of Health, of course, would not take responsibility for the fact that this government threw out millions of critical PPEs on the eve of a pandemic and still hasn't adequately accounted for that decision. Through you, Madam Speaker, to the member opposite. Does the member opposite not believe that their government has a role and responsibility in ensuring that the critical protective personal equipment is provided to Canadians in a way that will help offset perhaps what could be a third wave coming down in the future?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Procuring the necessary PPE for Canadians is an absolute priority of this government. We did transfer $19 billion to the provinces in part in order to ensure that they could procure and have access to the necessary PPE. And with respect to my honourable colleague's question as to why a very specific issue cannot be studied, I would suggest that what we have before us is a 28-clause motion with 16 areas of study. Perhaps he could propose an area of study specific to what he is looking for, so that we can answer that specific question, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member,
The Honourable Member for Lac Saint-Louis. Madam Speaker, my colleague raised a very good point that I had not thought of myself, and that is this. The information could undermine the government's negotiating position or bargaining position when it comes to vaccine manufacturers. So when these motions are drafted, and there's 28 clauses apparently in this motion, but when we do draft motions, we have to think what we're actually asking in order to come up with something that will not undermine the country's interest. Thank you, Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague. Obviously, this is what concerns me at this moment. You know that there are many clients internationally who are trying to get the vaccine, and if Canada undermines its credibility and Canada starts to disclose confidential or sensitive company information, these providers will not want to deal with Canada, Madam Speaker. We must ensure that we can procure a COVID-19 vaccine for Canadians. The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for her speech. Like everyone, she is very concerned about Canadians' health in the coming months. But what we hear is that the government could make this motion one confidence vote and then send Canada into an election. There are more cases. We learned today in Quebec more deaths. Does my honourable colleague not think it is irresponsible in this time of a pandemic to send Canada into a general election? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I think no one wants an election, Madam Speaker. We all want to work here in the House in order to move forward measures that will be able to help Canadians. We have a number of bills, and we want to adopt these bills in the House. I agree with my colleague that it is not time for an election. Resuming debate.
The Honourable Member for Caribou, Prince George.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it's an honour to rise today, and Madam Speaker, I would like to inform you that I will be splitting my time with my honourable colleague from West Nova. Madam Speaker, we're here today because we've got a great motion from our colleague from Calgary Nose Hill, one that looks at the COVID pandemic. Yesterday, we had a motion that, well, the government decided that it was a confidence motion, and they didn't like what we had put forward. And Madam Speaker, nowhere and at no other time have we ever seen a group, an organization, a government work so hard at not answering a question or at not providing the answers that Canadians deserve than we have seen over the last little while, Madam Speaker. A year ago, yesterday, Canadians put this Liberal government in notice. From previously enjoying a majority, they gave them a minority. And I have to say that since that minority a year ago took place, we've seen a Prime Minister that doesn't seem really interested in governing this country. He doesn't have a minority or a majority. Madam Speaker, we have not even seen a budget, a federal budget, for almost 2 years. Almost 2 years. And what we've seen time and time again is ethical scandals and ethical blunders from this Prime Minister and his cabinet. Canadians also were re-elected a year ago, yesterday, a strong Conservative opposition with a clear mandate to hold this Liberal government to account. We were elected to ask the tough questions of this government, in which we do. Madam Speaker, very seldom do we get answers. As a matter of fact, what we've seen time and again is they make every excuse as to why they can't answer this question. Just prior to this debate going on, we saw the parliamentary secretary stand on a point of order saying how hard it was going to be. It would paralyze the government, seize the government to try and answer these questions, Madam Speaker. So yesterday they didn't like the motion because they felt that it was questioning the government. They didn't like it. It wasn't COVID related. Now we have a conscientious, a measured motion that is directly related to the COVID pandemic, and they don't like it. Can't do it. I have to say that the last 10 months has been amongst the most challenging time of my elected career. I think, Madam Speaker, if you would survey any of the 338 members of Parliament, they would say the same. We are experiencing heartbreaking stories of our constituents, of Canadians that are, not only do they have their health concerns, but they're also facing financial losses, incredible, mounting financial losses. In the early days, I'd say yes, there was a Team Canada approach. Opposition would challenge some of the programs that would come out, offer solutions, and sometimes the information was taken and these programs were changed. But as we sit today, there are still thousands, tens of thousands of businesses and Canadians that have shuttered their doors or are out of work. And now we're gripped in a second wave of this global pandemic. And all we're asking is what the plan is and where's the money going? Madam Speaker, in early spring, we saw almost $900 million awarded to an organization that has close ties to the Prime Minister, the Finance Minister, the former Finance Minister. And since the opposition has been asking questions about how did this happen? How could this happen? All we have seen is filibuster after filibuster, refusal to answer the questions. They like to say they released thousands of documents. Thousands of documents. Well, perhaps they might have released thousands of documents, but the amount of black ink that was used to scribble out any of the lines in the information on there is astronomical. Just yesterday, or just within the last few days, we find out that early in the pandemic, a former Liberal MP was given and granted a contract worth over $237 million, only 11 days after actually registering a company. Canadians have questions. The 338 members of Parliament elected to this House were elected to be the voices of Canadians. It's not a right for us to be in this House. It's a privilege. And for those of you that are new and have never heard me speak, I'll remind our colleagues this House doesn't belong to you or I, Madam Speaker. It belongs to the electors that elected the 338 members of Parliament, that charged us to ask the hard questions of this government, that charged the opposition to hold their feet to the fire, to work collaboratively with them, but also charged that government, the minority government, said, listen, we're sending you back with a minority government. You need to work collaboratively with the opposition. You know, Madam Speaker, I want to talk about leadership. In my province of British Columbia, I don't know where my time is, Madam Speaker, and you can hold the finger up and tell me 3 minutes, thank you. Throughout this pandemic, my province of British Columbia has had incredible leadership. We've been well served by Dr. Bonnie Henry, a former Navy physician now serving as our provincial public health officer. And maybe it's because of her military background that she had a plan and she implemented it early. She didn't take risks for British Columbians. Madam Speaker, January 27th, I stood in this House and I mentioned to colleagues here that we are the Asia-Pacific gateway to North America. Every day, tens of thousands of passengers enter our borders. And I asked the Prime Minister and I asked the Minister of Health what the plans were to increase screening, to shut our borders down as we're seeing other countries do. And I was scolded, I was chastised. Fear-mongering, racist. You know, under Dr. Bonnie Henry's direction, British Columbia took swift and decisive action early, without hesitation. She communicated frequently, clearly, effectively. She implemented an early and aggressive testing and tracing strategy and enforced social distancing regulations more rapidly than any other provinces. Healthcare workers employed at multiple long-term care facilities were ordered to limit work to a single site, largely preventing the disastrous outcomes at long-term care homes seen in Ontario and Quebec. Dr. Henry acted early when it mattered. Her strong and decisive leadership garnered international praise, and ultimately my province was able to flatten the infection curve ahead of other parts of Canada. Now we've seen an increase over recent months, but she remains strong and resolute. Madam Speaker, Dr. Bonnie Henry had a plan. And what we've seen with this government is that they are now just implementing pilots that other countries and other provinces, our provinces have been doing for months and did at the start of this global pandemic. So yeah, we have questions. Sadly, what we've seen through this government, and the Liberals, with the ministers would like to say that the committees are the masters of their own destination and that they act independently. Well, all Liberals got together and decided that they were going to filibuster every committee that has been putting forth motions challenging the government on the COVID spending and the WE scandal. You know, Madam Speaker, I'm a father of four. And what this reminds me, what the Prime Minister's actions remind me is when, you know, one of my children early on didn't like what the other children were doing. Well, they complained and said, well, they're not playing fair, and look what they're doing, and they ran to this, or they would just take their toys and go to another area. Madam Speaker, I think Canadians deserve better, and we're here to ask those tough questions, and we'll continue to do so. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I'm on to ask questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Here is but one clause in this two-page motion, if I can read this. All memoranda, emails, documents, notes, or other records from the Prime Minister's office, the Privy Council office, the Office of the Minister of Public Safety, the Emergency Preparedness, the Office of the Minister of Health, Health Canada, and Public Health Agency of Canada concerning options, plans, and preparations for the GPHIN since January 1, 2018. Madam Speaker, we are in a second wave of a pandemic. We have healthcare civil servants working every day with whether it's provincial governments, territorial governments, Indigenous leaders, private sector, non-corporations, every day, Madam Speaker. And they want to see this type of work being performed by civil servants. And they're saying they want it in 14 days, Madam Speaker. 14 days, get all this information. The heck with the pandemic. This is the Conservative priority. So they can get all these things that they can peruse over and see if they can find something that they can say, oh, that's ethical. Maybe that might be ethical. I'm wondering if the member would recognize that maybe it's time that the Conservatives be a little bit more realistic with what it is that they're asking.
For Caribou Prince George.
Madam Speaker, where was that same concern for Canadians when the Prime Minister prorogued Parliament for 6 weeks? When a week away from these programs, these critical programs, when they were coming due? Where was this same concern when Canadians struggled, when our aviation sector were taking their own initiative and thrust onto the front lines to do their own testing? Where was this same concern, Madam Speaker, when the farmers and the ranchers and the agriculture organizations said we need help? Where's this same concern? All we see is more excuses out of this government. Excuse after excuse after excuse. Delay, deflect, post the blame somewhere else. Canadians deserve better, and we'll continue to challenge them.
The honourable member for just a moment, please. I know you're here. Abbott TB Bay James, Nunavut EU. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague, and you know, currently this is a health crisis that continues and affects us all. We lose a friend, a colleague, a relative, and it's happening. We're dying. That is what is happening. People are dying. So I would like to ask my colleague the following question. In cooperation with other countries, we're looking for Abbott testing, which is available in the U.S. since last spring, but only approved at the end of September in Canada. Why would this delay be acceptable to my honourable colleague, the honourable member for Caribou Prince George?
That is a great question from my colleague. You know, another question to be asked is why, when Canada was being thrust into this first wave and we were at a shortage of personal protection equipment, did our Prime Minister and this government ship millions of tons of personal protective gear? Why, when we are thrust in an opioid crisis, has this government not done anything for that? Madam Speaker, Canadians and the health and safety of Canadians should always remain the first priority. Instead, what we've seen from this Prime Minister is he panders to his international friends, trying to secure that UN security seat. And instead, Madam Speaker, putting the health and safety and the lives of Canadians at risk. It's time to get serious.
Member for Courtenay Alberni. Okay.
And friend for his speech. Madam Speaker, obviously the biggest issues facing our country next to climate change is the response to COVID-19. And I'm glad to hear my honourable colleague talk about the transparency and accountability are critical for combating misinformation and maintaining public's trust in the government's response to COVID-19. With 6 red zones right now in Ontario and Quebec, with small businesses waiting for help, does my colleague agree with me that it would be completely irresponsible for the Liberals to plunge us into an election only a year after an election took place in the midst of the crisis and the need of help that people are needing right now?
For Caribou Prince George, very briefly.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I just came from our PROC committee where I serve as Vice Chair, where we had the Chief Electoral Officer about his concerns about holding an election during a pandemic. I asked him a number of questions. The first two, did he consult or did the Prime Minister consult with him over his threat of an election yesterday? The Chief Electoral Officer, no, he did not. I asked, is there modeling done? Does the Prime Minister have any modeling as to how many deaths, how many cases is the threshold for him to recklessly throw us into an election during a pandemic? Chief Electoral Officer's reply, no comment.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for West Nova.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's my pleasure to spend a little time talking about this motion brought forward. I've been listening attentively to my colleagues, especially those Liberal colleagues from the Health Committee, in which I'm very proud to sit in as well. And I can tell you, it makes me a little concerned for the future of us dealing with things collaboratively for the betterment of our communities and, of course, for the health of Canadians. Switch to French.
Since March, Canada, like many other countries in the world, has been hit hard by this pandemic, but several countries are doing better than us.
A lot of countries are doing much, much better than us. And it seems quite often we spend time comparing ourselves to what I would qualify the bottom of the barrel, which are our friends to the south in the U.S. and how they're dealing with it. And we compare ourselves to them. We're doing a heck of a lot better than them. But if we compare ourselves to other countries in the world, we're not doing as good as we all been told that we've been doing. You know, the motion from my honourable colleague from Calgary, Nose Hill, is fully in order and reasonable in making sure that we have the documents required to make decisions on behalf of Canadians. You know, we need to know where we've been and know what we've done in order to not make those mistakes going into the future. You know, contrary to what the Liberals are trying to say here, they are the ones who are obviously trying to hide the gaps in their response to COVID-19. You know, I haven't been in the Parliament of Canada for very long, and haven't been on the Health Committee for very long. But, you know, I always thought that when a motion was presented in a committee, you discuss it, you then amend it as necessary. You don't stand there and filibuster it for 2 full meetings, which is what basically has happened for both meetings of the Health Committee to date. Matter of fact, I don't think I've had an opportunity to even say more than 3 words in that committee yet. And I know beyond this motion, there are a number of other motions of great pieces of study as well, which one I believe will be coming from our friends in the Bloc Québécois, which is the study of the PMPRB. So let's get moving on this first motion to provide the information to the members of that committee, to the people that are in the House of Commons, so that we know where we've been and we know where we're to help to be able to go where we want to go. You know, I wasn't going to talk about the Team Canada approach until later on in my speech, but I get to underline it that everybody has been, you know, raising this flag of Team Canada, that we all need to be working together. But most times, the Team Canada approach are only for the Liberal members. We in the opposition aren't provided with the information we require to make decisions, to know whether something's being done correctly or not. You know, I want to thank all of our healthcare workers, and I know and I understand they are very busy, especially those that are working with patients with COVID-19, or they're working at many of our testing sites, they're working in our labs, and they're working to plan, especially those chief officers chief medical officer of health and premiers who are making decisions on behalf of their provinces. You know, I'll even thank those public servants in the minister's department, but I'm sure within a few weeks they would like to prove us wrong. So why not prove the opposition wrong in some of the allegations that they've been bringing forward? Wouldn't it be better to provide the information of this motion so that they can prove us wrong once and for all, or to be able to find the gaps so that we can actually close them up? You know, let's look at some real examples of gaps in our response to COVID-19. And I'll use the example, of course, of here in Nova Scotia. You know, we don't necessarily have much COVID-19 here in Nova Scotia. I forget what the number is today. But even in the Atlantic bubble, we only have a few, 100 or less of COVID-19 instances. And that's because the medical officers of health decided a long time ago that they would close our borders to visitors, contrary to basically what the...
Tories are called, CPP is called a Tory, not CPP.
Could the Honourable, could you...
I think we're good now.
Yeah, the Honourable Member for West Nova, could you, yes, please.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
I think someone was calling Madam Speaker there. I keep hearing a bunch of other people talking here. Okay. So, you know, within our very few numbers in the Atlantic, you know, it's because of course, that closure and the decision of the medical officers of health in the area to close our borders, to make sure that those people coming in, of course, ended up isolating for the 14 days. But, you know, even within the bubble, we've had challenges on testing, especially for our students when they got back to school. You know, I know for a few weeks ago, my niece was exhibiting a few symptoms. And, you know, we had to call we didn't have, but my sister-in-law and my brother had to call the 811 number, had to try to book a test. You know what? It took 8 days to get the test, to get the response, so that my niece could know that she could go back to school. And quite honestly, she was really more worried about passing or transmitting the disease than she was about getting it herself. You know, luckily here in Nova Scotia, we do have a semi-rapid test, of course, a gargle test that they can use now. And if it shows, they can go on and have the larger test. But, you know, 8 days of lockdown, 8 days of no school, 8 days of no work, of days for no work for that family. This is the kind of thing that has been going on. And that's why we need rapid tests, even here in Atlantic Canada, where we have those lowest numbers of COVID-19. You know, as I'm getting, I know I got 3 minutes left here, so I did want to get to a couple of other things in here, but, you know, I'm glad we have the folks that we have here in Atlantic Canada, that they've made their own decisions of how to go forward, contrary in a lot of cases to what the government of Canada has been saying. I know they all sit at a table. All they know work on things. But I'm glad there's this independence of the different provinces on making their own decisions. The other thing that I wanted sort of just to run by is what we need to understand of what the government has done is why companies that we know can provide rapid testing have not been accepted at this point. Of course, there is in Nova Scotia, Sono Nanotech. They have a gold standard when it comes to rapid testing, who have not had their approval yet. So why haven't they had their approval? I'm sure we'll find that out with the information, of course, provided to us by government in this motion. Back to French. And les Canadiens ont besoin de...
Canadians need to know why the Liberals have not been able to prepare us for the second wave of COVID-19. We need to documents to prepare a better plan to move forward. The Liberals have public servants to do this work, and there's no reason for them not to do it. And that is why we have to resume our study at the Health Committee about physical health and mental health. Our economic health depends on this study, and also our future as a prosperous G7 country depends on this. I invite all parties to vote in favor of this motion to give Team Canada a true notion and to allow Canadians to understand the importance of this work. The health of Canadians is not a trading chip and does not belong to any political party. Let's show collective responsibility here. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
You know, the member has made reference to Team Canada on a number of incidences in his comments, and I really do respect that. In fact, if you take a look at it, as the member correctly identifies, and the speaker prior to him, you know, BC's doing it this way, another province is doing it that way. He made reference to the gargle test as an example. And I think it is important. What we have seen in the last 8 months plus is there has been a very positive approach from different levels of government, nonprofits, and other interested parties that has really made the difference. It's allowed us to get through, and it will allow us to get through the second wave. And I'm wondering if my colleague could provide his thoughts in terms of just how important it is that the governments and people continue to work together, because the pandemic is still there in a very real and tangible way. We should continue to work together. It doesn't mean that you can't have questions and so forth, but we do need to be focused.
Honourable member for West Nova.
And I appreciate the question from the honourable member, and it really boils down to this, is that for a functioning committee to work, and I know the member has been a parliamentarian for a long time, and even in my experience as a parliamentarian provincially, is that when there was a discussion or a debate, at the end of the day, we find ways to amend each other's motions to be able to move forward on the things that are important. And we know there's a number of things that are important. There are a lot of things within this motion that are information based, so that we can all make the correct decisions to be able to move forward.
The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I do think that we agree that we are in a health crisis right now that requires a lot of investment in health. And as the critic for the status of women and for seniors, we talk about this a great deal. And we want to treat everyone, and this will take more PPE. This will take more orderlies who are better paid. We don't need national standards. We have to look at the importance of respecting the unique nature of every region. They reduced health transfers, and we need to reestablish them at 35% of cost to help take care of people who are sick with COVID-19. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. And that's really important. It's the health of Canadians. And health is provincial jurisdiction. They're responsible for it. We need to give people what they need, but also we have to understand why they made the decisions they made. But provinces are independent. We have to support them in their work in reducing the number of COVID-19 cases and supporting our provinces.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would like to thank my colleague for his comments today. It was very insightful and very interesting. We have heard from the government time and time again that they are not able to produce these documents, that it is too much, it's too onerous, it's too difficult. But I wonder if the member could speak a little bit about the need of the opposition to have these documents so that we can actually do our job, and to talk a little bit about whether or not he believes that transparency and accountability are critical for combating misinformation and maintaining the public's trust in the government's response to COVID-19.
Ms. Nova.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate that question because that's kind of what this is all about. It is about the transparency of decision making. I mean, the government of Canada spends billions of dollars, and we need to know, especially within this response to COVID-19, of exactly where those dollars have gone, how they were invested, who they actually helped, who they're going to be helping, so that we can see where those gaps are, so we can make a decision of one way or another, whether we're going to continue to support one program or another. Transparency is utmost in everything that any government should be doing in Canada. And I don't understand in this particular case why they continue to hide behind this notion that it's too much work to be able to provide. If they have amendments, let them provide those amendments. We'll talk about it like grown-ups.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and please note that I will be sharing my time with the member for Richmond Hill. Madam Speaker, this motion from the member for Calgary Nose Hill includes 6 exhaustive orders for the production of an extraordinary number of documents. Now, I'm not going to go through each of these requests one by one, but I will make some observations. First, it is premature to request documents in the manner set out in this motion. Receiving a massive package of documents that we will all need to sort through is unproductive. Instead, I would suggest that as each topic is studied, documents can be requested from the witnesses that appear before the committee, as they often are. This suggestion would ensure that the committee receives the relevant documents when they are studying each issue. It would also help the members of the committee to know what documents are pertinent to their study, as witnesses can point them in the right direction through their expertise. Indeed, that would be a far more efficient and helpful way to request documents. The way they are requesting to proceed in this motion is problematic, in part because of the challenges it will present for the committee members. It won't enable them to do their jobs effectively, and because of the human and financial costs. I remind all members that the public service continues to work around the clock with real objectives to help all Canadians. Every time documents are requested, whether the request is large or small, our hardworking public servants have to look for the documents, compile them, and translate them. Madam Speaker, this country's bilingualism is one of its greatest strengths, but it also requires that time and money are spent on translation. It means that documents cannot be produced as quickly. It's also essential to consider the amount of time these document searches take. Every person involved does their utmost to ensure their examination is thorough. This search can take days, weeks, and even months. And each person involved in that search is taken away from doing other work to do this, which means that fewer people are working on the issues that matter most to Canadians. This production of documents request does not only apply to our hardworking public servants who work in government departments. When documents requests relate to ministers and their offices, the same logic applies to all these same people. Ministers' offices must stop doing their work, stop preparing important legislation, stop critical engagement with stakeholders, and go through every email, every memo, and every note to ensure that these requests are satisfied. Now, please don't misunderstand me. I'm not suggesting in any way that transparency is not essential. I know that my Conservative colleagues will try to paint this as the government trying to avoid being open and transparent with Canadians, but that could not be further from the truth. The truth is that there is a balance between transparency and efficiency. All I'm suggesting is that the right balance needs to happen to not unduly delay or restrict the government's capacity to do the work that Canadians want and need us to do. Canadians are counting on us. Hardworking public servants are doing the critical work of helping Canadians. Instead of keeping Canadians safe, they will be forced to redirect their efforts to filling these orders. It is worth noting that most, if not all, people are working from home, and locating these documents poses more of a challenge. Most people are not in their offices now because they can't be. Just yesterday, Ontario reported 790 new cases of COVID-19, and 9 new deaths due to the virus. 57 of these were in Ottawa. In total, 260 people are hospitalized in Ontario due to COVID-19, including 71 in intensive care. And there are 144 new COVID-19 cases related to schools, including at least 66 among students. People need to be able to work from home. This reality makes locating documents even more time-consuming and challenging. The Conservatives do not seem concerned about helping the many Canadians who find themselves in dire straits due to the pandemic. They do not seem to care about helping millions of Canadians suffering from mental health issues. But Canadians care about these things, and we're here because Canadians elected us. So I would like to do the work that Canadians need us to do. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, the member from Calgary-Nose Hill has herself stated, the committee is the master of its own business. And I think it behooves all committee members to remember, continuing the quote, that the committee is the master of its own destiny. Why does she refuse to work with other parties at the Health Committee to find a constructive way forward? She could easily have withdrawn her initial omnibus motion and reworked it in collaboration with her colleagues on the committee. I would argue that if she wanted to get work done on these issues, as she so often says that she does, that would have been a more logical approach. Instead, she has chosen to ask this House to dictate to the committee what work it should undertake. She could easily present a motion at committee requesting a briefing from officials on specific topics. She could submit individual motions on each unique and vital area that she would like the committee to study, to prioritize the issues that are most pressing, and begin the important work that all members in this House are here to do. I obviously cannot support this motion as it is presently drafted, and frankly, I'm not sure how anyone can. But I'm hopeful that colleagues across the way will do the right thing and will support us in voting down this motion and allowing the committee members together to decide what work they should undertake. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I had a question for my honourable colleague there. He seemed to be painting a contradiction of Conservatives who don't care about fighting COVID because we're putting forward a motion to try and look at ways that we can deal with COVID better. And I'm just wondering how that could possibly be a contradiction. In my mind, this is helping to help Canadians quicker, faster, and better. Thank you.
Exactly. For Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Well, I thank the member for his question, but I would suggest, as mentioned in my speak, that to provide a vast trove of documents that is unfocused and curated, if you will not help us to get to the bottom of all the things that we do need to get to the bottom of. It's a massive amount of documents for the public service to produce, to translate, and so forth, and it will be a massive amount of work for the committee members and all the other interested parties to go through and
questions and comments. Honorable député de Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I'm trying to understand the sequence of events here. Yesterday, we voted on a motion to create a committee that would analyze the government's expenses and spending over the last 6 months. We Charity, the Bayless, the scandal, $237 million. Then the Liberal government said, no, it's too much. We won't be able to do that. It will paralyze the government. We're not going to look at that. Now today we're here with another idea for a committee to look at the pandemic, the management of the pandemic, and see how that was done during this pandemic. And again, the government wants to vote no. My honourable colleague is speaking about transparency. Well, yes, we do need more transparency. We want our Liberal colleagues to show more transparency. Can my colleague explain how the government is going to show more transparency?
Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Well, once again, I thank the member for his excellent question. I should point out that in the last session, the Health Committee conducted on the order of 30 meetings on COVID-19 involving something like 78 witnesses and accumulating about 1,000 pages of documentation. I'd very much like to see that report created and delivered to the House with our appropriate recommendations, so we can actually learn from what has gone on before we take on a massive new responsibility that is unfocused and undirected.
The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's a pleasure to serve on the Health Committee with my honourable colleague. I understand his two main objections to this motion. I just would respectfully suggest that they're completely incorrect. When he says that there's no focus in this motion, the production aspect of this motion specifically directs the committee to request documents related to Canada's early pandemic warning system, our testing protocols, our PPE readiness, and our vaccine development and distribution. This is very, very focused and targeted. And second, in terms of where the motion directs us to go, it specifically says that we can go anywhere we like and lists a bunch of topics that are potentially there for the committee to study. So my question to him is, if he believes that that the motion is too broad, or that the production is too broad for him as well, why isn't he proposing an amendment to the motion that sets out what the Liberals would agree to?
Honourable member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Well, I thank the member for his question, and I certainly do enjoy working on the committee with him, as I have done for a number of years. I should point out that on the committee, as chair, I can't make such amendments, but nor do I think that's really the right approach going forward. It's such a massive, all-encompassing motion that we need to, I think, break it down into much smaller, manageable pieces, such as the motion to study the mental health aspects of COVID-19, which the opposition voted down without debate, and instead started to proceed with these motions by the member from Nose Hill, Calgary Nose Hill. In the two meetings has it had for this session, we've had 2 hours of debate on each of two separate extensive Conservative motions, and if this is something that is not productive, let us focus on the individual aspects.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, today I stand to intervene on the motion introduced by the member from Calgary, Nose Hill. As Canadians are experiencing a devastating second wave of COVID-19 pandemic, it is our duty as the government to ensure that focus remains on health and well-being of Canadians, and that we continue to do everything to support them. Yesterday, there were over 2,600 new cases of COVID-19 and over 22,000 active cases. Madam Speaker, I suggest that is where we need to focus on. My intervention will focus on 4 key sections of this motion as it relates to COVID-19, specifically the motion to study the adequacy of health transfers, the adoption of the World Health Organization advice, matters related to COVID-19 alert application, and the impact of COVID-19 on mental health. Madam Speaker, as the co-chair of All Parliamentary Mental Health Caucus, I was delighted to hear that the member from Newmarket Aurora had tabled a motion that studied the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on the mental health and well-being of the Canadians, including Indigenous and racialized Canadians. Madam Speaker, the speaker before me, the chair for the Health Committee, indicated that motion was shut down without debate. The result of this study would have identified that many socioeconomic gaps that exist within our society, which have been further exacerbated by the pandemic. By addressing these gaps in our society, we as government could address the increasing demand on our healthcare systems. However, as I said, the motion was introduced by the member from Newmarket Aurora, was rejected by the Healthcare Committee, and I would like to note that the member from Calgary Nose Hill had voted against it as well. So I'm a little bit surprised to see that the motion on mental health was rejected and now is included as a line item on this omnibus bill motion with the intention to paralyze the work of the government. Madam Speaker, as I mentioned previously, I will limit my intervention to a specific section of the motion today, mainly section J, K, M, and N. On Section J, the adequacy of health transfer payments to the province in light of the COVID-19 crisis. Madam Speaker, I find it interesting that the member of Calgary-Nose Hill wants to study the adequacy of health transfer payments as it relates to COVID-19. As we all know, the current formula was adopted back in 2014 by Prime Minister Harper's cabinet. Our government has invested more in healthcare transfer payments since coming to power and will continue to do so. We know that the government at all levels are working together to keep Canadians safe from COVID-19. Madam Speaker, each year provinces and territories receive $40 billion through the Canada Health Transfer. In March of 2020, we committed $500 million to provinces and territories to support their health care system and their mitigation effort in light of crisis. Since then, our government has announced over $19 billion for the Safe Restart Agreement to help provinces and territories restart their economy safely while we continue to respond to COVID-19. Madam Speaker, the health and well-being of Canadians remains our top priority, and the government realizes that engaging with provinces and territories to address key health priorities is important now more than ever. Madam Speaker, in 2017, we committed to $11 billion in healthcare investment over 10 years to the provinces and territories, with target funding of $5 billion to improve access to mental health services. The study of adequacy of transfer payment also needs to address the need for an appropriate evaluation method and issues related to the oversight of the management of the fund. This cannot be addressed until we clearly identify the existing gaps in the delivery of the program and services, especially those that may disproportionately affect the most vulnerable Canadian. But this topic cannot be studied as part of an omnibus bill in the committee. It needs to have its own separate study. Madam Speaker, we will keep working with the provinces and territories so we can fight COVID-19. On the Section K, the impact of government's use of World Health Organization advice in early 2020, decision to delay the closure of the border and delay in recommendation of wearing of masks on the spread of COVID-19 in Canada, I would like to say, Madam Speaker, while I'm not a member of the Standing Committee on Health, but I do follow the studies of the motion on this committee because my keen interest in mental health. As such, I'm aware that the Health Committee has already studied these exact provisions over the summer and has already received a great deal of evidence, as it was highlighted by the previous member. Madam Speaker, as I was reviewing this section, I was wondering what the scope of this section should actually be to further augment or build on the study that was already conducted, rather than opening up the whole box again. Our government has been following the advice of public health officials since the beginning. In January, we took multiple measures at our border. At first, we took enhanced measures for travelers from hotspot countries. As soon as it became evidence that COVID-19 could no longer be traced to a handful of countries, we restricted non-essential travel for travelers from all countries. We also know that masks have been recommended for symptomatic people suspected of or confirmed to have the virus. Now, in most cities and towns, masks are mandatory worn to protect against exposure. The policies and practices around the mask have changed as medical professionals have learned more about the virus. On Section M, the development of efficacy and use of data related to the federal government COVID-19 alert application. Madam Speaker, our government, in collaboration with other sectors, have developed the COVID-19 alert app to let users know if they have been exposed to COVID-19. With most illnesses, early detection plays a key role in improving health outcomes for those who may be infected, but also protecting our loved ones and limiting further infection. The COVID-19 Alert app is an important public health tool that will help Canadians identify if they may have been exposed to COVID-19. While downloading the app is voluntary, we are encouraging Canadians to download it, as so far 4 million Canadians are using it. It has been great to see that most provinces have already integrated this app into their health system, and more jurisdictions will be joining soon. As a member of Standing Committee on Industry, Science and Technology, I know this provision had already been studied, and results showed that the rate of adoption of 60 to 80% is needed for any application to perform at its highest capacity. As all members can attest, our government has approved and promoting the use of this application at the highest level of our government. All information collected under this application is anonymous and provided voluntarily by users. The app uses Bluetooth technology and does not record users' location or other personal information. It is worth noting that Canada's Privacy Commissioner have called COVID Alert an example of how respectful privacy practices can be built into the design of an initiative to achieve public health goals. Application and portals such as the Wellness Together app play a key role in integrating access to healthcare services to Canadian during this incredibly difficult time. Since the launch of the portal, more than 428,000 Canadians have used the support, and in July of 2020, the Canadian Suicide Prevention Services responded to double the request from March. On Section A, the impact of COVID-19 on mental health. Madam Speaker, as mentioned at the outset of my intervention, Canadians have been worried about the second wave, and that is what it means for their job and their livelihood. It has increased prevalence of depressions, psychological distress, substance use, PTSD, and domestic violence. The All-Parliamentary Mental Health Caucus in the 43rd Parliament, which includes members from both houses and all parties, is actively investigating into all of these. In light of the pandemic, our government has invested $11.5 million in distribution through the Public Health Agency to promote the mental health and well-being in our communities. The Canadian Institute of Health Research has invested more than $10 million in 55 research projects during the COVID-19 pandemic. In closing, Madam Speaker, by introducing an omnibus bill motion that has set out 11 different areas of study and 6 requests for production of papers that have already been studied in committee is tying up our administrative capacity that cannot be allowed. Our committees are the tools that allow us parliamentarians to better serve Canadians by delving further into the issues mentioned earlier in my speech. This motion minimizes the importance of the issues that are currently affecting Canadians. As such, Madam Speaker, I'm not supporting this motion. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The reason that the opposition has put this motion forward today in the Parliament is because we have been unable to study COVID at the Health Committee. So the purpose of this motion is to be able to get the information required and encourage and make the Health Committee do the study that it's doing, because the opposition is united. Canadians want this information, but they are unable to do it at committee. So we've had to bring it to the House of Commons to be able to direct the committee to do that work and to get the documents so that they can do so. I would like to understand from my honourable colleague how he would propose that the Health Committee do the work it needs to do without these critical documents. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, through you, I'd like to thank the honourable member across the aisle for asking that question. Madam Speaker, as said, the committees are the masters of their own destiny. And as the member previous to me mentioned, there was 2 sessions of debate on this bill. The issue is not whether we should do these studies. The issue is how and in what manner we're going to do the studies. As I stated in my speech, when the motion on the mental health was rejected, it was quite surprising to see it as part of this omnibus bill. The key thing is the scope of this bill is so large, and the amount of document that needs to produce is so inhibiting that is going to take our focus from doing surgical activities in the committee as well as serving the Canadian people. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, over the last 20 minutes, we've heard a lot of arguments about why this isn't a good idea. So my question is, what would be a good idea? You said it's not a good idea, and that's why you're going to vote it down. Well, conversely, what would be a good idea? Yesterday, we were being lectured to about how we needed to collaborate because there's a crisis, it's about health. Ultimately, the government made it a confidence vote about the committee. So here, with this committee we're proposing about health and COVID, what do you want to hide?
Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and through you to the honourable member. First of all, we don't have anything to hide. Number two is, as I stated, the best idea would be to actually break this motion down into very clear, distinct motion, which already builds on the great work that the committee and many other committees, such as the industry committee, as well as the OGO committee, has done on these fields. My question to the honourable member actually is, why can't that be done?
The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Madam Speaker, we know that, well, first I want to thank my colleague for his speech, Madam Speaker, and I join him on the Mental Health Caucus, and I appreciate his work. But we know that transparency and accountability are critical for combating misinformation and maintaining public trust in the government's response to COVID-19. Right now we have Liberal members claiming to be filibustering at the Finance and Ethics Committees to maintain focus on their government's response to COVID-19. Yet they're also filibustering the Health Committee to prevent a study on the government's response to COVID-19. Could the honourable member explain this contradiction?
Member for Richmond Hill.
Madam Speaker, once again through you to the honourable member across the aisle, it is truly an honour to work with him on the All-Parliamentary Mental Health Caucus, and I thank him for his continued advocacy and the leadership that he's showing on that caucus. Madam Speaker, transparency and accountability is one of the pillars of our government. We've continuously demonstrated that. The fact that we are dealing with a omnibus motion that is so large and it's so vague in its scope, and it does not build and capitalize on the great work that we've done prior to the speech from the throne, is the reason that we are coming here and saying, hey, look, let's break it down. Let's look at it motion by motion or section by section, and let's make sure that it is very well defined.
Debate. The honourable member for Niagara Falls.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And before I begin, I would like to let you know that I will be splitting my time with my colleague, the member of Souris Moose Mountain. Speaker, today I rise in this place to speak on a topic of great importance, not only to my constituents, but in fact all Canadians, as we seek to navigate a future way forward as we combat and eventually tackle COVID-19 and its impact in Canada. We are nearing 8 months now of this enduring pandemic with no immediate end in sight. As we enter what some are calling a second wave, Canadians should be rightfully expecting this Liberal government to have been better prepared this time around. Sadly, if their actions at the Health Committee are any indication, this government is simply not prepared to present and defend a plan that will give Canadians the tools to quickly detect and prevent the spread of COVID-19. Canadians need these tools now to ensure a second full-scale economic shutdown of our economy does not occur. Too many have made great personal sacrifices to get to where we are today, yet still thousands of lives have been lost. Thousands more fall ill by the day, and millions find themselves out of work and are losing hope that the jobs they once had may not be there whenever this pandemic is finally conquered. Madam Speaker, I come from a tourism community where 40,000 people work in this sector. There are over 16,000 hotel rooms in my riding alone that accommodate traditionally 14 million visitors who will come to our community. Prior to this pandemic, these visitors would generate $2.4 billion in receipts per year. That's quite a significant economic impact. COVID-19 hit the travel and tourism sector hard. It hit us first, it hit us hardest, and we will take the longest to recover. And Niagara is but a microcosm of the Canadian travel and tourism sector. Overall, this segment of our national economy employs almost 1 in 10 Canadians, generating over $1.1 $102 billion. Sadly, we still wait not only for an economic plan, but a proper response in terms of our health planning, so we can begin to move forward to help achieve economic recovery that is badly needed in this country. When dealing with this pandemic, vigilance in providing for the health and safety of Canadians must always be our top priority. However, where is the vision and way forward to lead us out of this pandemic and back to a somewhat normal lifestyle? Where is that vision? Where is that plan? The recent speech from the throne was 32 pages in length, contained almost 7,000 words, yet only mentioned the word tourism once. Madam Speaker, how many more sacrifices can Canadians be told to make by this Liberal government as they continue forward without any plans for a recovery? Canadians are suffering, and this government needs to do more. Doing more does not always mean giving out more money or adding more blanket restrictions or limiting more freedoms and civil liberties of Canadians. Sometimes doing more means finding the best innovative solutions quickly to fix some of the root causes of the issue. Yes, and that issue is COVID-19. Again, the health and safety of Canadians will always be paramount, but moving forward to address the economic pain brought about by this pandemic need not be mutually exclusive concepts. Madam Speaker, as we move to immediately address COVID-19, the Liberal government implemented policies, while needed at the time, have brought about tremendous pain to the Canadian economy and the millions of Canadians it employs. Measures such as the Canada-U.S. border closure, travel bans prohibiting foreign nationals from entering Canada, 14-day mandatory quarantine restrictions, federal government advisories warning Canadians to avoid all air travel, even within Canada. Under these restrictions, our travel and tourism industry has been devastated. Nearly 8 months into this pandemic, the consequences of these restrictions are starting to be exposed. Last week's announcement from WestJet to cancel many key routes to Eastern Canada may just be the beginning of more painful changes coming to the travel and tourism industry in our country. But it does not have to be this way, Madam Speaker. Other advanced countries like the United Kingdom and the European Union are moving forward using science-based approaches in implementing viable alternatives to blanket prohibitions and quarantines without compromising safety. We are not seeing this here in Canada from our federal government. We have not seen a sector-specific tourism recovery plan from this Liberal government, something our Conservative opposition has been asking for from the start. There is no reason why Canada cannot be a leader in the COVID-19 response and recovery, just as these countries have. Madam Speaker, the longer this pandemic drags on, the more we are seeing this Liberal government in policy paralysis. Although the policy environment is quickly changing and extremely dynamic, the Trudeau Liberals fail to keep up, consult, adapt, and change, and only do so when pressed by the opposition. This is even more frustrating to see when we know of the businesses and industries who are desperately trying to forge ahead with their own solutions in the interests of their very own survival. For example, a number of aviation and academic stakeholders have been spearheading a rapid testing pilot project at Pearson International Airport in Toronto since early September. After about 23,000 test samples from COVID-19 from incoming travelers, 99% returned negative. Their success rate is truly encouraging, and an initiative like this offers a beacon of hope for the survival and future return of travel and tourism in a dark time. Unfortunately, Health Canada and this minister had to be brought into that process begrudgingly to learn more about the encouraging results coming from industry-led research on rapid testing. We absolutely need to know why, Mr. Speaker. As a Member of Parliament for Niagara Falls and as a special advisor to the Leader on Tourism Recovery, I hear many stakeholders in the travel and tourism industries pushing for more support from this federal government in the areas of advancing vaccine development and rapid testing. Earlier today, news broke that the federal government is going to allow a rapid testing pilot project in Alberta as a means to replace the mandatory 14-day quarantine measures currently in place. Despite this encouraging lead, no timelines have been announced yet. Travel and tourism stakeholders have been pushing for rapid testing advancement for months, and they have been pushing for rapid testing advancement with a strong sense of urgency, a sense that is reflective of the opportunity costs and the real costs being incurred and borne every day by these businesses, both large and small. Many small business owners have been forced to close, either temporarily or permanently. Larger businesses are inching towards being forced to make difficult decisions, such as restructuring, taking on more debt, slashing their services, or deferring capital improvements. The speed at which government acts on these files can literally determine whether a business keeps its doors open or closes them forever. Considering all this, it's only appropriate that my colleague from Calgary, Nose Hill, who serves as our Conservative Shadow Minister for Health, has introduced this comprehensive Opposition Day motion. Her motion will compel the Standing Committee of Health to undertake a study on the emergency situation facing Canadians in light of the second wave of the COVID-19 pandemic. Madam Speaker, this study is needed, and her motion has my full support. I find it astonishing that it takes the official opposition to propose such an obvious study. One would think the government would be more eager to launch such a study itself far earlier in the pandemic, unless, of course, they are concerned such a study could expose and highlight their abject failures mismanaging Canada's pandemic response. The longer we are in an emergency crisis, the more urgent and important it is to undertake this study so we can ensure the federal government is developing science-based policies that are helpful and adaptive to our ever-changing circumstances. Speaking of which, many stakeholders from the travel and tourism industry are extremely supportive of rapid testing, and they hold high hopes that a proven method will soon reduce the days needed to quarantine or possibly eliminate quarantine altogether someday in the future. Wouldn't it be nice if our federal government could demonstrate confidence in the science-based approach for implementing viable alternatives to blanket prohibitions and quarantines without compromising safety? Throughout this pandemic, this Liberal government has advocated for a science-based approach to tackling the health issues brought about by COVID-19. Then, when industry takes leadership to launch their own initiative, the federal government has to be brought along, all while maintaining restrictions that are devastating to travel and tourism. When science can benefit industry and support the health and safety of Canadians, the true Liberals choose to ignore it. We need to know why, and this study will help us.
The honourable member knows not to mention names. Yes, you've used. Questions and comments? The honourable parliamentary secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And, you know, it's interesting when we take a look at the fact that we are in the second wave of the pandemic and what is being asked within this motion and the fact that it's being demanded within 14 days. Yet we have said, and even members of opposition have said, that standing committees have that responsibility upon themselves. And, Madam Speaker, it's not the first time in which there's been filibusters in committees. Filibusters, I know firsthand experience, are often used as a way in which committee members will sit down and figure out what it is that's important to them. I understand that many members want to talk about the impact of the COVID-19 on mental illness and what's going to happen after the pandemic. That is a very serious issue. I have trust in the Health Standing Committee. My question is why does the official opposition feel that it has to trump the Health Standing Committee and bring it here because they don't have confidence in their membership of that committee to be able to negotiate and work with the Health Committee, all members?
Well, member for Niagara Falls.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all opposition parties, as far as I'm aware, support this motion. Madam Speaker, it was their government that prorogued Parliament during the summer months. We could have been working then to address the concerns of our travel and tourism sector, for example.
Please avoid the dialogue. We are listening to the member from Niagara Falls answering a question. Thank you.
again, Madam Speaker. And again, it was their government that chose to prorogue Parliament. We could have been sitting then, working then, obtaining those documents, looking at the issues such as rapid testing. 40,000 people work in the tourism community in Niagara Falls. 4,000 just at the 2 casinos alone. They have not been back to work since March. What is the avenue forward? How can we best address it to assist those people? They don't want the Canada Recovery Benefit. They want to go back to work.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his speech. I had some notes that I wrote when I listened to him early on. He said that we need to have an adequate response in the area of health, and we need a plan. I agree. After that, though, he says we have to do better without spending more money, and that is the problem in the Canadian Federation. There's a fiscal imbalance. The Séguin report in Quebec already demonstrated that the government takes the surpluses and the provinces have to pay more because the healthcare is not funded adequately. Since 2011, we saw that the healthcare system started to be increasingly underfunded. And it's not me saying it, it's the parliamentary budget officer saying that it's disastrous if you don't increase healthcare funding, because year after year, the provinces have to deal with deficits. Is his party prepared to increase healthcare funding to 35%?
Member for Niagara Falls. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as I mentioned in my remarks, speaking with some of the tourism stakeholders that I have, the health and safety of Canadians should be considered paramount. But the economic vitality and the jobs and the investments that are needed, these need not be mutually exclusive concepts. We need to move to a stage where we can get back and get people back to work. Our economy needs it. Our people need it.
Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank the member from Niagara Falls for his comments. I particularly enjoyed his comments on how we need to support our tourism sector. As you know, Edmonton Strathcona is the heart of the arts sector in Alberta. But what I wanted to ask him about today is some of his thoughts on long-term care. We saw our seniors in long-term care homes suffer deeply under the first wave of COVID-19, to the point where we had military having to go in, military that then suffered PTSD from what they had seen in these long-term care homes. I'm wondering if the member would support the idea of having national binding standards for all federal funds that go out to the provinces for long-term care homes to make sure our seniors can live in dignity.
For Niagara Falls, 10 seconds.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for the question and would love to talk with the member later on, or possibly at Health Committee on the issue as well, on the whole notion of funding. But here we're talking about the establishment of this committee and the need that we have to look at issues such as rapid testing and the availability of rapid testing.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Brandon Surrey. Sorry, for Surrey Moose Mountain.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. You do have trouble with that word all the time. Thank you, Madam Speaker. At a time when Canadians of all stripes should be joining together to fight COVID-19 in any way we can, I'm endlessly frustrated to see the Liberals attempting to withhold and hide information on this. There's a pattern when it comes to this government hiding information, and whether it is to do with the documents relating to COVID-19 or to the We Charity scandal, and that needs to end immediately. Canadians have a right to know what their government has done and is continuing to do to protect them throughout the pandemic, yet the Liberals refuse to be transparent with information to the public. In a previous session of Parliament, which ended abruptly because of prorogation, I sat on the Standing Committee of Health. As a healthcare professional, by trade, it was important to me that this committee receive all possible evidence to ensure that the government of Canada was doing exactly what they should be with respect to the managing and response to COVID-19 pandemic. On January 28th, I had a sit-down meeting in Ottawa with the Minister of Health to discuss the rising numbers of COVID-19 cases in China. and the potential spread to Canada. In that meeting, the minister repeatedly assured me that everything was being handled, that she was working closely with the Public Health Agency of Canada, that she was in close contact with her international counterparts, and she would keep parliamentarians and the public informed with respect to any developments. Madam Speaker, we now know that this was little more than the usual placations doled out by the Liberals whenever their feet are being held to the fire. While I appreciate the ministers speaking with me, nothing of value came from that meeting aside from empty reassurances. We now know that mismanagement occurred in a number of government departments, hence why we have had to present today's Opposition Day motion. In the last session, the Standing Committee on Health held its first meeting discussing the COVID-19 pandemic on January 29, 2020, well before other committees. We heard from the then President of the Public Health Agency of Canada, as well as Canada's Chief Public Health Officer, Dr. Theresa Tam, at the onset, when asked how many tests we had available, and after much pressure, we were finally told only 6,000 per day for Canada. Right from the get-go, we were told that there were some complications when it came to data sharing among the federal and provincial levels of government, and issues surrounding jurisdictional authority on data collection and management. This immediately raised a red flag for me. I know how essential it is to have as much detailed information as one can possibly get, especially as it relates to a potential epidemiological scenario. From my point of view as a healthcare practitioner, one does not make a diagnosis until you have completed a history, all the signs and symptoms, all the appropriate diagnostic lab and radiological tests. You have determined your differential diagnosis and then your diagnosis. This enables you to provide the appropriate treatment based upon the data and facts. However, in this situation, the data was not complete. The lack of clarity with respect to data sharing eventually trickled down to affect the messaging by the Public Health Agency, or PHAC. Senior government officials and public health spokespersons regularly flip-flopped on a number of key issues for months, such as the wearing of masks. One day we were told to wear a mask by the minister, and the next we were told that they are almost ineffective by the Chief Public Health Officer. When asked for the new research on masks that they were using to make these decisions, we were provided with an abstract review on the old research and not any new research. This went on far too long, and I feel that it contributed to the spread of COVID-19 amongst Canadians. I must say that by and large, Canadians are the kind of people who will try to do the right thing. They do, however, need clear guidance from the experts on what that is, and that is where this government failed miserably. Madam Speaker, with respect to my time on the Health Committee, in the first month we learned about COVID-19 and how it was impacting Canada. We heard from many great witnesses throughout the 6 months, and this collection of knowledge, testimony from these witnesses should be included, as it is indicated in today's motion. The spirit of cooperation changed, however, when my Conservative colleague tabled a motion calling for the production of government documents relating to the management of COVID-19 pandemic. Madam Speaker, does that sound familiar? Because we are fighting that exact same thing yet again today. Immediately, the Liberal members of the committee went into protection mode with unreasonable and unnecessary attempts time and again to change the scope of the documents requested, the length of timelines for production, and were cagey about letting documents get into the hands of the opposition. When the documents were finally provided, they were so heavily redacted by department officials that they were all but useless. On that issue, a letter was sent by the parliamentary law clerk to the clerk of the committee stating, and I'll just quote this part, "As my office has not been given the opportunity to see the unredacted information, we are not able to confirm and adopt these redactions." Where have we heard that before? Madam Speaker, this was another huge red flag, and it is only growing. The fact that we, on this side of the House, still need to fight tooth and nail just to review how the government has responded to the pandemic raises a greater issue with respect to the Prime Minister's utter lack of transparency to Canadians. For months on end, he spouted lots of warm, fluffy words, yet through his MPs on the health, committee, he refused to disclose the information that would actually help Canada get through this pandemic. Madam Speaker, there are so many questions that have been left unanswered by this government, and today's motion looks at getting some answers through the Health Committee. One of the major questions that I still have, despite having asked it a number of times in a variety of ways, is about the mismanagement of the National Emergency Strategic Stockpile, or NES. While this stockpile is meant to be readily available in the event of a national emergency, the Liberals allowed the supplies in this stockpile to expire. Instead of replenishing them immediately, they simply sent them to a landfill and left the shelves bare, closed down warehouses, and sent supplies to China. These shortages have seriously negative impacts on frontline workers during the first wave of COVID-19. I've asked the minister multiple times if she can tell me when the nest will be fully restocked, yet 6 months after the fact, she still didn't have an answer and was clearly unwilling to share what she knew. One can assume that even as of today, they are still not restocked. This is exactly why we have had to pursue motions like this one. Getting information from this government is like pulling teeth. Another question I have, Madam Speaker, has to do with the shuttering of the global Public Health Intelligence Network, or GPIN. This system was meant to warn Canadians of any potential epidemiological scenario occurring around the world so that our public health agency would have adequate time to prepare and respond. For some unknown reason, GPIN was shut down just months before COVID, slowing the response of Canadian agencies to the pandemic. This early warning system would have identified human-to-human transmission earlier, like Taiwan's system did in December. This cost some Canadians their lives and has cost hundreds of thousands their jobs. Madam Speaker, I'd like to point out that there are countries who have had great success in the response to COVID-19. Speaking of Taiwan, they took immediate action to protect their citizens by enforcing the use of PPE and being very strict about their borders. They immediately recognized the importance of data incorporating it into their decision-making, and the statistics clearly show that it worked. 544 total cases, 7 deaths overall. I can only wonder how the statistics for Canada might look if this government had taken swift, aggressive action on measures to stop the spreading of the virus, rather than flip-flop daily on the advice they gave to Canadians. Madam Speaker, I truly and sincerely hope that Canadians can see through the facade that the Prime Minister continues to project. Madam Speaker, can you show me how much time I have left? 2? Thank you. We are now in the second wave of COVID-19. We need solutions to keep Canadians safe, while also keeping our economy open. The shuttering of Parliament through prorogation purely to hide from the WE scandal resulted in lost time that could have been used to develop plans for accessing critical tools and supplies, like rapid testing. We Conservatives are committed to taking the time and doing whatever it takes to improve Canada's response. But we cannot do that when the Liberals constantly shut down every attempt to get the data needed. The Prime Minister needs to stop trying to cover up his scandals and start focusing on the health and well-being of Canadians. COVID-19 is the #1 concern facing our country right now. And while the Prime Minister...
You may conclude some of your remarks, Honourable Member, at questions. So it's now time for questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Canadians want to know that their government and public servants are focusing 100% of their efforts on keeping them safe during this pandemic. They want to know that we're making every effort to strategically secure PPE, that we're working hard to make sure that when a vaccine is ready, every Canadian will have access to it, and that we're helping the provinces keep kids safe at school. Madam Speaker, I can tell you, and I can tell all Canadians, that this government and Canada's public servants are working around the clock to keep them safe. And I asked the honourable member, who I sat with on the Health Committee last session, if he would rather public servants remain focused on protecting his constituents, on protecting all Canadians from COVID-19, or would he rather have public servants stop what they're doing and spend hours and hours and days sifting through emails in the middle of this pandemic?
The honourable member for Surrey Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for Dartmouth Coal Harbour for his question. And yes, we did work together on committee for the 6 months, and I appreciate that opportunity to have him there. Ultimately, what we're looking at here, to answer, Madam Speaker, his question is dealing with the issue that we have public servants that are working as hard as they can and doing it under restrictions that they've had throughout by being sent home from their offices and abilities to deal with those aspects. And it's a big challenge for them. I admit that. And I know they are able to step up to that fore, and they will step up to that fore because they can deal with any challenge that they are given, just like Canadians can.
The
honourable member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to hear what my colleague has to say about transparency. This week, I'd like to go back about a word. I used a Danish word that clearly illustrates this motion today. It's about transparency. And in countries where the crisis was best handled, it's where governments put the personal interest of people ahead of cronyism. So there's a link to be drawn there. We have to give institutions more trust in terms of vaccines. There were 23 potential cases of conflict of interest. And when we hear of all this and all these doubts, how can we expect Canadians to trust us and offer better management and better health results?
Madam Speaker, do I have the floor?
I said, oh yes, please, go ahead. I did give you the microphone.
I could not hear that. Thank you. I thank the honourable member for her question, and she touches on a very important point, and that is the issue of transparency. We had a prime minister who stood up in 2015 or in 2014 before the 2015 election and talked completely about transparency and how he was going to never hide and keep documents and information from the Canadian public. And as we saw in yesterday's motion, the same issue on keeping transparency was not evident. He redacted information such that it was unacceptable. And the same thing happened when we accepted and received the information that was requested on looking into the issues of COVID-19. So it is extremely upsetting that we have a prime minister that promises to be transparent throughout, and that then brings to question as to whether other things such as vaccines or vaccinations.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I've had the honor to get to know the Honourable Speaker and know him to be a very learned health practitioner with national leadership experience. He talked about some of the red flags, and today we've heard about the potential for Liberal self-dealing related to the $200 million with defibrillators. And again, in September, when Dr. Gary Kobinger, who worked for the Winnipeg team that developed the successful Ebola vaccine, resigned from the federal government's COVID-19 vaccine task force. He was pleading for more transparency. Does the honourable member agree with Dr. Kobinger that the task force potential for conflicts of interest should be fully disclosed and that their deliberations and advice should be available to the entire Canadian public?
Answer from the member of Surrey Moose Mountain.
Thank you, and I thank the honourable member from Hamilton Centre for his question and his point that he has identified. A lot of that issue when we look at the great work that we have on throughout this country in places like Winnipeg, at the University of Saskatchewan on developing vaccinations, etc. And we see other aspects throughout the country where people are stepping up. And every one of those individuals, as they step forward, need to fully disclose what they have worked on, where they have worked, to make certain that everything is legitimate and is followed appropriately, and that we can get the answers that we need without having to question anyone's credibility.
Before we move forward with debate, pursuant to Standing Order 38. I must inform the House that the question to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment is as follows. The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville Islands and Rideau Lakes is a public safety. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to tell you that I'm going to be sharing my time with the very talented, the member for Manicouagan. She helps me in my duties as whip. It's always a great pleasure to see you in that seat, and I hope one day I will be able to also occupy that chair with the title of Speaker. Perhaps during the next Parliament we'll see this, but I'm always happy to see you sitting there. You live in Montérégie, the same region as mine in Quebec. I'm very pleased to speak to this motion, which was tabled about the Health Committee, at the Health Committee on October 9th. It's not something that we just heard about overnight. It's something that was tabled last October at committee. And the Liberals have been filibustering since the beginning. And for those who are listening at home, filibustering means they're preventing debate and discussions by taking over the mic. Some people call that obstruction, and they're digging in their heels. They're losing time, wasting time, and not respecting our democracy. This is kind of like the We Charity file. We Charity is the term we also use in Quebec. We've been talking about it for weeks. We've taken parliamentarians hostage. We want to get to the bottom of questions, and we want to shed light on the management of state affairs. But the motion we have isn't perfect, I'll admit. We know it will take time, substantial time, to do this study, but it's important to get to the bottom of things. There are other topics that also have to be debated at the Health Committee, including the cost of medications that was put forward by the Bloc. Of course, if we waste time with filibustering, this is time we don't have time for debating this motion and other things as well. Other important topics that we'd like to study related to this pandemic. In terms of substance, we agree that this is one of the biggest pandemics in history. There were others in the past, but we all agree in this House here, I think, that this is a pandemic that is very big, and we feel overwhelmed. And this is why we want to really get to the bottom of things and find out how the government has managed this crisis. There's several components in this motion. One discusses looking at rapid testing and access to it. Health Canada studies testing and decides, yes, this test does maintain Canadian standards, so it's approved. And what we've realized, basically, is that it's taken the government a lot of time to act. Before we could receive and accept rapid testing that were proposed by Health Canada. And the second wave hit, Madam Speaker, and we weren't ready. We weren't ready with rapid testing. This would allow quick results for someone who thinks they have the COVID or they have symptoms of it. This would also avoid people taking extra days off work or for hospital workers to be able to work. So this is very important testing to have. The government is facing criticism from the provinces in how it's managed the pandemic, particularly in terms of Quebec, because unfortunately, Madam Speaker, as you know, as you are also from Montérégie, there were a lot of deaths in long-term care homes in Quebec, people who were directly affected by this pandemic. So we have to give provinces what they need quickly. We have to give them rapid testing. And for Quebec, well, we've seen the government drag its heels. We weren't ready for the second wave. And if we had had rapid testing, it would have been totally different. And my riding of Vaudreuil-Soulanges, there's 3 areas, and Saint-Laurent and another. We have 3 centers for women who are fleeing violence, domestic violence. And these shelters don't offer the necessary distancing measures for women. But if we'd had rapid testing, it would have encouraged and helped these community organizations that are so important in supporting women who are fleeing domestic violence. We could have given them more adapted and quicker service. Another example in Quebec, well, the Quebec government decided to create classroom bubbles for students. If a teacher gets the virus, the entire bubble is removed preventively with rapid testing. In the all those hours following someone's symptoms, we would not have to withdraw these students. We wouldn't have to keep these students at home. So access to rapid testing is very important. And it's the job of the federal government to offer it. So it's really nice for them to say, well, we're not doing our job, and they want us to tell us how to manage our long-term care homes. But rapid testing is their jurisdiction, and we can't say they've done a really good job in that respect. As you know, 20% of cases of people, of caretakers or healthcare personnel who were affected, well, if rapid testing had been available, orderlies and social workers who work with seniors, for example, could have immediately undergone a rapid test as soon as they showed symptoms. So it's really important for the government to explain to us how come it's October 21st and provinces still don't have rapid testing.
Madam Speaker, we've talked a lot about seniors, as we should, but even before the pandemic, people were suffering from a lack of health services. For example, people with issues with addiction, mental health problems, people living with homelessness, children on the autism spectrum. All of these people were already suffering before the pandemic. But the pandemic has cast light on the fact that Quebec's health system is at the end of its rope. Stakeholders in health are doing a lot to set quality indices, have higher standards, to make the best of their resources in order to be able to offer quality services to those who need them, but they lack resources. So, of course, in this motion, it makes sense that we're asking to look at the possibility of transferring the money that belongs to Quebecers so they can use it for their health system. The provinces in Quebec have asked the federal government for that many times. They have asked to get the resources they need to do what they do best, to help and care for the people who live in these provinces. And yet Ottawa doesn't want to do that. It wants to keep control. It's against these measures. And I would even say, Madam Speaker, that it's showing arrogance towards Quebec and the provinces on this topic. So we're wondering whether the government, the Liberals, are willing to do something constructive, and whether they're willing to study the matter and to avoid having things be paralyzed at such an important time during the pandemic. The ball is in the government's court. We're asking for good faith here, and I would say that the ball is completely in their court.
Questions and comments, the honourable member for Foothills.
Merci, Madame Présidente. Excusez-moi, je pratique.
I'm sorry, I have been practicing my French, but I will ask my question in English.
Yeah, merci beaucoup. I really appreciate my colleague's speech and some of the points that she made about whether or not we're on the right track when it comes to how we've dealt with the COVID-19 pandemic. And the arguments we're hearing from the Liberal government is, we don't want to look back, we want to look forward. Now, we still haven't heard a strategy on dealing with accessing vaccines, rapid testing, how those issues are going to be distributed. But I would like to ask my honourable colleague, does she not think this study and supporting this motion is important? Because when you are, let's put it in a health perspective, when you are treating a patient, you need to ensure that the treatment that you are giving is working before you continue on. So I think it's important for this committee to look at what has been done to deal with the COVID-19 pandemic and the money that has been spent and the decisions that have been made before we move on. Does she not feel that that is an important part of this motion, to look back, to see where we are, how we got here, and then look to see what the strategy is moving forward?
The honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. I'd like to thank my colleague for his questions. I think he has a lot of talent for French, and I think he should continue studying French. Congratulations. That's a good question. As you know, before I was an MP, I was a manager of the Public Health Network in Quebec. I managed housing resources. And we always need to evaluate what we've already done in order to evaluate our strengths and weaknesses. In any management course, that's really Management 101. So I'd like to ask the government to show some goodwill here, to make some changes if it desires to the motion, but ultimately to undertake this so that the next part of the response to the pandemic be more tailored.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I think the Bloc need to realize the content of this motion and what it is actually asking for. It's very extensive and thorough, much like what was in the Healthcare Committee, and would require a great deal of an effort. And then to put it into a 14-day time frame is just completely unreasonable. Madam Speaker. And even if the member makes reference to her healthcare background, surely to goodness, if you read through it, you'll recognize that it's just too much to ask for in that sort of a time frame when we're in the middle of a second wave, when we need these healthcare professionals to be doing what they can to coordinate, whether it's with provinces, the territories, Indigenous people, the different communities, the many different programs that are out there. Would she not agree that this is just an overgrab that's coming, and it would have been better to leave it at the Health Committee to allow the Health Committee, as they have done in the past, to negotiate their own agenda?
The Honourable Member. Madam Speaker, I always appreciate my colleagues' questions. Let me just remind him of something. The federal government does not coordinate health services in Quebec and the provinces. When it comes to public servants at the Public Health Agency of Canada and Health Canada, these public servants do not manage or coordinate health services in Quebec and the provinces. He needs to remember that. My colleague needs to remember that. He might like it that way, but that's just not how it is. We're in a historic pandemic, and we need to look back to see what the government has done to protect Canadians. And we need to start by looking at areas that are our own business. And so I'd like to see, for example, why rapid testing was not placed at provinces' disposal more quickly.
For Victoria, short 30 seconds, 35 seconds. Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member spoke eloquently about the challenges with rapid testing and the tragedy in long-term care, about the need to look at these issues and the need for goodwill. Transparency is needed. It's a critical component of our pandemic response. I'm curious about the member's thoughts on the Liberal suggestion that somehow transparency will hamper the government's response.
The Honourable Député de Salaberry-sur-Roi, 10 secondes.
10 seconds. The honourable member. I'm sorry. There was a bit of a delay with the interpretation. Now, when you're evaluating something you've done, it's important to have all available information. So I think asking for all the data enables us to show good judgment and to make the right kinds of decisions about the government's actions.
Du débat, l'honorable député.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Manicouagan. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Well, I'd like to thank my colleague for Salaberry-sur-Roi. She's very talented and she's an example for me. And I try to emulate her when I work with her. So I'd like to thank my colleague and thank people living in Manicouagan. I think we're very lucky. We've had about 150 cases. We've been very lucky. So I'd like to congratulate everyone in my riding and tell them not to give up. Even though there aren't that many cases, they can't let their guard down. And I'd like to thank healthcare workers. They've been working very hard, constantly. And I'd like to thank everyone who's looking for innovative solutions, because we need innovative solutions in a crisis like this one. Now, today we're discussing health. But I'd just like to say that as an individual, well, with my background, I have a family background in the health sector. There's a lot of nurses in my family. My mother was a nurse, so all my life I've heard about the health system and all of the needs there are in the health system. When I was 5, 6, and 7, I would hear my mother talking about it, and still today, I know that there are a lot of needs in the health system. In fact, at a certain point, my mother was so burned out from the needs in the health system that she even wondered if she should leave and stop working in the area. But people who work in health often have a real vocation, and I'd just like to mention that. In any case, I support this motion, of course, and I think we really need to look at the government's action during this crisis. After all, that's the opposition's role. And as I think over what I was going to say, I realized not that I was repeating myself, because I'm repeating what I had to say on purpose. I'm reiterating. Because very often when I've risen here, it's because they were trying to make us be quiet. We were being told not to talk about We Charity and that the House would be prorogued instead. And here again, the government doesn't want to talk about what's going on. We're always trying to do what is at the very basis of democracy, to debate. There's ideas on each side. We need a discussion. That's normal. We need to talk, debate, call into question each other's ideas. We always need to push to make sure that we have the best ideas we can. And yet here, the government doesn't want that. The government, House Leader, the Prime Minister, the government generally has constantly been saying recently, has said constantly that this is the biggest crisis that Canada has been through since the Second World War. So we're being told that it's the biggest crisis we've been through in all that time. Well, at a time like this, we should be trying to see what we need to do to improve, and not just to improve, but to save lives. There are people who depend on us, and yet somehow the government doesn't want to talk about its record. I was going to say, I'm going to talk about my background. I was going to use the English word. I need to make sure my French is better. But I want to talk about my background. I'm from a teaching background. I taught at CEGEPS at the college level with people from different backgrounds. And I was thinking about my own my own trajectory, when I think about what I've done as a teacher, my colleague was talking about being a manager, but as a teacher, well, very often your role is to correct people, and that's not always fun. You have to look and see what the other person was thinking. You have to look at everything about about their work to be able to rigorously evaluate the work that was done, so that a student, for example, can reach certain objectives. I've done that with youth of every age who are going to university. I want to help them to be able to get to university. But here, we have a government that is managing the second biggest crisis in modern Canadian history, and it doesn't even want to go back and look to see whether it did something wrong. It doesn't seem to want to improve. Well, this is very important. People can die of COVID. So if I had the chance to be told what I could do to improve, I would want that. As elected officials, we need to be humble. We need to show that we can draw benefit from the lessons we can hear from others, and that's the role of the opposition. And I think it's very important for the government to draw some lessons from the lessons that we can get from history and so on. And I think that's what we should do as soon as possible. Moreover, speaking about life lessons, once again, the Bloc Québécois voted against the throne speech because of health transfers. And once again, I'm getting back into the same issue, but maybe I need to repeat it over and over. Premier Legault asked for a significant increase in health transfers because year after year, the Liberal government is stepping away from its responsibilities. I think when it comes to accountability, well, that's a word we're going to hear a lot. The amounts used to be 50% of Quebec's health costs, and yet over time it goes down ever more. Now, healthcare isn't an area of federal jurisdiction. It's an area of provincial and Quebec jurisdiction. The government has stepped back, and now we're being lectured. And I find that very disrespectful. The government comes in, steps in and tries to act like a savior. Let's say I'm starving a child, not giving enough to eat, and then later accusing it of being hungry. That makes no sense. We were told that the army was sent in because you couldn't take care of your people. And then we were told, look how generous we are. We sent in the army to help you. But that doesn't make sense. The federal government caused the problem. It interfered with areas of Quebec jurisdiction. And as the leader of the Bloc said so well, it's like they're putting a little Canadian flag on a check, sending it to us, and then trying to ultimately give the impression that Canada is the one that is taking care of people's health, whereas really it's Quebec. And think about nurses, all these people who are working really hard, and Quebec is ultimately the one that's paying. And as we have an aging population, there are going to increasingly be issues. There's the aging population, there are going to be greater and greater needs, and there's COVID. And so there's so many missing needs. Now, I have so much more to say, but this really reminds me of what we heard about earlier, on the issue of what's happening at the University of Ottawa. Once again, the PM is trying to pretend it doesn't exist. But just because you don't talk about something doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. Same thing for We Charity, same thing for the Aga Khan. Something doesn't just not exist because that's the way the Prime Minister decreed it. And I'd just like to quote George Orwell in 1984. In 1984, George Orwell said, if everyone accepted the lies of the party, if all the reports said the same thing, then the lie would pass into history and become truth. He who controls the past controls the future, was the party slogan. Well, Madam Speaker, he who has the control of the present also controls the past. Thank you.
Nose Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I just love the fire of this member. She gets me fired up every day. I love it. It's great. Now, I have a really interesting question for her. It's my understanding that right now the Liberals are filibustering their own motion in the Official Languages Committee so that they won't get to the block motion. I mean, the Liberals are shutting down any parliamentary accountability whatsoever. And I was just wondering if my wonderful colleague could use her fire to tell us about if she thinks that this is appropriate or not, and if Parliament should be able to do its job.
The
Honourable Member for Magny-Quagron. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I would also say that I am a huge fan of my colleague here. She's also very fiery and dynamic. She's a strong woman. I'd like to thank her for her question. And, well, once again, we see the government using its power to limit committee business and to quiet the opposition, and that's what's happened since the very beginning with the Liberals. I wonder why they were even surprised to hear that opposition parties have no confidence in them. It seemed like the government House Leader was surprised, but why? Because they're doing the same thing at all the committees. They're trying to throw a monkey wrench into democracy.
Leader of the House. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's nice to see the Conservatives and Bloc kind of binding together and solidifying that support. My question to the member is based on the member actually from Calgary Nose Hill. You know, it wasn't that long ago. This is what she actually said in the House, and I quote, "But I think it behooves all committee members to remember that committee is the master of its own destiny. And therefore, we are entrusted to take on studies that can look at anything we want." Now, Madam Speaker, this is what the person that introduced the motion that we're debating today said previously. It seems to be a contradiction. It's okay for Conservatives to filibuster in a committee if they don't like what's happening there, but oh my God, if the Liberals do it, it's undemocratic. I see a little bit of hypocrisy there, Madam Speaker. I'm wondering if the Bloc would not recognize the obvious. You can't say, yes, the committees set their own agenda and then bring in a motion saying the committee is going to, instead of doing this report, they're going to do these 14-plus reports. That's hypocrisy, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his question. And I would say at the same time, we can't say that we should give the government confidence in governing when there are scandals like Aga Khan, We Charity, and even like the judicial appointment process. And Frank Baylis got a contract through a shell company. Am I talking about a contradiction? Are people talking to me about a contradiction? I always stand in favor of democracy. I always fight for democracy. Democracy is, I don't have confidence in this government. Madam Speaker, questions and comments.
Member for Courtney Alberni.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for her talking about her sister who works in healthcare. I think we all need to acknowledge her sacrifice, especially during COVID-19. Madam Speaker, this motion is pretty straightforward. It's asking the Health Committee to study the emergency situation facing Canadians in light of the second wave of COVID-19, which the member lives in Quebec where they've got red zones. She knows how important it is that we look at the plans and preparations the government's made on the pandemic, or the communications they've had with the WHO, or purchasing of personal protective equipment, and the purchasing of testing products used to diagnose those with COVID-19. Our request has been to release all records related to the COVID-19 vaccine task force. Does my colleague, given the importance of a safe and effective vaccine for addressing the COVID-19 pandemic, does the honourable member agree that Canadians deserve details on the government's vaccine distribution strategy, especially right now when people are seeing, we're getting ready for hopefully some vaccines that are going to be approved soon. And let's cross our fingers, Madam Speaker. And what is the government's plan on that? I think this is a reasonable request.
The
Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will be brief because, in fact, I agree with my honourable colleague. Of course, we're talking about transparency. We're talking about getting information, certain clear information that we can depend on to ensure the health and safety of Canadians and Quebecers, and of course, health and safety of individuals. As responsible parliamentarians, if we need information, I agree with him that we should get it, obviously, because we're talking, again, about health and safety. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Resuming debate.
The honourable member for Battlefords, Lloyd Westminster.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First off the top, I would just like to note that I will be splitting my time with the member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek. And Madam Speaker, today, as Canada and the world continues to deal with the COVID-19 pandemic, Conservative opposition members find ourselves once again fighting to do our jobs as parliamentarians. We are fighting for an accountable and ethical government. We are fighting for Canadians to get the answers that they deserve. And unfortunately, the Prime Minister and his Liberal government yet again continue to fight us every step of the way. The motion that we are considering today will allow the Health Committee to thoroughly study and evaluate the government's response to the COVID-19 pandemic and present its findings to the House. And this is at a time when Canadians need answers and confidence in their government. The necessity of this motion should be indisputable. It's a motion that could and should have been settled in the Health Committee, but the Prime Minister's Liberal members of Parliament have been hard at work preventing the adoption of this motion. They have wasted time filibustering and coming up with any excuse to shut down the Health Committee meetings. You know, Madam Speaker, this is the same behavior that we've also seen at the Ethics and Finance Committees, ironically, and it is disrespectful to all Canadians who are facing so much uncertainty. And you know, Madam Speaker, it's disrespectful to all Canadians who have been asked to and have sacrificed so much. There's a troubling pattern with this Liberal government that started well before this pandemic. The Liberals have repeatedly shown disdain for Parliament and the duties of parliamentarians. This is a Prime Minister, Madam Speaker, who has so much to hide that he threatened an election just this week to avoid the formation of a special committee to review the WE charity scandal. In what seems to be an effort to avoid accountability at all costs, we have had a purgation, a resignation, hours of filibustering, and threats of sending Canadians to the polls. The Prime Minister claims that he wants to focus on the pandemic. If that is sincere, Madam Speaker, then there should be no reason to obstruct this motion. We are already seeing rising numbers of COVID cases in Canada this fall, and Canadians need confidence that there is a plan to navigate us through this pandemic and beyond. But this government has failed to demonstrate that they have any kind of plan. The Prime Minister claimed to have prorogued Parliament so that he could deliver a throne speech with a detailed path forward. But as we know, that proved to not be true. There is no detailed plan to keep Canadians safe and healthy, and there is no real plan to keep our economy going. In fact, the Prime Minister has now broken a record for the longest stretch in Canadian history without the federal government presenting a budget. Canadians deserve to know exactly what decisions have been made by this government and based on what evidence? They need to know that the Liberals are learning from their failures in this pandemic. The Prime Minister would prefer to compare Canada to countries that are faring the worst so that he can pat himself on the back. That low bar, Madam Speaker, fails Canadians, and none more so than Canada's seniors who have been the hardest hit in this pandemic. Long-term care homes have been at the epicenter of this health crisis in Canada. The Canadian Institute for Health Information released an analysis in the spring that painted a clear picture of the devastation in long-term care. Long-term care residents accounted for 81%, Madam Speaker, of the COVID deaths in Canada. And compare that to an average of 38% in other OECD countries. That is more than double our international counterparts. That is a standard that is the standard that we need to measure ourselves against, not those who are doing worse. We need to understand how other countries managed better in long-term care homes and work in collaboration with provinces to quickly adopt better measures. We owe that to Canada's seniors living in long-term care, their families, and those working in these facilities. That same Canadian Institute for Health Information analysis identified prevention measures taken in countries with fewer infections and deaths in long-term care. Measures included infection control measures, broad testing, increased training, isolation wards to manage clusters, increased staffing, and access to personal protective equipment. When we consider those prevention measures, we already know that Canada is not up to par. Well before the pandemic, long-term care voices were asking for infrastructure investment and raising the alarm on staffing shortages. We have seen these issues exacerbated during this pandemic, and we have all read the heartbreaking reports on the conditions in some of these care facilities. But what actions have really been taken in the immediate term to protect seniors living in care? Long-term care voices are still asking for stable access to adequate personal protective equipment. They are asking for regular and mass testing. They are asking for a plan to ensure the effective delivery of a vaccine. This Liberal government, Madam Speaker, has not been forthcoming with a concrete plan to ensure their health and safety. So either they have a plan and don't believe that they need to be transparent about it, or there is no plan. Canadians need answers. While this motion will allow the Health Committee to ensure that there are real-time lessons learned to help improve our response to the pandemic, this motion will give the Health Committee direction to study, evaluate, review, and examine the government's response. It covers testing procurement, vaccine development, the efficiency of long-term care protocols, the adequacy of health transfers, levels of preparedness, and so much more. It also compels this government to produce documents in relation to the decisions that it has already taken during the pandemic. The comprehensive motion is necessary, and it is completely within the Health Committee's purview. This is an opportunity for the government to work with Parliament to improve its response and to ensure transparency. The notion that the Liberal government would throw so much effort at blocking this motion in committee is troubling. Their all-out efforts to prevent this motion raises so many questions. Questions like, what do they have to hide? Why are they trying so hard to prevent Canadians from getting answers? What is so incriminating in the documents that they don't want Canadians to see it? Madam Speaker, what happened to the Team Canada approach? We already know that the Liberals were slow to close the borders. They closed Canada's early pandemic warning system. They failed to maintain our emergency stockpile of personal protective equipment. They sent critical personal protective equipment to China when we did not have enough here in Canada. They flip-flopped on the use of masks. They failed to keep up with our allies in the procurement of and approval of rapid testing. And we are lagging behind in securing COVID-19 vaccines. So what more do they have to hide that their Liberal members of Parliament on the Health Committee would spend hours filibustering and playing games to prevent this motion from passing. The more they protest, the more pressing it seems to become that there is greater need for accountability and transparency surrounding their COVID-19 response. The Liberal government's failures cost Canadians their livelihoods and some of them their lives. At a minimum, they should be willing to evaluate the lessons that we have learned from those failures, not fighting the opposition tooth and nail. The Prime Minister has asked Canadians to sacrifice a lot this year in the interest of public health, and they have. Canadians have sacrificed, and they have given this government time to develop better responses. The only solution to the pandemic cannot be to keep shutting down our economy and just hoping for the best. That is not sufficient for Canada's seniors, who have seen the highest infection and fatality rates. It is not sufficient for Canadians living with compromised immunities, for healthcare workers who are on the front lines, or for our small business owners who are barely hanging on. So rather than just canceling Christmas months in advance, it's time that the Prime Minister demonstrate to Canadians that he has a concrete plan to navigate through and beyond this pandemic. This motion is an opportunity to demonstrate just that and to work together to improve Canada's response to this health crisis. Madam Speaker, let's pass this motion and get on with the work that Canadians elected us and expect us to do. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. There is nothing the government is trying to hide. The reality of the situation is that we value the contributions that our civil servants are putting in and day out to work with Canadians in all sectors of our society so that we can minimize the negative impact of the pandemic. It's all about the health and well-being of Canadians and our communities. Now, if you take a look at the games that the Conservatives want to play, this particular motion, and I'll get a chance to expand upon it very shortly, Madam Speaker, goes into a wide variety of different things. You can have 12, 14 studies out of this one particular motion. There's a little bit of mischief at play. And my question to the member would be, what is she trying to hide? Why is she trying to manipulate a situation? Why is she trying to get civil servants to do things in the next 14 days that's going to take them away from what's important to Canadians, and that's combating the pandemic, Madam Speaker?
The Honourable Member for Battlefords, Westminster. Lloyd Westminster, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And just how shameful of a question and a statement was that. I believe that every single one of us that has been elected to this place wants the best for our constituents. I spoke about our seniors who have been failed by this Liberal government. It's absolutely pathetic that he wants to talk about political games. He is in the government that has prorogued. I'm sorry, but that is 6 weeks that we could have done work, that they should have been doing work, and they chose not to. It's just shameful that his remarks are just shameful. It's ridiculous.
Questions and comments. Qu'est-ce commentaire? The honourable member, the honourable member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
I'd like to thank my colleague for her comments, and I just wanted to ask if, in her opinion, she'd mentioned that certain Liberal delays and other approaches to this pandemic have cost Canadian livelihoods and even lives. And I'm just wondering if, in her opinion, she feels that at this point the stall and delay that may cost even more lives if it is done solely for the purpose of protecting themselves politically. Thank you.
Honourable member for Battlefords, Lloydminster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for the question. I absolutely agree. I mean, we were in the first wave months ago, and now we're in the second wave, and some parts of the country are in the height of the second wave. What has been done? I sit on the HuMA committee, very, saddened to see when Parliament was prorogued, all our study, all the work that we were doing, just done, vanished. I really feel that if this government truly cared about Canadians and the well-being of and the livelihoods and their ability to put food on the table to feed their children, Parliament wouldn't have prorogued. And at the very minimum, the throne speech would have had a plan to help get us out of this mess. Rapid testing is an example. If we
questions and comments. The honourable member for Longueuil Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciated the last comment by my colleague, who was responding to the Liberal colleague previously. If the government was concerned about seeing public servants lose 14 days and having to get together these documents, why prorogue for 5 weeks? Why did he prorogue for 5 weeks? We could have been accountable and worked hard for Canadians and Quebecers, but no. But in any case, my question is that we are in a difficult situation. Premier Legault said again that there's 1,000 new cases in Quebec. There's deaths. We've seen the healthcare funding drop over the past 20 years. Will they invest in healthcare? The provinces are asking for healthcare funding to be increased from 21 to 35%. This is legitimate. I'd like to hear my colleagues' comments on this.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to my colleague for the question. I think, if anything, this crisis, because our long-term care homes are in crisis, they're in mode critical, shows that every level of government needs to collaborate and needs to work together. We cannot have an Ottawa knows best approach. That is not going to work, especially when different jurisdictions within this country are so different from one another. Thank you.
And we have time for one more short question, again by video conference. The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for her speech, and I really appreciate this motion. It's something that we all can agree on, that it's important for accountability and transparency that we get the right information, that, to maintain public trust and to combat misinformation, we have to get answers in terms of the government's response to COVID-19. My question, Mr. Speaker, is to the member. Given that there's 6 red zones, that in her home province, COVID numbers are rapidly rising, that small businesses are waiting for urgent relief to the revised programs that the government had flawed designs in, is it the right time, does she believe, to plunge the country into an election? Because we see the Liberals now calling almost everything a motion of confidence, a vote of confidence. Does she this as a vote of confidence, and does she think that we should be going to the polls just in light of what's happening with the second wave?
The honourable member for Battleford's Lloydminster.
Through you, Mr. Speaker, for the question. In my home province, we actually have all our municipal elections right now and our provincial elections happening all at the same time. So I, for one, don't think that's wise. But you know what? I don't think it's fair or honest for the governing party to be bullying opposition into corners and threatening the sound of elections. They should just be transparent and held accountable for what they are doing and what they are not doing. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As I rise today to speak to our Conservative motion calling on the Health Committee to begin a large-scale review of the government's response to the COVID-19 pandemic, I want to note that this is the first time that I have had the opportunity to give a speech in this place since the decision was made back in March to change how we functioned as a result of COVID-19. I also cannot help but remember all the catchphrases that have been used every day by this Prime Minister as he sought to reassure Canadians that there would be a whole of government response to this pandemic. We're Team Canada after all, and we're in this together. Yet here we are, debating an Opposition Day motion calling on this Liberal government to be transparent and provide parliamentarians and all Canadians with answers regarding how and why decisions were made in the early days of the pandemic, and to provide a concrete plan to protect their health and our economy going forward. This study will bring much-needed transparency to what has been an opaque process. So opaque, in fact, that the Liberals have blocked the Health Committee, from accessing routine documents on pandemic readiness, PPE purchasing, and rapid testing approvals. This government has made a habit of refusing to answer even basic questions, acting offended by the very idea of being held to account. And that is why we are deliberating this motion in the House today, rather than at Health Committee, where it ought to be debated. We know that the Prime Minister's office directed the Liberal members of the Health Committee to block the release of documents on the pandemic response, documents that this government has no right to block. Those documents belong not to this Liberal government, but to the Canadian people. There was a time the Prime Minister understood that. And I quote, on June 16th, he tweeted the following: "Canadians have high expectations of me, and I intend to meet them by continuing to raise the bar on transparency and openness." He made that comment in 2013. It is safe to say that those expectations have been crushed. This is not merely an academic debate about the role of government and its responsibility to Parliament and ultimately to the Canadian people. No, this is about people's lives and livelihoods. Canadians need clear answers on what the future holds for them, on what plans this government has made and the progress made to date. Well over 1 million Canadians are out of work through no fault of their own. Millions more are working fewer hours and suffering the economic consequences, with nearly all Canadians being forced at one time or another into lives of self-isolation that has had untold consequences on their mental health. Are we really asking too much in requesting that the members of Parliament serving on the Standing Committee for Health review the impact of the government's use of World Health Organization advice in early 2020 to delay the closure of borders and delay the recommendation of wearing masks, or the availability of personal protective equipment here in Canada and a review of Canada's emergency stockpile of PPE, otherwise referred to as the NES, between 2015 and present? Is it too much to ask the government to tell Canadians why they shut down the pandemic early warning system, or how long they can expect to wait before rapid testing kits are available, or where we are at in the development of a vaccine and how long before it will be available? This government seems to think it is. And this has been the case all along. From the moment the House of Commons was recessed on March 13th until today, this government has refused to be open and transparent with Canadians. Time and time again, Conservatives have called upon this government to clearly outline their processes and address important questions regarding their response to the pandemic, and every time they have obfuscated. Canadians rightly expect our government to adhere to the highest ethical standards when it comes to the procurement of medical equipment or PPE, as well as any potential vaccines or treatments, and understand that these things take time. So given the motion we are debating today, we are left to surmise, as we were after Tuesday's debate, that they have something to hide. Perhaps the information we do know regarding vaccine procurement, for an example, can help us understand why the government is vehemently opposed to transparency on these matters. The Liberals have failed on numerous counts by placing all our eggs in one basket, and that basket is China. China has repeatedly shown that they do not act in good faith. They have shut down the import of Canadian pulse crops on false pretenses. They have illegally held Michael Kovrig and Michael Spavor as political prisoners for nearly 2 years, and they have blocked medical supplies from being shipped to Canada. Not to mention their abysmal human rights record towards the people of Hong Kong and minority communities within their borders, such as the Uyghurs. Yet despite all this, the Liberals chose China. It certainly wasn't for lack of other options. We had an opportunity to work on a vaccine with the University of Oxford in a little place called the United Kingdom, one of our closest allies. Instead, their choice has left us scrambling to find alternatives and placing us at the back of the line to receive a vaccine when it finally arrives. And their troubles with the vaccine is not the only problem we know of. Mr. Speaker, with such an abysmal track record, I suppose we shouldn't be surprised that the Liberals would avoid transparency as much as possible. But Canadians deserve better. As my colleague, the Shadow Minister for Health, said, at a time when it is very clear that the Liberals were unprepared for the second wave of the pandemic, and Canadians are worried about their loved ones, their jobs, and their futures, they deserve clear answers from the government. Mr. Speaker, on that note, I would like to move, seconded by the member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill, that the motion be amended by replacing paragraph AA with the following. AA, minutes of meetings of the Cabinet and its committees be excluded from this order, and all documents issued pursuant to this order, 1, be organized by department and be provided to the Office of the Law Clerk and Parliamentary Counsel as soon as is practicable in light of the pandemic, but in any event not later than November 30th, 2020. And if this is not possible, the Clerk of the Privy Council may request an extension of no more than 7 days by writing a letter to the committee. 2, be vetted for matters of personal privacy information and national security, and with respect to paragraph Y only. Be additionally vetted for information the disclosure of which could reasonably be expected to interfere with contractual or other negotiations between the Government of Canada and a third party by the Law Clerk and Parliamentary Counsel within 7 days of the receipt of the documents. And 3, be laid upon the table by the Speaker at the next earliest opportunity once vetted and permanently referred to the Standing Committee on Health. And thank you, Ms.
Members will know that for an amendment to an opposition motion to be moved, it must have the consent of the sponsor. I therefore ask the honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill if she consents to the moving of this amendment.
I do, Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Block, seconded by Ms. Alislev, moves that the motion be amended by replacing paragraph AA with the following. Minutes of meetings of the Cabinet and its committees be excluded from this order, and all documents issued pursuant to this order. 1, shall I dispense? Yes? Shall I dispense? Not seeing any disagreement. We'll now then go to questions and comments. Question et commentaire, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, it's encouraging to a certain degree that the member, and I'll have to go through the amendment that she just put forward, is starting at this late hour to recognize that there's a need for change on it, because it has been overextended. In fact, I would ultimately argue that this actually would have been better to be dealt with in the Committee of Health. That would have been the most appropriate place to actually have dealt with the amendments to whatever sort of an agenda that the Committee of Health would like to go to. But my question is, I've referenced this particular aspect of the motion all day, on a couple of occasions at least, and it was in bracket U. All memoranda, emails, documents, notes, or other records from the Prime Minister's Office, the Privy Council Office, the Office of the Minister of Public Safety, Emergency Preparedness, the Office of the Minister of Health, Health Canada, and the Public Health Agency of Canada concerning options, plans, and preparations for the GPHIN since January 1, 2018. Does her motion have anything at all to do with that?
The Honourable Member for Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, Mr. Speaker, COVID-19 is the #1 concern facing all Canadians right now. And by reducing Parliament to a committee, proroguing Parliament, and now filibustering committees, the Liberals have wasted precious time that has cost Canadians their lives and jobs. And the Prime Minister himself directed the Liberal members on Health Committee to block my colleague's motion to study the pandemic. So forgive me if I don't respond the way this member would like to, when he feigns such indignation that this is not being debated in committee, Mr. Speaker. We are left to believe that the Prime Minister and this government has no plan that will give Canadians the tools needed to prevent the spread of COVID-19 without an economic shutdown, and that is why we have moved this motion today.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank you for your first speech. I have a question. I think the previous question that was asked, well, we're trying to understand why. And we're trying to understand the amendments, and he's saying that it should happen at the Health Committee. This motion has merit because it sheds light for all Canadians, Quebecers and Canadians, of the importance that we grant this pandemic and the importance of getting answers. In all provinces right now, there are commissions that are studying why here could we not have the same transparency and openness to ask the real questions with this motion?
Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I do want to thank my colleague for that question. You know, over the past 6 months, Canadians have sacrificed a lot and done their part. They have stayed home. They have missed important milestones in their lives. They've lost their jobs and have had to watch their life savings disappear, Mr. Speaker, all the while believing that this government was working hard on their behalf to develop a plan to ensure that we would come out of this pandemic stronger and with the ability to see our economy come back. We need to have the right to the information that we have the right to this information, Mr. Speaker. I firmly believe that. And I believe that the Prime Minister and the government need to ensure that they are being accountable to Canadians through the Health Committee by answering the questions of parliamentarians.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think I want to pick up in terms of where the member made reference. And that is the fact that the pandemic is the first priority and should be the first priority of all of us inside the House of Commons. There's absolutely no doubt about that. It has been the government's position since day one. Since day one, we have been working with other provincial, territorial, Indigenous, private sector, nonprofit organizations, and the list goes on, with people to understand and appreciate just what it is that's having an impact around the world. We have taken this issue very seriously, and we have been working with political entities of all stripes at the different provincial level. And on occasion, yes, we've even seen cooperation coming from oppositions, even at times from the Conservatives. But there is no doubt that the Conservative Party of Canada is playing games here in the House of Commons. There's absolutely no doubt about that, Mr. Speaker. And then they try to come across as if, oh, no, not us. We're not doing anything in terms of games. We're focused on COVID-19. Mr. Speaker, I've been around as a parliamentarian for 30 years. I understand and I can appreciate when I see a game being played, and they are playing a game, Mr. Speaker. when they start saying, well, it's about lives. Yes, the federal government, working with provincial governments and other stakeholders, have saved thousands of lives across Canada because there was a Team Canada approach. People came together recognizing what it is that the Prime Minister was saying, and that is that we needed to deal with the pandemic. And that's exactly what we did, Mr. Speaker. Now you ask, well, why are we here today debating yet another game by the Conservative Party? And unfortunately, you know, the Conservatives, I can understand why the Bloc would want to play their game. I can understand that. They're not a big fan of the Confederation. I'm hoping that my New Democratic friends and my friends within the Green Party will realize the game that's being played by the Conservative Party. And what's really interesting is how they try to turn it around. They try to say, we're hiding something. They're trying to say that we're the ones that is not being, quote unquote, democratic, Mr. Speaker. Let me expand on a couple of those points. Let me quote to you. The member that introduced the motion that we're debating today is the member from Calgary Nose Hill. And I'm glad that she's listening very closely to this. Let me quote her, Mr. Speaker, and I quote, "But I think it behooves all committee members to remember that committee is the master of its own destiny, and therefore we are entrusted to take on studies that can look at anything we want." That is exactly word for word what the mover of this particular motion said, Mr. Speaker. I would recommend that members look up the word hypocrisy in the dictionary. Mr. Speaker, we now have the very same member coming to the House of Commons that's in this motion dictating to the Committee on Health what they have to look at. No option. No, doesn't matter who's on the Healthcare Committee. Doesn't matter about the 100 or the number of meetings that they've had and over 100 witnesses already on the COVID. The Conservative Party doesn't care about that, Mr. Speaker. No, here's their agenda. This is what they want. At a time in which we are in the middle of a second wave. Think about it, Mr. Speaker. The information that they're requesting is extensive. You could have 14 or more reports just based on this particular motion that has been put forward by the Conservative Party. And one of the members across the way got it right. Shame on them. Shame on themselves, Mr. Speaker. You think about it. There's a motion that was put on, an amendment that was put on. And I asked the mover of the amendment, does it include, and this is just one clause, Mr. Speaker, does it include all memorandum, this is what the Conservatives want right now, within 14 days, Mr. Speaker. Within 14 days, they're saying all those civil servants that are working in these offices that have anything to do with this, they want them to stop what they're doing and focus their attention on here. If they've got to make calls to the provinces, if they've got to talk to others about the COVID, or if they're working on research, who cares, according to the Conservative Party? This is what they want them to do. One clause. And by the way, they have 14 days to do it in, Mr. Speaker. All memorandum, emails, documents, notes, or other records from the Prime Minister's office, the Privy Council office, the Office of the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness, the Office of the Minister of Health, Health Canada, and the Public Health Agency of Canada concerning option plans and preparations for the GPHIN since January 1, 2018, Mr. Speaker. Now, that's just one aspect. And they're saying, who cares what all of the committee members on the Health Committee want to debate or study? It doesn't matter to them. What matters is the Conservative Party has an agenda, and they believe that they can hoodwink every other member of this House to believe that this is a good, positive way to deal in a time of crisis here in Canada, Mr. Speaker. I believe the Conservative Party has got it wrong, or the Conservative leadership from within the party has got it wrong. I've listened to some other members and some of the speeches that they've provided on this issue. I think there's a number of them that might feel somewhat uncomfortable. You know, you have a standing committee, and they're critical. They're saying, well, Liberals are filibustering the committees. Oh, poor Conservative Party of Canada, because the Liberal Party doesn't want them to preoccupy our civil servants with their garbage, at least in part in the fashion that they want to deal with it. It's important stuff, Mr. Speaker. There's no doubt about it in many different ways. But to say we need this and we need it right away, stop all things and let's get that information before the committee. And we have committees that are saying, just hold on a minute here. We are prepared to study the important issues. We want to study the important issues that Canadians are having to face in regards to the coronavirus. You know, I've heard the issue of mental health is one of the examples. Imagine the impact that the coronavirus pandemic is happening on the issue of mental health in our country. I think that would be a worthy study. And it's not for me to judge what would be worthy and what would be not worthy, but rather, Mr. Speaker, I believe that the Committee of Health is in a much better position to be able to do that. They're frustrated because they're saying, Mr. Speaker, that look, we can't get the Committee of Health to do what we want. And what we want is the only thing that can happen. So if the Liberals don't let us have it in committee, then we're going to bring it in the House because we can trump the committee and force the committee to look at it. And yet, Mr. Speaker, they will talk, as the introducer of this motion did just a few years back, saying how important it was that we respect our standing committees. Well, look who's not respecting those standing committees today, Mr. Speaker. Look who's not interested or protecting the interests of the civil servants that are being called upon to deliver the best service they can to Canadians by providing, whether it's advice, whether it's participating in conferences, whether it's doing science or research, whatever it might be. Instead, they're focused on committees producing papers, and they want paper, Mr. Speaker. You see, they want thousands and thousands and thousands of papers in all forms. Because you know what they're looking for, Mr. Speaker? They're looking for a word that might say Liberal, or the Prime Minister, or another minister. And then they're going to say, oh, here's a huge conspiracy. Here's another ethical scandal. And they'll go hammering on it, Mr. Speaker. Because that's what their focus has been even before the Prime Minister was Prime Minister. And that's why when I stood up here on Tuesday and I talked about the Conservative priority and the games that they play, even though we're in a pandemic, and I asked them back then, put a pause on it. You know, there's many other things you can do as an opposition. I know I've been in opposition for over 20 years, Mr. Speaker. There's many things that you can do during a pandemic. And, Mr. Speaker, I would think that the Conservative leadership team would understand that. They make reference to, you know, the proroguing of Parliament. Well, why did we have a prorogation? People that are following the debate should know that the last time the House actually sat in the summertime was back in 1988. We sat in July and in August and afforded, for the very first time that I'm aware of, on the floor of the House. Yes, technically, Mr. Speaker, it wasn't a formal sitting of the House, yet the House still was here and questions and answers were being provided. The opposition parties, all members, were afforded the opportunity to ask hundreds of questions on a wide variety of issues, Mr. Speaker. I'll let members that are really interested to know what type of questions they asked, they can look at the Hansard, it's there, and they can read all they want, Mr. Speaker. But you know, we sat more days in the summer months here than we lost because of prorogation. But you wouldn't know that, Mr. Speaker, if you listened to the Conservatives' spin on the issue. You would think that democracy is falling because of it. The reality of it, Mr. Speaker, is that it's only if it's convenient for the Conservative Party. Filibustering in committees? My goodness. Have you ever seen a Conservative filibuster a committee? And Mr. Speaker, I've seen some boring stuff come from Conservative filibusters. I sat in the chamber and listened to the member for Carleton to speak for 14 hours on a budget. And he's talking about all sorts of little rocks in the building. 14 hours of it, Mr. Speaker. You want to talk about a filibuster? No other member, I should say, I think the last half hour he sat down so the New Democrats would be able to speak, or another party would be able to speak, but he prevented any other member from speaking. I know what a filibuster is, Mr. Speaker. And I've seen the Conservatives, they're good at it. They're very good at filibuster. But you know something, Mr. Speaker? When they don't like the filibuster, automatically, oh, that's a bad thing, it's undemocratic. Well, let me remind my Conservative friends that if they don't want to see an ongoing dialogue and discussion in some of those committees, well, then maybe sit down and work out what it is that they would like to be able to talk about. I have sat on committees. And generally speaking, what happens, Mr. Speaker, is there is a consensus about what it is that the agenda is going to look like, what sort of studies. There are Liberal members of that committee that are very much concerned and want to start looking into some of these very serious impacts of the COVID-19 virus, Mr. Speaker. Mental health is an excellent example. You know, what about the issue of home care services, Mr. Speaker? You know how many, look at the percentage of seniors that are actually dying as a result of the COVID-19 in care facilities. Liberals, and I hope all members, should be very much concerned about that, and maybe it is time that we focus that Standing Committee of Health on that issue, Mr. Speaker. And these are just ideas that come to my mind. I suspect that if you were to canvass the members of those individuals, Mr. Speaker, you will find that there are many different ideas. And in the past, like the member that moved this motion, the member from Calgary, when she said that it's the committees, it's the standing committees that set the agenda, and she was right then, Mr. Speaker, allow them to do their job.
All the opposition parties want to.
And she doesn't want to do that. The Conservative leadership doesn't want to do that now. Why? Because it doesn't quite fit what it is that they want. And, you know, I believe that the Conservatives kind of like duck here, hide around here. They say, well, here's what we want. And they try to give the impression that they're really fighting for Canadians. When in reality, Mr. Speaker, there's been absolutely zero change in priorities from the Conservative Party since Stephen Harper was the Prime Minister and they lost the election 5 years ago. There's been zero change in terms of their priority. And I witnessed that, Mr. Speaker, when I was sitting in the third party, when our current Prime Minister was elected as leader of the Liberal Party. And at that time, Mr. Speaker, the Conservative Party spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on advertising, trying to tell Canadians how bad the Liberal leader was at the time. And nothing has changed. Nothing has changed. They continue to do that. And that's why I believe that Conservatives have zero credibility on the issue. Even today, how many of them want to talk about scandals? I have far more confidence in the Commissioner of Ethics than I do with the Conservative Party, as all Canadians do, Madam Speaker. And that office of the Commissioner is something that's very new to Parliament as an independent office. Could you imagine if it would have been here during the In-N-Out scandal? Or if it would have been around here when we had one member actually go to jail in handcuffs, Conservative member? Or what about the Airbus incident? You know, the Conservatives like to say, all those Liberals and the Ethics Commissioner. Well, the Ethics Commissioner is doing the job in which we expected it to do, Mr. Speaker. And there will be modifications over the years as the Ethics Commissioner educates all of us in terms of what our responsibilities are, Mr. Speaker. You know, they mentioned Frank Bellius. I've known Frank myself, and what I understand, and you listen to the Conservative Party, and you would think that there is a contract between Frank Bellius and the Government of Canada. Just not true. That's not true, Mr. Speaker. But yet they'll still say it. Why will they say it? Because they want CTV, CBC, and all these TV networks to say, oh, there's this huge conflict. Let's get to the bottom of this. They have no qualms in exaggeration, in rumors, in hearsay, or anything of that nature, Mr. Speaker. That is their priority. We, from day one and continue, as the Prime Minister himself said just the other day, that we are not going to continue to allow the Conservative Party in particular to play the games of obstruction and trying to take civil servants away from what it is that they need to do and they do best. And that is to serve Canadians, Mr. Speaker, so that we can have an economy and a society as a whole that's healthier and able to do the things that we need to do, Mr. Speaker. As a government, we have an obligation to support Canadians as a need. And yes, it was a minority government. And we will continue to work with opposition parties, even the ones that are challenging most of the time, Mr. Speaker. But we will still continue to work. But let me remind members, as much as it was important that the Liberal Party understand it was a minority, it is also important to recognize that the opposition parties have a responsibility too. Mr. Speaker, at this point in time, I would like to move, seconded by the Honourable Member for Glengarry and Prescott Russell, that the amendment be amended by deleting all the words starting with minutes and ending with the word committees, and replace it with the following: documents or information that constitute cabinet confidences or that could jeopardize the health and safety of Canadians as determined by the Clerk of the Privy Council, and by adding, after 7 days, the words "at a time."
Okay, members, we just went through this just a short time ago. You will know that when an amendment, in this case a sub-amendment, is proposed, that must have the consent of the mover of the principal motion that's before the House. And so I therefore ask the Honourable Member for Calgary-Nose Hill if she consents to the sub-amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just note that in the text of the motion right now, it does include exemptions for cabinet confidences as it relates to minutes of the cabinet meeting, contractual obligations, national security obligations, personal health information. It's a very extensive list. I think that the Liberals at this point, after the health minister did not specify anything during the House.
Yeah, I think we're looking for a sort of yes or no there.
Deliberating this, right? They haven't consulted with us. You know, they didn't consult with us at all today, and I think that we've got it right on this side. So I'm really excited, but the answer is no.
There being no consent, therefore, pursuant to Standing Order 85, the sub-amendment cannot be moved at this time. And it being 6:15 p.m., it's my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forthwith every question necessary to dispose of the business of supply. Ms. Rempel-Garner, seconded by Mr. O'Toole, moved that the Standing Committee on Health be instructed to undertake a study. Shall I dispense? Ms. Block, seconded by Ms. Allislev, moved the following amendment, that the motion be amended the motion be amended by replacing all the words in paragraph AA. Shall I dispense? Yes. Now, pursuant to an order made Wednesday, September 23rd, we do not proceed to a voice vote. Accordingly, if a member present here in the House wishes that a recorded division be held or that the amendment be accepted on division, I ask them to rise in their place to indicate that they wish a recorded division. Accordingly, pursuant to an order made on Wednesday, September 23rd, the division stands deferred until Monday, October 26, 2020, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. Now, I see the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader rising on a point that may be of curiosity to the House.
Mr. Speaker, I suspect that if you were to canvass the House, you might get unanimous leave required in order to call it 6:30 at this time.
Is it the pleasure of the House to see the clock at 6:30 p.m.? Yes? Agreed. Seeing none in dissent? Agreed and so ordered. À ce moment-ci, conformément à l'article 38 du règlement.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House under Standing Order 38 is deemed to have been moved. The question is the following, that the House do now adjourn.
Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Interpretation cut out there is. Did you recognize me, Mr. Speaker?
Yes. Yeah. We might have missed the cue there, but yes. I'll ask then again. I'll just state it again. The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. You know well I would never speak out of turn in this place, and particularly when another honourable member is speaking. And it is a pleasure to have the opportunity this evening to raise a few issues and give the government an opportunity to respond. It's been a bit of a theme that we've seen since the 2015 election. About these Liberals and this Liberal Prime Minister and the company that they keep, and you can kind of break it in the company that they keep into two categories. There's the first group, and those are the likes of Liberals Joe Pescasolido and Raymond Chan, and as it's recently been reported, they're links to the individuals charged in a gangland shooting into the Chinese Communist Party. Or bad actors like those in Markham who were operating a heavily armed illegal casino. Now, these same individuals happen to be Liberal donors. They have met with the Liberal Prime Minister and interestingly donated $1 million to the Trudeau Foundation. And then there's another type of friends. And well, Mr. Speaker, I imagine you know the ones, the kind that have paid the family of the Prime Minister $500,000, and in kind that those friends received a contract worth $500 million. And we all know the organization I'm referring to, the one that set up a shell company to run that program, that contribution agreement worth $500 million. And speaking of shell companies, there's that friend, that Liberal friend, a friend of this Liberal Prime Minister, who he gave $237 million for ventilator contracts. Now, of course, that was run through a shell company. You might be seeing a bit of a theme there. And that's right. The shell company is paying former Liberal MP Frank Baylis, and he's the one who received this sweet contract for his ventilators that didn't have regulatory approval anywhere, not just in Canada, but they had no regulatory approval. And so these are just a few of the examples. And it really speaks to the arrogance and the entitlement of these Liberals and this Liberal Prime Minister. And when these questions are raised, legitimate questions about people criminally charged, it's met with the very quick cast off from these Liberals. So that's a personal attack. Now, what we have is a degradation of confidence in this institution, in Canadian institutions. And the cause of that is this Prime Minister, twice found guilty of breaking ethics laws, under investigation for a third time. And when he faces tough questions, what does he do? He shuts down Parliament. He prorogues, says there'll be lots of time for questions later. And when those questions get asked, what does he do? Has his members filibuster committee. And so when the opposition brings those important issues to the House, what happens? He threatens an election. Canadians are right to be concerned about the company that these Liberals and this Prime Minister keeps. But I can tell you that in this place, I find myself in good company with Her Majesty's loyal opposition, willing to hold this government and these Liberals to account. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I somewhat anticipated that we might be talking about Elections Canada and some of the issues surrounding Elections Canada, in particular donation regimes and so forth. So I will, like the member has done, is kind of put that to the side and maybe take a different approach, because I think it's consistent with what it is I just finished speaking about prior to our adjournment, where we now have a member that actually is one of the few within the Conservative Party that's charged with the responsibility of ethics, apparently. And, you know, it was many, many years ago when I was an MLA that I was asked to take on that sort of a role. And I think that what I have seen over the years is a lot of change. A change where there is a higher sense of accountability and transparency in government. And there's bits and pieces that I can recall right offhand that I thought was very helpful in terms of making a statement. And let me give you an example of one of them. When the Prime Minister was the leader of the Liberal Party, just assumed the leadership, he was sitting in the corner in third party, Mr. Speaker. And at the time, he stood up in the House and he was saying and asking for leave for what we call proactive disclosure, of all MPs to provide proactive disclosure on our members' budgets. No one would do it. They just denied it outright. And we tried it on at least 2 occasions, I believe. It might even been more than that, Mr. Speaker. So the leader of the Liberal Party then said, well, if the Conservatives don't want to administer it for their members, he mandated that all Liberal members had to have proactive disclosure. So, as a result, a few months later, the Conservatives were shamed into doing what it is that we had suggested that they should be doing. And then a number of months later, the New Democrats did likewise. Now, I cite that, Mr. Speaker, because I saw that as a step forward. When Stephen Harper established the independence of the Ethics Commissioner's office, I saw that, too, as a step forward. The Ethics Commissioner is going to look and find out ways in which we can improve our system. And that's exactly what he has done. The member makes reference to the Prime Minister. Well, there's been members where there's been recommendations that go beyond just the Liberal Party. The Ethics Commissioner is doing what it is that he needs to do. Because what the Conservatives have clearly demonstrated, and this member in particular, Mr. Speaker, is one of the front runners on it, is they know how to exaggerate things significantly. The member will say, well, you know, the Minister of Finance had a villa in France. I think that means it's a house or possibly a cottage. Over the summer, Mr. Speaker, I actually purchased a cottage myself, you know, right by Lake Winnipeg. It's been a long time. I loved it. Problem is, I got it in late August. But anyway, Mr. Speaker, you know, we learn from the commissioner, and that's the way it should be, whether it's Conservatives that have been investigated and reported on or Liberals. I'm wondering if the member would recognize that that particular office should be respected for what the work that they're actually doing. And they can demonstrate that respect by saying so.
Honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Well, thanks, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to congratulate the member on his cottage, though I mean no disrespect to him, but I imagine it might not be quite apples to apples with that of the former finance minister, Mr. Morneau. It's interesting, he talks about the establishment of the Office of the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner, and that was an establishment set up by the former Conservative government, Prime Minister Harper, and as was the Director of Public Prosecutions. And both of these offices ended up serving as traps that these Liberals walked right into. And the DPP stopped the Prime Minister from criminally interfering in a prosecution, though he attempted. But that was the subject of the Trudeau Report 2. And of course, the Trudeau Report 1 was his first foray into breaking ethics laws, and now under investigation for a third time. I think the office is doing the work it needs to do, and certainly they get lots of business from this Liberal Prime Minister.
Parliament Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And you love the cottage, and you're more than welcome to come out to visit it sometime. It's a pretty good deal, $60,000, Mr. Speaker. I was quite pleased with it. But having said that, Mr. Speaker, if you take a look at it, the ethics commissioner, I suspect, would have looked at, let's say, the Senate scandal. The Senate scandal involved a wide selection of people. I think there's like a half dozen, maybe even as many as 10 people directly linked to the PMO. And, you know, I suspect that we could have learned something from that. But there, you know, RCMP and all this kind of stuff were involved. And I look at the ethics commissioner and that office as something that's there to protect us into the future. Not only just to be there to say, oh, this is absolutely wrong, and here's these huge fines, and this is the consequence. Hopefully, as they do, they provide information to new members. And even people like myself learn from what's taking place in that particular office. And I do value their work.
It being 6:28 p.m., this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.